Judy, are you anywhere in the area?
Or Corey, if you and Erica can huddle outside.
Judy? All right. Well, I believe we're about ready to begin, and today is Tuesday, second week of the Board of Supervisors budget meetings. And we are going to do roll call. My name is Patrice Horseman. I'm the chair of the board and the supervisor for District 1. District 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Geronimo Vasquez, Supervisor for District 2 and Vice Chair.
District 3.
Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon. Matt Ryan, District 3, the southwestern windy side of the county.
It's all windy. District 4. District 5.
Good afternoon. This is Lena, and welcome to our board meeting, budget sessions. Thanks.
You know, one of those was acting up yesterday, and you may now have gotten the short straw and gotten that one again. So we probably need another mic for you. So, okay, thanks. And County Manager Steve Peru, would you please lead us through this afternoon?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This afternoon, we'll be starting the afternoon discussions with Mercy Management. From there, the Public Fiduciary, the Treasurer. We have a break scheduled at 2:45, and then after that, Library District at 3, and then ARPA funding is actually at 4 o'clock. Madam Chair, we also want to, though, sometime this afternoon, begin a discussion on the wrap-up session for Thursday. And so we'll be going through an outline with that as well. So, but that's the afternoon. Those are the afternoon topics.
Very good. Thank you so much. So I guess we're starting out with emergency management. Our emergency manager, Wes Dyson. Good afternoon, Wes. Great to see you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Give me just one moment here to make sure we can get this up. There we go. Good afternoon. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, board members, thank you for your time this afternoon. I know you've been in this for a long time, and the good news is I'm not standing here with bad news for you like is usually the case when I call you on the phone. So hopefully we can avoid that today. So again, thank you for your time. I'm going to move pretty quickly, and I'll just jump right in. Department overview. So those top 3 words right there were chosen kind of purposefully. Response, support, and coordination. That's what we do. We don't go out and put the fires out. We don't do that stuff. We support our responders. It's a bit more of a broad application of the job, but it's really, really important because when we see events like we do with Tunnel, there's a lot of coordination that needs to take place, a lot of conversations, a lot of needs. So that is really what we do, and that's kind of key to the conversation today. We are very lucky. We have great relationships with our regional partners. We work very hard at those relationships. I'll tell you, I think we could do better and reach out more often as time permits. And of course, if we're not involved in events like we have been for quite some time, but I think we can certainly do better at that. One of our biggest responsibilities is grant management. We work very hard to be fiscally responsible with the grant funding that's given to us. Half of our budget, roughly half of our budget, is provided by federal grant money. And along with that is a rather enormous obligation for reporting and tracking and things like that, both to DEMA and up to FEMA ultimately. So we pay a great deal of time and effort to that to make sure that we stay square. That funding can be lost if there are mistakes made or shortcuts taken, and we make sure we don't do that. We have a very good relationship with DEMA, and we talk with them almost weekly. Planning, one of our key tasks is planning. Right? We need to have some kind of roadmap as to how we're going to handle various challenges that might come about. The Emergency Operations Plan, I'm sure you're all familiar, is our guiding document. That's a 100,000-foot document. But we have several other documents that kind of support that. I like to refer to them as a suite of documents. The Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan, you all saw that beginning of last year. We finally got it adopted. About a 9-month project, very, very important. That plan itself doesn't bring us any funding, but to be eligible for hazard mitigation funding, we have to have that plan. So it's really, it's important. Resource Management Plan, that's a new one that FEMA's gracing us with next year. It's a soft requirement this year. It will be a hard requirement for next year's grant. We're working with DEMA to understand exactly what that is. And my plan is to tie very closely to the state's resource management plan because I don't see any logic in us doing it differently than the state does it. So I think we're going to be pretty close on that one. And then COOP planning, you know, our job isn't to plan for other departments, but it is to coordinate with other departments and serve as SMEs to them for their COOP planning. And I think COVID's probably been the absolute best example for the need for COOP planning, right? We've had to adapt and plan and do things differently quite a bit over the last, a little over 2 years now. So really a very important task. The other thing we're required to do, largely by our grant funding, but really it's the right thing to do, is training and exercise. So our office and the staff in our office are considered subject matter experts in training and exercise. We've all received extensive training on how to put that on. You'll notice I put Homeland Security Exercise and Evaluation Program. In order for our funding, again, to be guaranteed through FEMA, we have to follow their directions and their guidelines on how we put exercises on. The HSEAT program, which is the short acronym there, is required, but it is very long and very extensive. It is kind of typical federal. It's very, very heavily involved with administrative process. So we have to follow it. We have staff in the office that are all experts at it, and it's something that we need to do quite a bit more of, quite frankly. So currently our office has 4 full-time employees. We just brought on a new young lady from Williams Justice Court. Her name's Kelsey Nielsen. Great new talent, very, very anxious to be here and glad to be here. We also almost always have at least one intern on board. We try to maximize our intern use. We have had very good luck with our interns. We have a real good young man right now that's doing a lot to help us with their different efforts. Our office is very operational, and that's really part of my vision. Emergency management can be a background figure or it can be a leading figure, and I prefer to be operational, be out working with our partners, supporting our partners during disasters, during emergency response. That's kind of the easy one, right? That's kind of the no-brainer answer. The special events. That's one thing that I would like to see us do a better job of in the county. It is a priority for funding with Homeland Security this year. Actually, it was last year. It is again this year. And we need to do better at that, in my opinion. It's to a point where if we don't do some planning for some of our large events, county fairs, Overland Expo, things like that, and something goes wrong, God forbid, the scrutiny will be on not only what went wrong, but why we didn't take some efforts and steps to prepare. So I think that's an area where we can do quite a bit more if we get the right staffing, the right support, and those kinds of things. Again, we all have experience in it. We're good at it. We'd work with all of our partners, CCSO and Guardian, and everybody that would support a special event. EOC operations, unfortunately, we've all seen too much of that over the last year and over the last couple of months. Again, you'll see response, support, and coordination right there. That's what the EOC does. Our job is to pull together all the entities that are working, support them, meet their needs, and make sure that they're able to be out there on the ground doing their job. We're of course always ready to serve jointly with the city Flagstaff. Pretty common occurrence, especially as we're looking at our upcoming summer. So we're ready for that. We're in regular, almost daily conversations with city staff to make sure that we're ready for that particular need if it comes up. Rave emergency notification system. So that's a very, very important tool. It really is an important tool. And again, we just saw that with the tunnel fire. We work very closely with Coconino County Sheriff's Department in notifications and evacuations. They're the lead on that. We're the tool. They're the shot caller. We're the tool. The siren system that is under construction and in planning for the museum in Grandview area is launched by the Rave system. That's how we launch it. It's all launched at the same time, so it's a smooth integration. The siren system is doing quite well. We have received all of the equipment now, including all the poles. You may have seen them. They're laying out on the sides of the road at the 4 locations where we're going to put them up. And we received the radios last week. So construction, I anticipate construction to begin hopefully next week, if not, probably early the week after. Our funding, our grant funding, the half that you as the board do not provide us, the grant funding is very regulated, restricted, and hampered. I put those 3 words there for a reason. It is very regulated in what it allows us to do, very strict. It is, you can spend $1 here, but you can't spend $1 there. And it's pretty rigorous to catch up with. That's largely why we're on the phone with DEMA about every week, because we need to ask those questions. And it is hampered. Our federal funding is pretty hampered. There are a lot of rules and conditions instilled by the federal government, by FEMA, on what we can and can't do with our funding. And it is to the point where it is hampering capabilities pretty regularly. Probably the best example of that is the Environmental Historic Preservation Act, federal act. It is very difficult to deal with. It requires that if we make any modification to any building of any sort, we have to participate in that program through FEMA. We want to hang a TV on the wall, put a nail on the wall, we have to go through FEMA. The process is roughly a year long right now. It's about a 12 to 15 page application and about a year process. So it is really difficult to use our grant funding for things like improving the EOC or things like that. It is a 50-50 dollar for dollar match. So every dollar we spend in grant funding is matched to a dollar that you provide us to the general fund. The reporting requirements are very heavy. We do have quarterly reporting. Our quarterly reports average about 15 to 16 pages every quarter. And we have to continue reporting on any funding that is still working. In this case right now, we're reporting on 2 years of funding. So we have 8 quarterly reports due every year. That will go to 12 here in begin July 1, depending on how we work out with our finances this year. So very, very heavy reporting requirements. Takes a lot of time. We have continued to support the COVID-19 IMT. That really is starting to diminish on our part. Really, the only piece that we're supporting now is the vaccine site there at HHS on King Street. And even that has become a bit minimal. I still serve as the Deputy Incident Commander, and Tim still serves as the Lodge Coordination Section Chief. That obligation has diminished considerably in the last couple of weeks even. We've talked about the hazard mitigation plan. Probably the biggest, and I personally take a little pride in this one, is the lobby that we did with Arizona Department of Forest and Fire Management. The House bill that was put forth by the governor was very restrictive. I did not believe the interpretation of that bill by DFFM and by the Arizona Attorney General's office was accurate. And to their credit, we went back to them. We had some meetings and discussions. Both DFFM and the AG's office expanded their interpretation of the funding to make us eligible. You'll see the number highlighted there of $4.4 million. Now, 1 penny of that would have come to us if we had not received that expanded interpretation of the law. And that is cash and equipment. That is not a match. That is direct funding from the program. So we're pretty proud of that one. You'll see also I mentioned 100% disaster reimbursement. When we go through DEMA and FEMA, as is traditionally in the past, you get reimbursement for disasters like museum or now tunnel fire. We get we're eligible for 75% reimbursement of our costs. And it generally takes 2 to 3 years to get those funds back. The process just takes that long. DFFM has already reimbursed us a very large percentage of everything we've submitted for last summer's expenses. And they've also reimbursed the city. I should say the city submitted. I don't know if the city's actually received the check. But in long story short, we're getting these reimbursements in about 30 days from DFFM, and it's 100%. So really a big deal. For us here in the county, the NRCS, the projects that Public Works has worked on, the cost share that the county had to put up was $940,000. That has been returned to the county, to Public Works and the Flood Control District through that funding source. And that would have not been returned through any other mechanism. The fund will continue. There is still money in the fund, and it will continue through the 2022 summer. So I think, based on what happens this summer, if we have emergency mitigation response like we saw last year, we'll go right back into that funding pot and try to get our refunds back as quickly as we possibly can. I don't think we need to tell anybody. We've had a historic level of declarations this last year. I think I've lost count. We've gotten between 8 and 10. If you depend on whether you count local declarations and so forth, but it is a historic level. And the amount of activation for the EOC is also at a historic level. We've got a little over 3 months of actual activation of the EOC, which is quite a lot. Although for a county this size with what we face, frankly, not a surprise. And that is really not counting anything related to COVID. Okay, so the siren alerting system, we've already talked about that. The project is well underway. We've been working over the last couple of days with the city on the beginning of the public education piece of that effort so that they understand what's going on. We have finalized the tone and the messaging process that will come out of the sirens. And we're in process now of actually getting the construction in place. We worked with HR pretty regularly to get a new process in the onboarding to bring new employees into RAVE so that we can have as many people as possible in that system. It is not a requirement, but it is something that we feel strongly is important, and the process now helps new employees do that pretty seamlessly. Assessment drone. So we did acquire a drone and some software from DFFM. It has been tremendously helpful in the assessment of the tunnel fire. You will see the product here at some point in the future. We're still working through some technical pieces of it, but it gives a great perspective on what occurred. It helps with assessments. It is the standard being used across the country, and we're going to continue working with that. Our local emergency planning committee was reconstituted during most of the COVID response. Most of the partners were unable to participate, so it kind of fell by the wayside. It is a statutory requirement for us to receive funding from the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality for training for hazmat and equipment for hazmat response. Very important. If we don't have a viable AG-approved LEPC process, we stand to lose funding. We've worked very hard this last year on our radio communications. We worked with Public Works. We have added, I can't even tell you, we've plussed up our communications probably 1,000%. We are now able to communicate from the EOC to almost all of our partners. We are adding NAPTA as we speak. We've had a conversation with them last week because if during an event we need to move people somehow, NAPTA is all on board. They've been great partners. We're adding their radio frequencies into our radios so that we can speak with them directly if there's a need. We renewed our state Homeland Security grant applications. So I'll talk a little bit about grant applications. It's difficult because it takes time. And over the last several years, 3 to 5 years, we haven't really applied for that program. We have renewed that. We applied with 2 projects this year. Our projects unfortunately fell below the funding line. They were both accepted. They were both ranked quite high. But the amount of money available to the Northern RAC, which is all the northern counties, was only $370,000. And it went pretty quick. So we are still out there. We're possibly going to get some funding. But we've renewed that program so we can start bringing in other grant money. The Munns Park Coconino Village Hazardous Fuel Reduction Grant, again, a project we're working with Public Works. The original grant was submitted in 2020 by EM. It was originally much smaller. DEMA came back to us and advised that they had some additional money, so we had to rework it. And it's now, was originally about $75,000. It's now at $394,000. That is still in process. We probably will not see that money on the ground operational until end of next year. And again, that really goes back to the FEMA process. There are EHP studies. There's just a lot of things that have to take place. But it is solid. It's in place. It is completed on our end. It's really now in the process. We did not, when I say we, EM did not have any direct COVID or ARPA expenses. But I will say that COVID-19 through HHS did help us with connecting the EOC to the emergency generator behind HHS. So prior to that, if we lost power at HHS, flooding, something like that, the EOC would go dark. And I found that particularly troubling. So we were able to accomplish that. Director Musselman provided us $12,000. It wasn't a huge investment, but a very important one. And that was actually completed this week. We turned everything on yesterday to test it. So when you go in there, you won't see that whole litany of 4,000 extension cords hanging out there anymore. Because we were kind of worried about the fire marshal. But so challenges, you know, again, EM is minimally staffed for a county this size. With the challenges and the threats that we have here, what we're seeing with weather, you know, whatever the cause, that's another debate. But we're certainly seeing a lot of challenges. We are challenged to fill command and general staff positions, the basic positions. When the tunnel fire broke in literally about 45 minutes, Tuesday, 3 weeks ago, I had to start calling partners to see if I could get somebody to come in and help us fill those critical positions. Fortunately, many of our partners stood up, as they always do, and they responded. But that is what I call luck as a tactic, and I don't think that's a good practice. Is if those phone calls had gone unanswered or those people couldn't respond, we would have had difficulty filling our basic command and general staff positions to start responding to tunnel as quickly as we needed to. Equipment-wise, so we currently have one vehicle. We do have a loaner from Public Works off the auction line that we are using, which is something that we definitely need. We have a hopeful purchase with grant funds that expire here on June 30th. But we have a hopeful purchase, and we believe there's actually a truck on its way to us now. Excuse me. But it's been very difficult in the supply chain. The major manufacturers stopped producing fleet line trucks. So we do believe we have one on its way now, but I'll believe it when it actually sees. It'll land in Phoenix, and hopefully we'll be able to get it into the system. Challenges again, ability to apply for additional grants. There are other grants out there. There are lots of other grants out there, both private sector and federally funded. I key in on the EOC enhancement grant because there is work that I would like to see us do on your emergency operations center there at Health. There are grants for that, but again, it takes time, and you have to manage those grants. You have to do quarterly reports, and the EHP issues all come into play. So there are challenges that we just simply don't have the capacity to handle at this point in time. So we are anxious to go after some more of those. Updating our county emergency operations plan, #1 priority right now. And when Kelsey landed last week, I put it right on her desk, and she landed on Tuesday, and she was working on it on Wednesday. It is required for our grant funding, which is of course important, but it really is a roles and responsibility document so that those of us that are responding know what our roles and responsibilities are. Very important document. Again, it's the 100,000-foot lead document, in my opinion. Resource management plan, it is soft for now, but as of July 1, that will be a hard requirement for next year. We'll have to write this entire plan sometime next year to remain eligible. We are going to be challenged to accomplish that. Annual review of the hazard mitigation plan. So you'll probably remember back, the hazard mitigation plan formally is required to be reviewed every 5 years by FEMA. That is for the formal adoption of the plan. We are encouraged, not required, but pretty much encouraged, to review that plan annually with all of our jurisdictions. Right now, we're in the process of adding NAU as one of our jurisdictions because of their population. They have interest in being in the plan. So that is an annual process. If we are able to do it annually, that 5-year renewal effort will be greatly reduced. So we're really trying to stay on top of that. And then providing partners with training and extras. I've spoken about that briefly. That really is our responsibility. The way Arizona is structured in emergency management, it is the state provides some training, but they really push that down and make it a requirement of the counties to both participate and provide that training and exercise. Our vision. So I've been working on this for some time now. And really the vision I have for this department is that it is a fully functional emergency management department to serve your needs from A to Z. That means when the event breaks to when the event is over, we're able to support the entire response. Now, again, that's disaster or special events. And it's really important that we're able to do that for a lot of reasons, procedurally, knowledge, information, connections, things like that. But really what it comes down to is just making sure that the event is handled correctly for maximum reimbursement, for maximum effective use of our resources, things like that. What I envision for our department is that our Emergency Operations Center command and general staff, you've all seen it in the EOC, it exists and lives within emergency management. The director is generally myself. Our plan section chief we have is Mark Christian. He is an expert at plans, very, very good at it. Logistics section chief is now Kelsey, not an expert yet, but she's getting her position-specific training and experience. She will be full-time every day. These are our roles. The finance section chief, that's something that we are still working to build. I think it's very important. The tracking of expenses, the reimbursement submissions, all of the financial things that surround a disaster response have a lot of very specific federal guideline requirements if we're going back to DEMA or FEMA for funding. So we need somebody in that finance coordination section with the right specific training. It's easy to get the training. The training's available. The state and feds both provide the training. But we need to get somebody in there that either has it or can get it as soon as they hit the ground. It is not lengthy training. It's not going to take a year. The principal course for that position is 40 hours long. We can get that person in, get them trained, and they will be much better positioned to make sure that we're tracking our events from A to Z. Currently, we've relied on Jeremy from Lloyd from Public Works. He's done an amazing job, but we'd like to give him some relief, frankly. And then operations. Operations is generally Tim. He is very familiar with the county, knows a lot of people in the county, so when there's an operational need, that's where I turn. And again, I've mentioned there's going to be position-specific training. I have had most of this. Mark has had his. Tim has had his. Kelsey will be working on hers. And if we end up with another position in finance, we will make sure that happens very quickly. That training will probably take place back in Evansburg, Maryland at the Emergency Management Institute. That's the most frequent place to get that training availability. That is free training. Travel, housing, it's all paid for by the federal government. We've talked about the House Bill 2001 funding. I don't think we need to cover that again. But really, we want to make sure that we are going after maximum reimbursement through whatever program, whether it's a disaster or a grant, that we are eligible for. Enhanced plans development. So again, I've mentioned we are behind. Our current emergency operations plan is a bit outdated. We're working on that. DEMA has pointed that out. They pointed it out a couple of times, so we're working on that. We are really tasked with spending significant time in development of plans. Like everything else, FEMA has put out a guideline. It's called CPG 101, Comprehensive Planning Guide 101. And it is detailed right down to what your title page is supposed to look like very difficult, takes a lot of time, and is good if you've got somebody who has that position-specific training in to make that happen. And then really for me, my personal, that last bullet, and it probably should be the first in my opinion, is just development of leadership in the future of emergency management in this county. You know, I think this is something that is growing. The demands on the county are growing. The demands for service delivery, the demands of what the weather's bringing us, all these things are increasing. And we have to look, I have to look, I believe, with you at the future of what emergency management is going to look like and how we're going to develop the staff that we have. I know there's compensation discussions in place. That's obviously got to be number one priority so we can keep the people that we have, right? And that we can recruit good people. But for me, the leadership piece is really, really important part of the vision for our department. Looking forward into 23 plan, we have made 3 requests, or there are 3 requests on the table, I should say. We spend an enormous amount of time, probably better than 30 or 40% of our time, managing our grant funds, managing the DFFM fund. There are 28 projects in that. I'm sorry, 27 projects in that fund, managing the disasters, keeping track of due dates, all those kinds of things. That's all time that we are not out in the field doing what we should be doing in terms of emergency management for your county. So we have asked for some assistance in that particular field. This person would again be our finance section chief in the EOC. This person would oversee all finances of a disaster or a special event from A to Z. And that person would be responsible for ensuring maximum reimbursement for the county when the event is concluded. And again, if we're going through, you know, federal government, that's about a 3-year process. So it's a long thing to track. There will be position-specific training required for that person. The public assistance program, I know you're all familiar with that, the individual assistance program, and even the small business administration that's on the table right now for the tunnel fire. All of that really requires some training, and we'll make sure that that takes place. Our second request focused on our open professional service contracts. We don't have too many, fortunately. The priority, the number one, has to be RAVE. That's our emergency notification system. I mean, that's how we get out there, and we've all seen the tragic events of last summer and tunnel fire, and we have lost nobody. And in my mind, that's the bottom line. I think multi-card credentialing is very important. We are working very hard to maintain security in the EOC. There's information there that we don't want the public to have immediate access to. We want to control that and throttle that through public affairs. So how we control our emergency operations center and credentialing is very important. We've had that contract for many years. Bold Planning is the software. It's a fairly small contract, but it's the software that helps lead our counties through their COOP planning efforts. Again, I think we can do a little bit better there. Courts is outstanding. One of the employees over there, Jared, works very hard at their COOP planning, but I think we could do better. And I think we have really good reason to do so now looking back. New services, we did acquire some software, again, from DFFM for drone processing. Very important. GIS is using it every day, and it's really, truly paying off to be an advantage for us. I will write that into our next year's budget, so that will be a 50-50 process. Then the third one is for a senior planner. So going back to all those plans that I mentioned, and that's kind of a partial list, unfortunately. We need to have these plans. They're important for our operational needs. They're important so people on the ground know who's responsible for what their responsibilities are, and how they're supposed to accomplish them. They're not plans, they're not procedures, they're not procedures, they're not checklists, they're plans, so they're roles and responsibilities. You can see the list, we've already talked about most of them there. That again would require some position-specific training through FEMA. It's easily acquired, and really focuses on that CPG 101 guidance document that is yay thick. It's a pretty good document to learn. We really need to add this position because it will also provide vital bench to our plans function in the EOC. If Mark is unavailable, this will be our next, or this might be our primary position. The plans function in the EOC, like what we've seen in COVID, Blake Scott has been the planner for COVID. is a very demanding process. We are doing, I would say, a pretty good job of it, but during events especially, we're not doing as good a job as we can be, no question about it. And that comes down to documentation and reimbursement and things like that. So the addition of a senior planner is pretty key to the future functioning of our agency and how we provide emergency management services. Legislative landscape. So, in short, EMPG is a competitive grant program. It's competitive state to state for the federal government. It is competitive within Arizona amongst the 15 counties and DEMA. DEMA is funded by EMPG also. So it is competitive. How much we get versus how much Maricopa County gets versus how much Pima County gets. All of you speak to all the right officials and can hopefully kind of lobby for that and help us with that. The process. So I've spoken to you about how much time we spend on process and reporting, and the amount of stuff that we spend reporting rather than being out on the field is enormous, especially during an event. We have lobbied. I spoke with Bob Fenton, the Region 9 FEMA administrator, about a month and a half ago in Phoenix. He's one of 10 regional administrators in the country. He's pretty close to the top. We've explained a lot of this to him. And I'll be frank, FEMA does not have much care or concern for local need or activity. They want reports, they want documents, they want numbers. They're not, and I understand why that can be, but they are not particularly interested in what happens on the ground. So any kind of lobby with officials at your level, with our legislators, congressmen, that kind of thing, to reduce that and bring it back into some reasonable process would be advantageous. EHP, again, would be my best example. That process is a year long. It's just obscene. Brand spanking new building, we have to do that process. Originally, that process was required for buildings that were 25 years or older or on a historic registry. Now it's every single building. It's kind of a runaway thing. So really, legislative-wise, that's where we could certainly use assistance from our county officials. Wrap up. So we've talked about the grant funding. It's got limitations. It's really got significant limitations. Talked to the county manager during our presentation to the county manager, and he's offered some support to help us overcome some of the things that the federal government puts on us and restricts us. But right now, we're still dealing with some of those things, and I'll be in touch with the county manager once budget's over with. I don't think he's had a whole lot of time to do that, but planning, training, and exercise. So the state, DEMA, is supposed to help us with that. We're required to do this. They're supposed to help us. They have not. In now 3 years, 2017 was the last time they held an exercise. They're supposed to hold them annually. For some reason, they're able to skirt around that, but we are not. So planning, training, and exercise is a big lift, and it's something that we need to work harder at and get much better at. And then lastly, again, about 30 to 40% of our time is spent, in my opinion, not in the right place. We certainly need to do administrative function. I understand that. Grant reporting, I understand that. But it has become quite excessive and overwhelming for our current staff. And that is all I have for you. Any questions, please?
Thanks, Wes. And as always, we appreciate everything you do. And, you're visible because we see you when there's a crisis or an emergency here. So we probably have a better idea on what you're doing. So thank you for you and your staff for the great job you've done, especially with regards to tunnel fire and then museum flood mitigation efforts. Really appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
So I do have a question. If half your budget is grant money and there is grant money out there, it sounds like you need a grant writer or somebody that can assist you with the grant writing. Because to me, that money is well spent to get a grant writer in to get this money to you. So can you expound upon that a bit?
Yes, ma'am, I can. So in an ideal world, yes, ma'am, it'd be great to have a full-time grant writer sitting right next to me. In reality, it's probably not an actual consideration. I can tell you that I am very experienced in grant writing. Tim is learning grant writing. Kelsey is actually pretty experienced in grant writing. It's not as much the application, Madam Chair, as it is the maintenance if you're lucky enough to get the grant. The applications are fairly straightforward. If you follow the grant guidance and you answer the questions that they ask you, it's pretty straightforward. And it's not that difficult. The difficulty comes in is if you get the award. That's when the real work starts. And I believe that if we are lucky enough to find somebody in a business manager type position, they'll have some of that experience and can help us with the writing, but really help us manage the dollars and cents, if that makes sense. So application isn't really the challenge. It's maintenance if we're awarded the grant.
And I assume you do have a new person in your department. Hopefully that will help. Is that true?
In this specific request, that is one of our requests for this next year.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And I did see that there was the county manager had approved for the senior planner and the account tech, but not for the professional service contract.
For some reason, that was not on the list, but we would have to have all three. 'Cause
Okay.
Those are.
So that will be that'll turn. Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Any other questions, concerns?
If I can just add a comment.
Sure, please.
But in advance, I don't want to preempt a board member. Again, we've gotten very good at the work that Wes does. And that's a positive and a negative. It seems we have more and more emergency events. The capacity of the organization and the department is limited. And we want to do more, as Wes indicated, to do more partnerships and more work in the community. And the positions that have been requested do that. I think this is an example. We talked about state mandates and the state partnership between county functions and county functions. This is an example, though, where I think relationships matter. Relationships that come at the board level, Wes, Tim, Lucinda, Christopher, they have really worked on maximizing the partnership to its maximum. And they've learned how to navigate it more than anything. And I think that that's what we have. The asset that we have in the organization is individuals that are familiar with the system and the landscape and know how to navigate it. And the fact that a lot of the programs do come with a pretty substantial grant availability on the state side and federal side is really important. So I think maximizing the opportunities as much as possible, we should do that because our experience has shown that Coconino County tends to be a disaster-prone county. We just happen to have all of the unfortunate great things that make this county great are also the things that make it, prone for those types of events that we've been experiencing. So the manager's office fully supports the requests that have been made.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Ryan.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So Steve, I missed a piece of that. So as far as the annual renewal, what did you say about that?
Those are annual contracts, RAVE and other emergency notification contracts. We do support those annual increases or costs.
Okay, it's just, okay. So it is covered. Fantastic. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Wes, love it since you've come on board. You really have upped our professional level, what we're doing, and brought it relationships together as was just discussed. And yeah, I want to say emergencies are us, so to speak. I'm got to check 2010. It's going to compete quite well, whether this year caught up to 2010.
I have heard that.
Yeah.
I don't know if we want to know the answer to that.
Yeah, except that didn't have a pandemic going on in the meantime, and to perform under the multiple emergencies, especially that one of that scale, it's so much. And I understand it's you and many other people working together, which is really good. Really appreciate that. I saw your note. You do want to get to planning with our other local jurisdictions and trying to work on that. Encourage the opportunity to reestablish that Williams piece now that the chief has moved on. I think it's an opportunity for enhanced coordination, I guess, with the community there. With that, there, I think I looked at, yeah, I covered everything I was looking at with your stuff. More than anything, thank you very much. Really appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you, sir. The Williams piece has been assigned. Mark is kind of the lead on that. He's got prior experience out there. We just did some drone assessment work out there for the Bill Williams thinning project to help as at a request of both some public works request and Williams. So we're trying to plug back in as best we can.
Good, fantastic.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, first off, I just want to say thank you for the presentation and thank you for all your hard work. Had the pleasure of working with you during the tunnel fire and watching your expertise, and also with the museum flooding last year. And again, I just am impressed at what your team has been able to do with the little resources that you do have. And so I appreciate it, and looking forward to seeing how, as this emergency management department grows and evolves, how you're able to manage some of these situations that come across your desk moving forward. So
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Other comments, questions from board members? Supervisor Begay.
Good afternoon. Wes, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for, really looking out for the county overall with the staff and other departments and or the organizations. I think it was a good job that everyone did, with the tunnel fire, and we are there and we saw it, and I just want to say we're appreciative of that as a board. And then just only one thing that I was getting calls on was some people were calling stating that why is it that we're not getting the text messages while others are getting text messages that there's a fire and that there was a ready, set, and go type of thing. I believe that maybe we could be educating somehow, getting the word out, to ensure that, people in the areas, especially where the fire was, and other areas where there's probable fires that might ignite, we need to let them know that to go through a process, to get signed up and make sure that's what they're doing, so they can get the information as such. So otherwise, I'm happy that, you're in this position. And certainly, with a grant writer, you can write grants, yes, but when it comes down to actually reconciling and doing your reports and making sure you're accountable for those dollars, that's the hardest part. So I just want to say that I think it is needed, and I thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. And you're great. You're right on with the emergency notification piece. We have had a lot of questions. Tonight, we'll all be at the Fernwood Timberline Neighborhood Association meeting. We have developed some new maps that we are going to have. They're not maps, they're illustrations, I should say, using maps to try to help people understand why they do or don't get an emergency notification message. Kelsey is a very good designer of documents. She has created a new flyer that we're going to print, and it'll become a standard handout along with our other RAID materials that will help people, I believe, understand why sometimes you get it and why sometimes you don't, why you should and why you should not. So that's a really good point, Madam Supervisor, and I think we've already got a really good effort underway to fix that.
That has been a question that I think
Yes,
we've
ma'am.
all heard. And a lot of people, even who live in more of the downtown Flagstaff, say, well, look, we have family who lives out there. Why didn't we know about it? So that's a great question. So, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. I noticed that.
You may need to turn on your mic.
I noticed your professional service agreements. That one is not recommended.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, that actually I made a mistake. I was not corrected. Those increases are included in the 5% inflation adjustment we made for departments. So it's been covered through a base adjustment, and that's why it was not.
Okay, so it needs to not be part of the request or
It's already been covered through an
it's
yeah.
already been covered, so
Yeah.
it shouldn't be in here. Okay. All right, well, that's good. You know, just the developing the emergency management is just really what you and your team have done is just really, you've just taken that to another level. So really appreciate that. I know that you're working with our project that is out in my district. And, you know, we work in really challenging areas where there is, communication is a huge challenge. And that's where we're trying to work on broadband, but just finding other ways that we can really be able to be connected with our communities. I think it's really important. And you've really taken that challenge on. So hopefully we'll be able to complete some of the projects that we're working on. And so I'm really thankful for your program. The emergency management, most of the time, emergency management is not mentioned in all these news stories. When there's an event, you're not the one that is out there, and yet you're the one that is managing everything. So that is just really, I think it's important. And for you to be able to be at the meetings that has been happening in the communities, I think it's really important. So just want to thank you, and working with you, it's been really good, and your team too. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And we should go to construction and Page here. I'm hoping about 2 weeks.
Oh, great.
Or installation, I should say, not really construction, installation.
Yeah, I don't know if the board knows about our project. That's been an ongoing, long project.
It has been. Glad to fill them in if you'd like.
Okay, thanks.
So a number of years ago, Supervisor Farrell had the vision that we've got some real communication weaknesses in the northern part of the country, or in northern part of the county, up Page, Fredonia, areas like that, and in between. She has worked with her staff and emergency management staff to install a redundant communication system that's an HF radio system. We have one in our office upstairs at HHS, and it is connected with the State Office of Emergency Management. And we will soon be connected with Page and Fredonia in, I guess I'd call it phase 1. Supervisor Fowler and I have discussed additional phases, Blue Ridge, and some of these other remote areas that we want to make sure we have connectivity to in the event that we lose standard cell service, for example, which is possible. It's pretty unlikely these days. These systems are self-healing and things like that, but it can occur. And HF radio, shortwave radio, is, since the dawn of radio, is a reliable system. So with her leadership, we are making progress. We ordered parts yesterday. They're shipping out to Page, and we should go to installation, I'm hoping, about the week after next.
Thank you. And I also, you're exactly right. It's wonderful that you get involved in so many of the community events. And that is wonderful, just to get the outreach into the community about notification systems. I know we did a lot with the downtown summer events, and I think the kids loved it. They loved you. You did a great job with your little badges, handing those out.
You miss the whistles, don't you?
I do,
miss the
and you need to get some more whistles. And I loved it. He had all these kids together, and they all had to raise their right hand, and he swore them all in. So to be junior emergency managers, so that was pretty great, and it'd be great to see more of that. So thank you.
Madam Chair,
Absolutely, yes, Supervisor Begay.
I have a question. ARPA funds, on your report, you said you didn't get any ARPA funds. Is there a reason behind that?
I don't
Or are you
believe-
eligible or not eligible?
My understanding, and I will not stand here and confess to being an expert in the ARPA program, but my understanding is that the basic services and pieces that we provide were not ARPA eligible. And man, beyond that, I'm not that familiar with it.
Okay, and so hiring a manager or the position that you're asking for, I'm not sure if that would qualify as under those funds if we have anything left. But certainly a lot of positions were funded through there, and also the FTEs were established and things like that, or being considered to be established. So that was my question. I had another question too. I didn't write it down, but I'll remember. But anyway, thank you for your hard work and your department.
Thank you, ma'am.
I had a question. So I forgot to ask my infamous question. Can you speak a little bit about the compensation package and how that would impact your department?
Sure. So, right. Thank you for that question, sir. You know, I'm certainly not going to stand here and say that compensation cannot be the number one priority. I think that's pretty clear. We need to bring in good people. It's a difficult environment right now with housing and so forth and so on. So bringing in good people, retaining good people, really, I think directly equates to obviously compensation. So I think that has to be the number one priority. I would temper that though, in as much as I think from a leadership perspective, I can tell you I've asked my staff, which is small, but I've asked my staff, and their feeling is that as leaders, it's my job to look at their quality of work life also. And they would like to have a Saturday and Sunday off, frankly. I mean, to put it pretty bluntly. So the funding package is clearly the priority. I don't have any argument with that at all. But I think in my position as the leader of my group, my job is to try to do what I can to help them have some quality of life. Everybody in this room works weekends and holidays and things like that. I understand that. That's part of the job certainly with emergency management, with public service. But there is a line to be drawn there. And I can tell you that myself and my staff feel that we are not meeting the need of emergency management in the county to the best of our ability, not for lack of trying. Because I can tell you, you all know my staff works every day to some degree, as does a lot of the county. So compensation is clearly number one, but I definitely feel that as the county grows and demands increase from the public and service demands are necessary, I think growing the staff is very important as well. And from a leadership perspective, it's a balance. I understand that you guys are challenged with, but I would definitely prioritize the funding, but a close second in the race would have to be enough staffing to get the work done.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, including about the FTEs, because sometimes we forget about that as we're talking about the compensation package. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Anybody else? Otherwise, thank you so much for your presentation and for all your great work. Really appreciate that. Yes.
I apologize, Madam Chair, but I just do have another question. You're very dependent on grants. Where do you get your matching funds for that?
Currently, our emergency management performance grant, which we get from FEMA, is a 50-50 dollar for dollar match against your county budget. So you give me half, FEMA gives me the other half. It's not exactly 50-50, but it's pretty close.
Again, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good to see you, Wes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Chair, we're going to do a schedule switch. Is that correct? We're going to proceed with Treasurer Sarah Benatar, and then we'll follow with our public fiduciary. Schedule switch. So, Madam Chair, our County Treasurer Sarah Benatar here is today. There was a funding request for temporary wages, and that is being supported this year through one-time funding. But again, it's an annual request. We have an affectionate term for our temporary employees that Treasurer Benatar provides. But again, temporary wages for statutory function is important as the work that she does are completely supported.
Very good. Thank you, County Manager. And good afternoon, Sarah Benatar. It's always wonderful to see you. And thank you for joining us this afternoon. And we look forward to hearing about your budget overview.
Madam Chair, this is Sue. Could I request as the treasurer gets closer to the podium when her.
Yeah, she's getting things set up. You can't
You
see
bet.
that, Sue, but there's
Yeah, I can-
technical difficulties going on.
Yep, if she could pull the microphone closer to her, it would be much appreciated by the Zoom folks. Thank you.
Because I'm short, so.
That's the mic police. She's speaking from above, so you better be careful.
I'm back, Madam Chair. I'm gone.
She's in Colorado. She's,
All right, Sarah, let's see if this meets Sue's standards. So
Thank you.
Oh, lovely tones.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the board. I'm here today to talk about the County Treasurer's Department budget. I'm just gonna go right in and get started. So you guys know what we do. We're statutorily required. Property tax collection is probably what we're most known for. That includes the billing, and also the collection, but also the collection enforcement of delinquent taxes on behalf of not just the county, but all the taxing jurisdictions within the county. But a big piece of what we do is actually banking services. So we're the custodian of all money on deposit with us. That's not just tax dollars, that's grant revenues, that's sales tax revenues, et cetera, that we get from outside sources on behalf of the county, all the school districts, fire districts, et cetera. And then we also manage the investment portfolio on behalf of all the districts. So I just wanted to kind of quickly recap kind of what we've been doing. This year, we are on track to hit $1 billion in total receipts and expenditures for our department. That means that we, this fiscal year, would have been reconciling $1 billion within our department. As you can see, that is a huge increase from the last 10 years when we were just under 750,000. So each year we're going up and up. And we've got an amazing team that does a great job. We balance and reconcile every single day. So that is a lot of money that we are seeing, but every penny is accounted for. So that is something that's really important to us. In terms of funds on deposit, so I ran this on April 25th. You can see just under about 39% belongs to the schools, and the next largest on deposit with us is the county. That's 33%. After that is the special districts. So that's going to be your fire districts, your hospital districts, your water improvement districts, sanitation districts. Then after that, we've got CCC, which is at 10%. And then those that are under 1%, cities and by county. So those are ones that we collect, we hold on to, and then once a month we distribute directly, whether it's the city of Flagstaff, city of Williams. We also do collect some, we do have districts that are within our county and other counties. A great example of that is Sedona, Oak Creek Unified School District. Those monies are actually managed by the Yavapai County Treasurer's Office, not Coconino County. We collect those tax revenues and we distribute that to them once a month. And then we do have state revenues. So those are going to be like your justice court fines and fees that we collect, and we have to reimburse and send a report to the state once a month on those as well. And then treasurer funds, those are actually funds that we have related to excess proceeds. We also have other unclaimed funds that we have to hold before we send down to the state. That is also redemption funds. Whenever we have a property owner who is paying on delinquent taxes, they will also deposit. Those are special treasurer funds that are under our discretion that we have to manage for different reasons.
can I ask a question on this and the other slide? Where are ARPA funds? Are they with the Coconino County? Is that correct?
Yes, they're under Coconino County.
And is that why you are approaching or have met $1 billion?
That is a part of it. That was a significant part. That was a big increase. We also have seen, so we had bond sales. So whenever a district has bond sales, those are ended up being receipted into us. So I know, for example, Highlands Fire District, for example, did receive some bond proceeds for their pension repayment. FUSD, of course, is always refinancing, but a nice chunk of that this year was actually ARPA funds.
Thank you.
So property tax, I do not know what happened with the font there. But so for this tax year, so we're in fiscal year 22, but we're in tax year 21. We had just over 84,000 parcels that is almost 11,000 parcel increase from 2010. So you can see how in the last, and really from tax year 2012 to this year, how many additional parcels that we've had added to the roll. And the reason I point this out is we mail tax notices to every single parcel. So once a year, we've got a giant mailing in the fall. Then by statute, we have to do additional mailings for delinquent taxes in the summer and in December. I'm bringing this up because I will touch on this on our next slides. Our printing and mailing costs have gone through the roof. We are estimating that this year we will hit about $87,000 in just printing and mailing when you compare that to prior fiscal years. So just looking at, for example, FY19, we were only at 62,000. So we are seeing a huge increase in that. There's a couple of different reasons. One is postage has gone up. Postage will be also increasing again this summer. There is also a paper shortage that's happened when COVID hit. We continue to have a paper shortage, which is actually increasing the cost even more. We received notice from our print vendor that they anticipate costs to go up. And then, of course, cost of services for the programming around the actual mailing of the tax notices have gone up. So in comparison, last fiscal year, just for the mailing of the tax notices, so that 84,000 amount, we spent $53,000. This year, we spent $67,000 on just that mailing. We still haven't had our big delinquent mailing that will happen in June. That's when we see financial hardships in our community, that means that our collection rate goes down, which means that we are actually having to increase our mailings. So that means that we have to mail out more delinquent tax notices in June. So that's why we're anticipating roughly 87,000. I hope it stays at that number and not higher. We shall see. So this year it represents 65% of our operating budget, which is pretty significant. You know, when we have to start spending all this money on printing, it takes away from other resources. We also had unanticipated expenses this fiscal year due to some ownership issues that were not within the treasurer's control. That resulted in about 4,300 more in temp wages for us. Resulted in us mailing about 2,000 extra pieces of mail in response to it. So again, whenever these things happen, given the current printing expenditures and the increases, we don't have much cushion room for that. So that's a big piece too of asking for these additional wages to assist us. We're also seeing increases. We're seeing record number of foreclosures on properties right now, which is very unfortunate, but that also requires additional expertise. So we did have to bring in an additional temp, actually a retired attorney who was assisting us with those as well. So we're just overall seeing costs are going up and they're going to continue. We're actually estimating about 100,000 next fiscal year just for printing and postage. So when you compare that, our operating budget stays flat, but as you can see, the light green, you can just see from FY19 to this year, and then what we're anticipating next year to be. So that's kind of in the forefront. Wanted to be very open and upfront with you all that we are well aware of our unfortunate increase in our printing expenditures and not sure what we can do at this point. I know other counties are feeling it as well. Maricopa County has expressed that it's been very difficult. So we're trying to see if there's anything we can do legislatively. But we're all kind of in the same boat and talking to my colleagues of what do we do with costs going up and us continuing to need to do these things. So as I mentioned, when we have these unexpected costs, that means that we can't train staff adequately. So when we have, increases in cash on hand, we need to make sure that our staff are trained in terms of best financial practices, treasury management. There's always changes. For example, there's been new changes that were implemented earlier this year. around FDIC, around NACHA imports, et cetera, things that have to do with banking. So, when we can't send staff to travel, that impacts our ability to support them. So again, we're going to continue to see how we can cut costs. But we will see how that plays out. So other concerns for FY23, of course, rent costs increasing, legislation. It's always a rough year in banking and finance down at the legislature. So we anticipate that to continue, actually for that not to go away. So, in the last, I'd say 3-4 years, we've done everything from fighting off bills that would completely change how we do tax lien and how we collect delinquent property taxes, which would have result in us increasing our staff, to changing how we do our contracts, et cetera. So that is an area of concern for us that we'll continue to see how it plays out, but we're not anticipating it to slow down in the years to come. Also the economy. So whenever we talk about the economy, that actually directly impacts banking, inflation, feds raise rates. That means that lines of credit go up for taxing districts. When rates go up, we see economic hardship that's going to impact to our collection rates. So investment portfolio, we're finally starting to see rates go up. So we can finally start earning some interest on those investments. That is a positive. It's been a rough 2.5 years with that. And then, staffing, that's always a concern. Workload has changed a lot in the last 5 years. We are more cash with us, more, changes in statute. And so we now rely more heavily on temp staff than we ever did before. And we're also needing to bring in temps with more specialized training. And we're needing them year round versus seasonal. So that is something that we are just having to adapt. And we've got some, I call them perma-temps, but they are temps who have been with our office for quite some time. I'm hoping our newest one will also be a perma-temp for a while, but we're very lucked out to be able to find a retired attorney who's helping us with delinquent taxes and bankruptcies. So that is what I had presented. I like to keep it short and sweet to make sure I'm available for any questions, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Treasurer Benatar, and members of the board. Any questions or comments? Vice Chair?
Mhm. Hi, good afternoon. Thank
Good
you for the
afternoon.
presentation.
Thank you.
And sharing with us what the treasurer's office does. My question is the one that I've asked everybody is, can you comment a little bit on the compensation package and how that would impact your department?
Sure. So thank you for the question, Vice Chair. We're not one of the larger departments at the county. And of course, compensation is very important to staff. And they're very grateful for the possibility of seeing wage increases. And that's something within our department we've seen too, whenever we have retirements or openings. We're competing with an industry where bank tellers can make more than they can working in the treasurer's office. And so how can we make sure that we're adequately paying our staff for the workload that they're taking on? And so that's something that I know that they're grateful for that. You guys all looking at the compensation to better support them and their families. For us, at the end of the day too, it's also the workload. And I believe Wes mentioned it too, that work-life balance, right? So how can we make sure that we're not overburdening our staff and taking care of them? Yes, we understand that there is going to be, every year there's always increased workloads. And so for us, that's why too, it's always been important for us, especially lately, to bring in temp staff to be able to make it where it's not so stressful. I mean, we've had staff, I will be honest, this past tax season, October was rough. We were getting over 400 phone calls a day. I had staff who were in tears. It was not a pleasant time. And it was situations that were not within our department control. And so for them, the wage is obviously important, but so is the thank you. And I know our department doesn't get thanks a lot. We're kind of more that behind the scenes. So just even the acknowledgement of the work that they're doing, I think is important to them. So compensation is great, but also acknowledging that the work that they do and then trying to make sure that they're healthy, not just physically, but mentally. And so, that isn't always easy in departments that for us deal with money are very outward facing and at times have some very big challenges to deal with.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Supervisor Ryan.
There we go. Guess I should do this too. I keep forgetting to put the camera on. Well, hello, Sarah. Welcome. And I'm glad you're here.
Thank you.
Oh, here comes Lindsay to make sure something works well. There we go. All right. Just a couple of things here. And I hear you on that piece of discussion that we got into a little bit with some of our directors or other electeds is that FTE discussion. It's a longer term discussion on we're hitting that expenditure limit and everybody's hitting capacity, which we heard quite a bit about last year as well. And which you talked about and you've informed us of. And so it's coming up with a longer term strategy and conversation together with the manager, but with us on what we can do. And if we approach that issue that we need to bring up and seek additional resources, that's something to be thinking about in terms of long term related to that. In terms of pay, yeah, it's we need to be able to have people live and stay off the actually using our services. We want to pay people appropriately, so that's a real important one. The thank you, one thing I'm suggesting for this board is we need to go on a tour and hop around the county. But it'd be really neat to come through the offices and speak to everybody and do that and say that thank you, but also see what your folks do, which would be really neat. One thing that I brought up to you and just a thought, involves Lindsay, involves HHS to a certain degree. The auction of tax liens, it'd be interesting to see if there's an opportunity of looking at that in a different kind of way. Is there an opportunity perhaps that we address housing issues? It would take a lot of work, that kind of thing, but we had that repeat, the recycle of land that keeps coming around and keeps coming around. And they're kind of locked into historical subdivisions, which inhibit the ability to modify. But if we took that on as a different project and looked at it in a different way, it might be an opportunity. And so it's just a suggestion of a potential conversation of the future, and probably one I would want to just flag for the stick it up on the parking lot. I keep wanting to say the whiteboard or bulletin board. Most of them, that's most of, well, that's what I wanted to say. Always appreciate working together with you. And thanks, Sarah. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And I believe you're actually talking about the tax deed sales, correct? Okay.
Yes, I am.
And those are ones that I'll be bringing to the board next month, but we haven't done much with them. But, there are land that are just collecting taxes and, what can we do with them? And I personally believe that homeownership is, the most affordable type of housing. And so how can we, and that's something that we've brought to the office of really trying to make sure that individuals are affording their property taxes and are going on payment plans if they have to. They're applying for the various programs so we don't end up in those situations with them.
Right. And then the one last piece was, where's Sue? She's always here with you.
Well, Sue wasn't presenting today and she's actually homesick. So
Okay.
she's probably watching us, but she is homesick today, unfortunately.
We were nice to her when she presented last time.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Any other comments from board members? Supervisor Begay.
Hi, Sarah.
Supervisor.
You're always
Begay.
smiling.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Oh my gosh, with all the dollars going into, oh my gosh, operations, over 50% of your operational dollars is going, I gotta get some horses together here. Do Pony Express again. But anyway, can you elaborate a little bit more on your funding requests, how you're going to be utilized and how many, I think you have 2 temps. I see by reading there. Can you just kind of elaborate overall on that?
Absolutely. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Supervisor Begay. So the request is for additional temp wages. We, for example, this year have gone over already our allocated temp wages. And so what we've been able to do is instead of continuously every single year coming and asking for new FTEs, we have been able to use temporary staff. I call them perma-temps because we do have 2 who have been with us for over 6 years now. And so they come back every year. They're already fully trained. One of them actually essentially serves as an additional front counter staff member. So they answer the phones, they can do emails, they can answer complicated tax questions, they can post all kinds of tax payments. That's very, very helpful for us. The other temp focuses specifically on mail. We get hundreds and thousands of pieces of mail. And that requires us to be able to slice them open, match them up, and then run it through our fancy check scanning system. So we have been relying on those temps more. Additionally, we also have a student worker who is a temp worker. They are assisting us with all the filing, correspondence, making sure things are going out. So as staff write letters, they make sure that okay, the time periods came, we can now send out these correspondence, filing, et cetera. And we also are bringing on a temporary staff member to assist us with more complex issues, specifically our back tax department. And that will be focused more on our tax lien foreclosure cases. We're seeing record numbers of cases right now. And so that will assist us to make sure that we're not missing any filing deadlines and getting everything to the county attorney's office, making sure that statute is being followed with the whole process for the judicial foreclosures, also assist us with bankruptcies. We are also seeing record number of bankruptcies right now, unfortunately. So when bankruptcies occur, our office is always notified. There's this whole process that has to take place. If there are outstanding property taxes that we work with, and then starting up the tax deeding process to the state. So that new temp worker would assist us with those more complex issues. So then that way we don't have to, pull staff off of whether it's the banking side of house, which we kind of need full staff right now, or off of posting tax payments when we're really busy.
Sorry. And then I was looking at your FTEs, and in there you have an administrative specialist, 1.15, and then you want that to be a full-time, one whole position.
So
What's that? And then do you have elected official 0.85 and into a 1 position?
I'm not.
I'm trying to figure.
I've been full-time because it's so Supervisor Begay, I see what you're looking at. I'm not quite sure how they got to the 0.85 for the elected official. I'm looking at finance because I don't know.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. That was an error that we had identified in our quality control review, but it looks like we missed correcting last fiscal year. So it should be a 1 all the way across the board there. It's always been a full-time FTE. Thank you.
On both positions?
No, so yes, each position itself would be a 1.0 FTE across the board instead of a 1.15 and a 0.85.
Thank you.
Your one request was for the temp employees, correct?
It was,
Thank you. And that has, county manager has authorized or is recommending that to us, the board.
which I'm very grateful to. Thank you.
One of these years, we'll put it in the base.
I hope so.
I knew you would. We just
Um,
like to hear about the permatemps. Otherwise, we wouldn't hear about the permatemps.
And that's, you know, I am very grateful for our permatemps. They really have been with us for a long time. And again, that cuts back on training. It takes a lot to train in our office. So that does help, especially when we do have new staff coming in. It gives us a sense of consistency.
Any other comments from board members? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. You know, the foreclosures and the bankruptcy, you know, we've been talking about building up, we've been concerned about housing, but this is a whole different matter, and just wondering, is there a way of preventing any of that to happen? You know, with the county working with partners or something? And I don't know where those, you know, when you look across the county, where is it bubbling up? Is there an intervention point in any of those?
Supervisor Fowler, those are great questions. And, you know, the bankruptcy things, I think, are their own challenges. But when we look at the delinquent taxes, that's an area of concern for me personally, because we're talking, you know, maybe $1,000 a year. And then the question becomes, do they qualify for some of the programs under the assessor's office, whether they're disabled, whether they're a widower, or whether they are a senior and they can get, for example, their valuation frozen. So that's something we always make sure we include information in our tax notices on. Getting on payment plans. That is something that we have always tried to stress and get the word out. You don't have to pay that tax bill all at one time. You can go on a payment plan. We have a way in our office to help calculate it. And so that way, hopefully we can get them on a payment plan where they won't ever be late, and then they don't have to pay interest. There's some statutory things that we have done on the treasurer side. Unfortunately, it hasn't grown traction. For example, there is a statute right now where if you qualify, right, actually only, I think no one qualifies in the state, but it is a program where if you are 70 and you make 10,000 a year and your property is valued, I think at like very, very, very low, you can actually apply. And then what happens is you actually don't pay, it's a tax deferral program. So you don't pay the property taxes. The state treasurer's office would invest in that, your taxes for the year. They then send the money to my office, and it is not due unless you pass away or you sell your home or it is no longer your primary residence. We actually tried last year to get that updated. Unfortunately, it didn't go anywhere. So that is something that hopefully we can try again next year. But that is a program that if we could get that passed, what we were aiming for was dropping the age, having the income match, you know, the federal amount for Social Security, and having the property value be more in line with what each county sees. So that, if we can get something like that passed, that right there would, I think, help a lot of individuals stay in their homes. Because I just want to point out in Coconino County, less than 20% of the properties actually have a mortgage that pays their property taxes, which we're talking about 80% of the property. So 80% of that 84,000 are not paid through escrow. So that's a large amount of property. So if you're thinking about it, if they're only paying us directly and they're struggling to make that happen, what can we do for them to be able to assist them?
And Madam Chair, we had.
And Supervisor Begay, the microphone police said they can't hear you. So.
Okay, sorry. We were also wanting to get the word out on mobile homes also, and if you can remind us on that one.
Absolutely, Supervisor Fowler. So mobile homes are a little bit of a challenge, but it is something that we really want to make sure those who go out and purchase a mobile home are aware to always contact our office to see if there are back taxes on it. Because what we have seen happen, unfortunately, is they'll buy a mobile home, it's $10,000, that's great. I got a place to put it. I now have my home. They get their first tax bill and there's, 10 years of back taxes on it. And mobile homes are personal property that we do not sell at the tax lien sale. The manner for collection enforcement on those is actually seizing the mobile home, which I have not done. And so that, again, now you've purchased this mobile home, the taxes follow the property, you have now inherited this very large debt. And so we really try and get the word of contact our office. Also, make sure when you purchase a mobile home that you get the title in your name, because that also we have seen that doesn't happen, unfortunately. And then it gets sold a few times. And then by the time you try and clean it up, it's been sold 3 or 4 times. And now you're going to have a hard time with DMV, MVD to change it. And so mobile homes are, again, ones that really, we have information on our website. We've got the mobile home brochure. As we start to go back out again, that is one of the areas that, of course, we want to make sure we're promoting, of just, being aware of your rights and being aware of, things to know before you purchase a mobile home. But, that is something that we do see, unfortunately, more often than not, is a lot of unpaid taxes and mobile homes being sold.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, once again, thank you, Sarah, for all the work you do here for Coconino County, and you and your staff. Just please extend our great gratitude to your staff members as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman.
And County Manager, I know that we skipped over the public fiduciary. Are we going there next?
Yes, we are, ma'am.
Very good. Thank you.
Rashida? So, Rashida, do you have a presentation that you wanted to go over? So we're ready. I'm sorry, did you say you did?
I do
Oh,
not.
okay. Madam Chair, we have Public Fiduciary is with us today to present her budget for this year. There was one request for an FTE. Unfortunately, that has not been recommended due to the focus on compensation. But at this time, I will provide the opportunity for our Public Fiduciary to present to you all.
Very good. Thank you for being with us this afternoon. Please proceed.
Thank you. So as you're all aware, the Public Fiduciary's Office is a statutory mandated department. It is basically a department where the public fiduciary is appointed by the court for those who have been deemed incapacitated, usually by diagnosis of either being developmentally disabled, seriously mentally ill, or aged and elderly with dementia symptoms and things of that nature. The Public Fiduciary's Office also administers the county's indigent decedent services program.
And can you get a little closer to the mic? Sorry, I'm having a little difficulty. So
Is that better?
perfect. Thank you.
That's not too loud, is it? I heard you
That's
really
no,
loud.
you're
Okay.
just fine. Thank you.
Okay. The Public Fiduciary's Office is also the administrator of the indigent decedent services program. So involved in all of that is, we have a target population that consists of the 3 groups that I identified, which is our SMI population, our DDD population, and our aged and elderly. We service the entire county, including individuals who've been placed outside of our county, which make up approximately maybe 50% as of now of our caseload. The reason for that is the lack of placement, unfortunately. So while, our focus is Coconino County, our clients, our residents are Coconino County, a lot of them actually are not placed here because of that. The services that we continue to deliver are monthly ward visits. We basically manage every area of our ward's lives, including financial, medical, any type of decision making. They are deemed incapacitated. Under statute, our authority and relationship with our clients is akin to that of a parent to a child. I just want to, I like to make that statement so people understand the level of authority and rights restrictions that are placed on individuals that are under guardian and or conservatorship with the county. So the Public Fiduciary's Office not only serves every city in Coconino County, but most of our clients are also placed in Phoenix, Tucson, all the way as far as, even Chandler, going to Kingman. And then as far as our county, we are right now as far out as Fredonia, on the border, literally. So our region is extremely large that we cover. The travel is extensive. And it's something that continues to grow as our cases grow. And our region continues to stretch, mainly due to placement issues. We just do not have placement in our own county for our own clients for their specific needs, mostly in the the SMI, seriously mentally ill population, unfortunately.
Madam Chair. And
Yes.
how do these clients come into your care?
That's a good question, Supervisor Fowler. Thank you. Usually we are appointed here in this county. Typically, I'll just give you an example. Someone ends up in the hospital and they suffer a traumatic brain injury that renders them incapacitated. They contact us. We then move forward with a petition to the court to become guardian and conservator. The person may end up having severe behaviors because of that injury. And while they originate as one of our community members, the placement for someone who needs the type of care and supervision required does not, either there's no openings or we just have a very minimal amount of behavioral health group homes, not to mention level 1 acute psychiatric hospital settings in our county. So they start here, but then we may not find placement here once we become guardian and the hospital advises where and what type of medical care they need. We obviously first look here, and then we always have to branch out. And that's how they end up in a different county. It's our last resort and our last choice.
Is hospice care also, or elderly care, or nursing homes, I think?
We do have issues with some nursing homes. It really depends. A lot of nursing homes, it's based on admission, what type of level of care, behaviors, things of that nature. In nursing homes, if they have any type of historical behaviors that might mimic mental health, or if they're on psychotropic medications, most of the nursing homes will say that they need a lot higher level of care and will not accept them. We all know that people do get to a dementia level where they do exhibit behaviors, unfortunately. They can be violent or they can just be minimal. With regards to hospice, we have plenty of hospice providers, and our facilities usually have their own hospice services as well. So in that regard, we are not experiencing any issues with hospice services. Most of our providers are very attached to our clients, so they do whatever they can to bring in hospice services or provide their own hospice services within the facility because they're like family. So I hope that answers your question. Okay, so the outcomes, for our department are basically to take care and make sure and protect every single individual that has been deemed incapacitated by the courts from abuse, exploitation, and neglect. We're experiencing a high amount of exploitation right now. I do firmly believe it's related to the pandemic. I think there was a couple years where there were a lot of agencies that typically will monitor and watch. And now that things have started to get a little bit more open, what we're seeing is a lot of referrals for cases of severe exploitation of people that are deemed incapacitated, that we're currently guardian and or conservator of. So, you know, our major outcome always is to make sure that our clients are protected, that we petition on the appropriate individuals that in fact do need our assistance. And again, we are court appointed. We don't just decide, you know, we present the evidence to the court, medical documentation and so forth, historical background, and then the court decides whether or not that person meets a demonstrated need under the definition of incapacity statutorily. So our year, in summary, I'll talk about our accomplishments. We have had 2 individuals pass the fiduciary licensing exam, which is exceptional. When I first started 5 years ago, there was only 2 of us, myself included, licensed, which presents a lot of challenges. There's a lot that you can and cannot do unless you're licensed, which just puts a lot of burden, and you're not able to delegate some of the higher level activities to higher level staff. So Laura Boyack is our administrative senior manager, so this is huge. And then another one of our case administrators has been licensed. That brings our total now to 4 licensed fiduciaries, including myself, with 2 more about to take their exam, which is very exciting. The test is very hard. It's given by the AOC, so I'm very proud of both of those staff because those 2 staff took the test during the pandemic as well, which presented enough stress with having to take that exam along with it. Additionally, we did have our successful implementation of the new fee schedule that was approved by the Board of Supervisors. That was a big undertaking that we had to undergo with the county attorney's office because notice has to be sent to every single client and given 30 days before that fee can take effect. So if you can imagine the court documents that had to be prepared and filed with the court, totaled to approximately 150. And like I said, that was in conjunction with the county attorney's office. So that was successfully implemented. We've continued our compliance, with our statutory mandates. Granted, it's been extremely hard. We're a department that, because of our statutory nature, there's only so much we can pull back on from the community as far as services. A lot of times people think we just provide a service. We provide a statutory service, but there's only so much we can pull back on when we get overwhelmed. Like I'm very little, if anything. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later when I get into staffing and things of that nature. So our office, continues, to heavily advocate for individuals that have unique situations. And I always like to include at least one scenario in here of something that could have gone horribly wrong if we were not involved. So we have a married couple. They've been married for over 50 years. Both of them are in their 80s. They have different diagnoses. One is developmentally disabled and the other one is just aged and elderly. And I didn't mean just aged and elderly. They're not DDD. So they live in a group home together because they were able to give a single case agreement, the Department of Developmental Disabilities, and they've been together since we've been guardian of them for, living together, ever since we've been guardian of them for over 20 years. The Department of Developmental Disabilities changed their regulations on insurance within the group homes. It's liability insurance, and it was unaffordable for the owner of the group home, who happens to be a very close ally of ours because he takes clients that no one else will. He will always take clients on an emergency basis, even if it's temporary. So as a result, they were going to move her. Again, they're both in their 80s. I think I don't have to say that this would seriously hinder their lives, if not be the end of their lives if they were separated. So after much advocacy and even going all the way to the governor's office, they did in fact grandfather her in and keep her in the home. Now, had we not been involved, just imagine, and I think about how many other families or couples that are out there like this would have just happened because it's just process and the state would have said so. And that's the way it goes. So we were able to keep this couple together. They got very upset with good reason. And we made sure to let them know we will take care of this. We did. But this one was interesting because, like I said, we advocated all the way to the governor's office and had got results that we needed. I think anyone that read about this situation would agree that, no, this is not appropriate. The state can do better than that. We need to either grandfather or fix this, or at least move both of them, but that wasn't an option either. Moving on. So the Public Fiduciary's Office continues to collaborate on other projects. We continue to work with the MyApp program, which is the Missing in Action program for veterans who have been cremated or are deceased and have not been identified or don't have loved ones. So we make sure and work with the mortuaries to give them proper burial at Camp Navajo. We continue to do that. We also continue to work with Northern Arizona University. This is a specific program with our office and the social work program. Very exciting because we have done this now for 4 years where we interview an intern from their graduating class. Again, the purpose of this is to give more visibility to this department in regards to being an area of work for social workers. People don't realize that the Public Fiduciary's Office is a wonderful area for that. And we have to think about the future generation of our office and the future people who are going to be coming in, and let's try and get them some experience because it takes so long to ramp in our department, 2 years in any position, that if we can get some sort of education out there, this program has really worked well. We've even had a couple of years, well, pre-pandemic, we used one of the interns to cover someone who was on maternity leave. That's how much they had learned in our department. So it's been a really great program. We're just finishing up with our intern for this. We've continued it through the pandemic, and we just finished with another intern who I think he finished his last week, this past week. So again, that continues to be a great program for us. So I'd like to talk about challenges. So we're experiencing just a huge increase in caseloads, referrals. Right now we are at 155 cases. At the time of me writing this summary, that's how much we've grown since then. So being at 155 cases, all I can say is thank you so much that we got the extra FTE from last year of an additional case administrator, because I absolutely do not know how we would be managing all of these cases right now. In addition, our referral investigations have increased. At the time of my writing this, we had completed 22 to date, and we had 5 active. As of right now, we've completed 29, and we have 9 more active. So it's just rolling every week. When before we would see maybe a few, we'd get appointed on a few cases every year. It's turning out to be a consistent increase that is very concerning to me with our ability to be able to keep up. Because again, there's very little that we can pull back on. When I think about things that and try and regroup in our department, when we get too busy, there's the things that we can pull back on are so minimal that it really boils down to increasing the time frame between referral investigations from 2 weeks to a month, things like that. Those are the things that I can work with, but that's not in the best interest of the community at all, because then what happens is you have someone out there who's in need, but we can't get to them because we're trying to prioritize the referrals that we currently have by level of acuity. In addition to our increased caseload and referrals, I'd also like to talk about the indigent decedents program. We maxed out the funds for that program and had to ask for contingency funds, which was approved by the board. And that has not happened in the 5 years that I've been here. So that's a significant increase. So we currently were out of money in that program at the end of, I believe, May. And I just approved 5 more indigent cremations. You know, I'm just seeing such a significant increase in all these different areas that I want to make sure that the board understands that with the decedent, indigent decedent program, it's not simply, here's an application and you're approved. It's a full-on investigation. We have to make sure the person qualifies, meaning they are of poverty levels that they cannot pay for the final arrangements. So there's an investigation process that occurs with the legal specialist who manages that program. So that increases as well. And they're increasing also at a rate that now the the medical examiner's office is calling us because there's not enough space at the mortuaries. So the ME's office is just working directly with us on whatever they have instead of, you know, prior to transferring them. Additionally, along with the increase, our high profile cases that we currently have, we have about 3 cases that have a net worth of over $1 million. So those cases are very intensive in managing, meaning usually I have to assign 2 case administrators because the assets are overwhelming in the cases, and to make sure that we are monitoring not just the client, but all of their existing assets, or we're doing major recovery actions to get back funds that were exploited. Also, we are in custody of currently 12 real properties in our county and outside the county. That's also unusual. I've been in this field for 15 years, and the most amount of real properties that I've ever been in control of was maybe 3 at once. And I also have to explain what has to go into managing those properties, making sure that they're protected, making sure they're insured, making sure they're winterized, and so forth, things of that nature. So, you know, it just compiles on with the other areas that I'm seeing grow. This industry is growing. It's not just our county. I'm very in tune with the other public fiduciaries throughout the county. We meet every other month. They're having the same experiences. In addition to this, I've received 2 resignation letters for my department. And that's going to really, is that an alarm? Oh, okay.
Construction in the building.
I'm like, do we need to evacuate?
I wondered the same thing. Interesting.
And it's very unfortunate, you know, the most recent one, you know, her last day is this week, and then the other person is retiring. They're hitting their 5 years and they're retiring July 1st. So this further compounds, you know, the issues that, again, you know, that I'm seeing here just from a case perspective. And I've done a lot with working with my team in, you know, moving jobs around, seeing what we can do, but we also have only so much we can do on the administrative side of our department, because there has to be separation of duties because of the financial management and transparency that we have to provide. And that can get very hard when you have somebody out sick or they don't have the backup. The administrative side of our work right now is suffering because of that as well. And one of those positions is one of the administrative positions that is leaving on Friday. So
These are not your fiduciary licensing positions. These are the administrative side. Is that
But
correct?
just one. The other one is on the.
It is.
Yes.
And this is one of the people that just recently got licensed.
Yeah. No, she's been licensed for several years.
Okay.
And been with me for 5 years. She's an OG, I call her, so
Okay.
an original.
Thanks. So one of each.
Yes, exactly. I'm like, really? Can you just put salt in the wounds? So that just further complicates things. And again, I want everyone to understand, I'm just giving an update on where we're at here. And there's only so much my staff can do. My case administrator staff are salaried. They work in excess of 60 hours a week. They're on call. They don't care. That is their job. This is their calling. They absolutely love it. However, they are reaching that wall. We've been doing this for 3 years straight with the pandemic, which compounded things for us. And now with the increases, it's getting to a point where I can tell that my staff are, their work-life balance is suffering. And I honestly, I talk with them on a regular basis, and if they could just work, not have to work the weekends, like even Wes had mentioned in his, even one weekend in his presentation, that would be great. Of course, certain positions are on call and they know that, but then there's a line that it crosses where, okay, on call and working, so much, I can only do so much. And we have so much work, and our work is perpetual. So that's, something that is constant for us. We don't stop. These are people's lives that we are managing. There are no room for mistakes or errors in people's lives. And there's very little room for error because we're heavily mandated and audited. And, we have to make sure that we are always at a level of transparency. The next thing I'd just like to touch on is that in addition, the case administrators now are out back in the field doing their visits. So they're traveling a lot all over. So gas is an issue. While our budget has been good, I do think that gas might, I'm seeing that increase right from where gas started to go up when I look at our budget line item and how much, it's gonna, and the amount of travel that we provide around the county and outside the county being so significant. I am concerned about what our gas prices are going to look like, because they look like nothing from the year before, because the AOC had issued an administrative order to do client visits virtually for safety reasons, obviously. Also, I just want to say that business continuity has not suffered at all, but I'm going to have to make some changes if we don't have some sort of relief. In addition to the staff member that is the licensed case administrator that's leaving, she has a master's degree in social work, and we will not be able to continue our partnership with NAU's social work program because one of the requirements is that at least one person in your department has a master's degree in social work. So we'll be losing that intern even for the next opportunity as well. My administrative staff blew through our overtime wages, and we completely maxed that out. So again, also the admin team is working additional hours that, they aren't necessarily required to do, but have stepped up to the plate and have done that. And in fact, I don't even think the overtime wages was enough. We probably could have kept going. So the department plan and vision for me is focusing on staff development, because we're losing people. We have 2 new people that were hired within the last 6 months. Training is going to be huge because, like I said before, it's a 2-year ramp in any position in our department because we are such a unique area. Also focusing on getting additional people licensed that are ready to sit for the exam. You do have to qualify to sit for the exam. There's all different kinds of things. If you have a degree, you have to work for Fiduciary for at least a year and things. It goes on and on. So coming to our SIR request, I'd like to just, touch on that. So last year we requested the case administrator position and an admin 2 specialist. This year I bumped it to an admin 3 because of the level of work that we were needing. I know everybody needs positions. I heard the treasurer's presentation, and I just think, wow. And I know that it's a juggling act, but I have to be very honest about, our department and the needs. And it might seem like we have a lot of people, 11 people, including me. That's not enough. Our industry is changing, and we have to change with it. It's getting more relied upon. We're getting less assistance from people, and we're having to do a lot of things outside of the realm of what we normally do because we don't have the services here. We don't have the services in our outlying county, in our outlying areas, like in Page and Fredonia and Page, for example, we have a house from a client, it had a flood, and the insurance, we have insurance claimant. There isn't any licensed contractors in Page to do the work. So these are the things that, we come up against that are very hard for us to manage and complicate things. So I just want to be clear about how far things are going, and that an additional staff member on the administrative side, with the additional work that's coming in, it seems like it's all case administrators work, but it's not, because it trickles down to the admin side as well. Everything a case administrator does ends up on the administrative side because they are our checks and balances part of our team. They make sure we are audit ready. They make sure everything's transparent. They make sure every dollar adds up. They run the accountings for the court every year. The legal specialist does all of our legal work. The finance specialist to make sure that our T's are crossed, our I's are dotted. The benefits specialist works on every single client's Social Security, all text access, any type of government entitlement, stimulus checks, also stimuluses that we recovered from the Navajo Nation for our clients who are Native American. It's just been so much to monitor and manage. It's just compounded things. So with that, I will end with that. I appreciate you hearing about our department. I know that it's a lot, and it's not so easy to understand. And not so easy to quantify. But I just want to leave, a very important statement that, again, I cannot reduce services except for just a couple things. There's just very little we can reduce. So I don't know how I can rectify that without additional staff, on top of the fact that I'm losing 2 staff, which that complicated everything. Again, this just all happened. So, and one last thing I would like to add too is that we do have some legislation on the horizon that could further complicate things. It's SB 1075. I'm sorry, it's SB 1075. And this bill is basically proposing that there is a group of what they call non-competent, non-restorable individuals who are either have charges against them, and some of them do need guardians because of they are mentally ill, and some don't. It just depends. But it is the public fiduciary's authority as to whether or not we take on those cases or not. Now, it's kind of been back and forth with the courts on that. And the criminal courts are the ones responsible for that. So what's happened is a bill has been put forward making it much easier for the criminal courts to appoint a guardian ad litem to go out and investigate and then recommend whether or not the public fiduciary should be appointed. Now, this is, I just want to make it clear that this is a separate set of individuals that are not the same as our vulnerable adults that we currently manage. These are dangerous individuals that have committed crimes that would not be necessarily placed in a DDD group home with somebody else who's DDD, or even in a behavioral health facility. It's the consensus of all public fiduciaries that this will fall heavily on, our office. And you're talking about the floodgates opening up on every single criminal defendant that was non-restorable, not competent. And I want to say that not competent does not mean incapacitated. So it's kind of been a back and forth thing. This is kind of the third year I've seen this, but I haven't seen it make it this far. There is some alternate legislation being written, but I think that didn't make it. I'm not sure, I do have to check, but it was recommending a public safety guardian be in charge of that particular demographic of individuals, and it be put under the state. So just something I want to put out there. We're monitoring it to see if it's going to go through and how bad it will affect us, but it will require additional resources, absolutely. Other than that, I think that is about it. Is there any questions?
Thank you very much for your very thorough review of what's going on in your department. Very sorry to hear losing 2 employees and already feeling the pinch of overtime and folks having to work extra hard for your department. So I'm very sorry to hear that. Any other questions from members of the board?
I have a question.
Yes, Vice Chair.
First off, thank you for the presentation. And I know you already talked some about the compensation package. I was just curious to know that those 2 employees that you lost, was it because of compensation, or were there other factors involved?
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Unfortunately, the first one, I'm not sure yet. I have not asked her because she just gave notice last week. She is moving out of state, so I think it has to do with her husband transferring jobs. Now, the licensed case administrator, she has definitely said, I would like to work 40 hours a week. Like she made that comment to me, even though she will work 60 hours a week, but she's like, I want to work a normal schedule. So I don't know for sure that's all of it because she's retiring, but she made that comment to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to ask your other question while we've got you? Your question. Okay. I thought okay, you aren't going to follow up. Okay, never mind. Never you mind. Supervisor Ryan.
He's getting softer each time he answers.
He is getting softer. I've noticed that.
It's a hard one, understanding what you're doing. Actually, Risha, really appreciate your professionalism as you've come on and what your team's been able to do with that. And you heard my discussion with Sarah, our expenditure limit piece of what we have to look at for the future, maybe. In the meantime, it's important for us to hear it, understand what your pressures are. Question that pops up, and I just need to be reminded probably, I think you've told us this before, but there was some discussion once upon a time of trying to work with other public fiduciaries to, if there's out-of-county cases, can they help out with that? And could you remind me of what's going on there?
Absolutely, Supervisor Ryan. So unfortunately, every public fiduciary has jurisdiction over their county and has full discretion as to whether they will take the case or not. Now, obviously, in the position I'm in, I'm not taking any additional cases from other counties right now, and pretty much every other county is like that. But my main area that I would be looking at is Maricopa County, and I have a very good relationship with that public fiduciary, but they have 1,600 cases. So they have a rule that they take no cases from any county. So every county in Arizona has clients residing in the Valley because they have the most amount of placement. So while it's possible, like I've had Kingman take a couple cases, maybe 4 years ago, but every public fiduciary has their own jurisdiction and discretion.
Okay, and just for the sake of the board, the idea was well, maybe we can handle their case up here if they can handle a case down there, but understand your response as well. Thank you.
Other members of the board, Supervisor Begay.
Madam Chair, thank you for allowing me to ask questions and speak to this department. Thank you for the presentation, and again, as always, thank you for all the work that you and your staff do for the county. I guess I'm very happy to see that you're really working with the vulnerable population, going forward, as the disabled, the seriously mental ill, and the aged and the elderly people that you're working with. So that is hard. And as you know, that they're protected by law, and you have to make sure that they're, just like you say, your I's are dotted, T's are crossed. If you make a mistake, then you can get legal repercussions. So you have to make sure. So, and then your advocacy for your staff to be going on to and getting their licensures or certifications. I think that is good. That's a very good supervisor will make sure that they work with the staff to do that. So other departments to have the same also, and then working with the veterans. I think a lot of times there are reasons why we're here still, but a lot of times we don't serve them in certain ways, and and on the reservation, I can say that they don't even have homes. They just live with their families, and they have no running water, no electricity. They call these little storages G houses, and they're living in there, and makes you want to cry. Like, how in the world can we do this? Why is this happening to our people that have put their lives on the line for us, and yet we're living in another way, and they're living in that situation, and some of them have no vehicles to get to the services they need. So somehow, somewhere, hopefully that turns around. But also your NAU internships that you're doing, I think it's very important that if somebody's in social work, that you bring them in as interns, and to help. Maybe somewhere along the way, a social worker will leave your department, and you already have somebody trained and somebody that's knowledgeable, and that they have their degree. And I think that's what we're about, So I just want to say thank you. As far as your challenges, I wanted to ask, with all these high acute cases that you have with the serious mentally ill population, your program is mandated, statutory, type of thing. What other county departments or organizations within organizations are you working with to ensure that you're in compliance, or you get out reaching out for outreach and help for the people that you serve? And then that's the one question. Then the last thing I want to say is that, and again, I think I kind of mentioned this, is that you have to make sure that you go comply with your annual mandates and reports and accounting and all of this. And as far as your grants or your monies are concerned, so I think every department should have some kind of person in there that can specifically do that. And we just, especially with this position, with this department. And that's how I feel about it, because like I said, we have to be accountable. We have to make sure that everything is there. And of course, monies is an issue, but I, for one, as a board member, I fully support programs that are mandated and mandated positions. And if they have positions that are mandated and we don't have that, we need to get them on board, because that could, what funding we have, and with our program operations, we may be cited, or they may pull the funds that they're giving us, and that's where we're going to be losing funds too. So that's what I want to say. But all in all, thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you again, you and your staff, for all the hard work you do for the county and the people you serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. I'd also like to add on to when you say that, we run the risk of losing funding if we, because we're mandated, I'd also like to add that every single one of us that's licensed, including myself, I'm the principal licensee for Coconino County's Public Fiduciary's Office. If we get a finding because we couldn't deliver, I could potentially lose my license. I mean, I'm not worried about that. Let me just be clear. I'm just want to point out that our licenses are tied to any type of findings from audits, even, mistakes, things like that. Mistakes are far and few between in our department because when they are found, they could be devastating and affect the individual to a level that the county could be held liable. We make sure that doesn't happen. So that's another aspect too, that we make a mistake on one of the homes we're managing, a mistake, the county would be liable for remedying that mistake. And we're not anywhere near that, but my point is that it's just important to understand what possible ramifications could come that I would never want to see. And we are audited by Social Security Administration as well as the AOC, and the court is the overseer of our statutory mandates that are required to be submitted every year to the court, as well as the court accountant who reviews every single accounting we submit that shows every penny spent from our client's account, which shows full transparency and accountability. Thank you, Supervisor Begay.
Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you. You mentioned that these clients are coming from hospitals. Are there any other way of clients being referred to you? I'm just trying to figure out, why is there such an increase and why now? Do you foresee a decrease in the coming future, or where are these cases coming from?
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. So the hospital, I was just using as an example. So the majority of our referrals come from the guidance center, as well as any other hospitals around the county or the state even, because if they find out that the person is a resident of Coconino County, they will call our office, even if they're at a hospital in Maricopa County. The statute provides that it's what county are they a resident of, and that has to be proven. So our referrals also come from doctor's offices, adult protective services, Southwest Behavioral, concerned family members. They come from all over. It's not just the hospital.
And you also mentioned working with Navajo. Do you work with do you work with Navajo Nation programs, the Fiduciary, working with them? How do you work with tribal? We have 6 tribes in the county. I'm just wondering how you work with them.
So we work with the behavioral health, the behavioral health agency that is with the Navajo Nation. But when and I'm not trying to be rude, but it's not an office like ours. When you call, you can't leave a message. So you have to keep calling. So the services and the assistance are minimal. We have very little help or services or assistance with anyone from the tribes, other than when we were trying to get financial stimulus information or any type of financial funds that we're trying to get for our client. Other than that, it is all put on the public fiduciary's office, which we've done this, and that's just the way it is. But there are no services provided whatsoever. They look to us and call us. We may have, a case manager here or two that will keep an eye on a client that might be residing on the tribe. We don't have that many. Most of our clients who are native are living in group homes and things of that nature, but we do have clients that will abscond or go AWOL to the Navajo Nation, and we have no way of getting them because the sheriff's office cannot go onto the tribe and physically, remove them. So what happens then is the family members of the tribe then take them in, and we work with the family unless we can somehow get them back. And either, I know this sounds terrible, but if they go to the hospital, that's our opportunity to intercept them back to the group home. So our help has been very limited with behavioral health services, specifically with all the different tribes, very little.
Okay, thank you. And you're part of the court system. I mean, you're interacting with the court system and just, and then so I'm just trying to see if there's any way that we can, if there is a program out there to keep people I guess they're at a state where they really need help. I was trying to see if there was any intervention or prevention to help them before they become part of your care. That's what I was thinking about.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. That's a really good question. And we've been trying to identify ways that we can do that. But unfortunately, just with the bandwidth that we have right now, and it's also very hard because when people decompensate, they don't want us involved. So you also have the issue of them evading us or not wanting any help, either from their doctor or anyone. And people, even under guardianship, have the right to refuse. We experience, I would say, 75% of that with our seriously mentally ill population. So it takes a lot of advocacy and trust with our client to get them to get any type of treatment that they need or services. So there are no programs really that exist that will pre-identify issues. Usually, even when a referral comes to us from the guidance center, they are well into some sort of mental health treatment or even DDD. That's usually from birth. They've been involved in DDD, and then dementia is something that happens later in life, or a traumatic brain injury or something like that. But there's really nothing to kind of be a precursor. But I will say that we always look at alternative options when we do our referral investigation. Like, instead of us stepping in as guardian, can this person be court ordered to treatment, which is called a Title 36. And that means they are ordered by the court into treatment. It's involuntary and it lasts a year. That holds way more weight than a guardianship because, again, we cannot force anyone to do anything. But a Title 36 absolutely can. They can be forced into an acute psychiatric hospital and stabilized medically. We look for alternatives like that will work better than guardianship. That's usually what we try, or we'll see, are there wraparound services with either APS or the area on aging as well has a lot of services, case management services they provide. But sometimes it's just not enough because then they will go out as well and they'll refuse services from them as well. So we're trying.
Thank you. You provide such intense service. It just sounds like it's just very emotionally tied, and just for the well-being of individuals that are just so vulnerable. And it's hard to hear that there's exploitation that takes place along with that also. So thank you. And what where else would somebody turn to except to the county? Just when you think about that, just the services that county provides, from emergency management to, just right here, right to an individual to make sure that they're well cared for. It's just I just think it's just amazing how the county is providing the well-being for all citizens and trying to reach all corners. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And I just want to also, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I just want to add too that my team is phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. And they I'd go to war with any of them. Let me just put it that way. They put in more time than I've ever seen anyone. They care so much about it. This is their career, their passion. And I've never been with such a more devoted team in my entire career than this group. And they're phenomenal. So when you thank me, I'm really taking as you're thanking them. So I just wanted to make sure that to shed some light on just how fabulous they are. We wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that they do if they didn't go the extra mile.
Well, and thank you and your staff. And certainly you do work with our most vulnerable residents here in Coconino County. And we appreciate your dedication and your staff's dedication to assisting. So thank you so much. And thank you for your presentation here.
Thank you, Chairman Horstman. I appreciate it.
Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Supervisors of the Board. You have a great day.
Thanks. And members of the board, why don't we take about a 3-minute break? I know the library is here to talk with us, but let's go ahead and take a 3-minute break and we'll come back.
So the regular board meeting is in chambers. Yeah.
So I think we are back, and I know our library employees have been waiting patiently. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead, take it away, County Manager.
Thanks. Madam Chair, members of the board, happy to introduce Jared Tolman and the crew from the library. So library district, so they're here to present on the library district. A little bit of background, the library district has evolved over the years from 20 or 25 years ago, where it was not as coordinated as it is now. As a result of direction from previous county managers to staff and to the efforts of Jared and his predecessors, really have organized the county's effort in a more collective manner, coordinated manner. So we have credit to the City of Flagstaff Library for providing all the technical assistance and being a huge resource to all the affiliate libraries. And I think a lot of that is mostly built on relationships and affinities, and not so much the legalese part of it. And I think that really speaks to the beauty of this community and the county, is that a lot of the work that happens beyond the IGA happens based on that, relationships and a collective mission for providing access to libraries. And certainly during COVID, took on a different meaning in a lot of different ways. But today, Jared is here with his team to present on the library district. The current tax rate for the district is 25 cents, 25 cents per 100. And so that'll be incorporated into the conversation as well. So without any delay, we'll provide it.
Thank you, and Jared, good to see you. I know we got a lot of information on the bookmobile and changes for the bookmobile, so I'm sure we may hear a little bit about that. And just a reminder to everybody, and this is from Lindsay, would you please remember to speak, especially the board and county manager, she said you were floating away too, to please speak close to the microphone. If you hear a little bit of yourself coming back, that means you're doing the right thing. So do please try to speak into the microphone for both recording and for the public to be able to hear this. So thank you. And please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, County Manager Peru. With me today is our library leadership team. I have Mark Caesar, who is our IT director, Kirsten Pearson, who is our executive assistant and oversees not only the City of Flagstaff library budget, but also the county library budgets. I also have Richard Tutwiler, who is our deputy director of public services for both of our Flagstaff locations. And then Willis Garza, who is our deputy director for our county libraries, with me today. As I begin, I want to highlight some of the projects that the library is currently in. Right now, we are in the process of renovating our Grand Canyon Library. We're extending into the rest of the building. We have an agreement with the National Park Services. They allow us to use that building. We provide those library services to that community in the surrounding area. And so it's a beloved area, and we're excited to be able to expand into more space to provide additional children's programming, which we have not been able to do in the past, which is very exciting. That project should be wrapping up here in the next month or two. And we'll be excited to come back to you and show you photos of that and give a report to that. Along with that, over the last couple of years, we've been looking at how do we really stretch those taxpayer dollars? How do we do more with less? I'm going to talk about a few examples of how we've done that in the last couple of years. One is moving to digital magazines instead of having just the physical magazines that you can get at the library. Now patrons can go into the library to get digital magazines, as well as through their mobile app, they can check out digital magazines. This increases the amount of magazines that we can provide to our community at a lower cost. Another example is bringing in our integrated library system. This is the system that helps our librarians check books in and out for patrons, and kind of manages the collection and manages the list of our patrons that we have. The new system that we brought in provides a lot new services to our patrons at a much lower cost than we were previously paying in the past. Another example is our AMH, which is stands for our Automated Material Handling System. This system, as books come back to our 2 Flagstaff locations, it sorts out the books to where they need to go back and saves us a lot of man hours. So we're able to cut down on the amount of staff that we need. That's another example. Then we have our centralized catalog system. So instead of hiring more staff for our county branches to go and purchase books and other materials, we centralize that here at one of our Flagstaff locations. And we have just a few staff doing that for multiple branches throughout the county. So again, stretching those taxpayer dollars and saving money. And then we have grant funding, and for our e-materials, we go out and get grant funding from the state to then purchase digital material that people can again check out on their e-resources. That's money that's given to us that we don't have to fund or find ourselves, as well as additional grant funding that we look for. And now as I move into my slide, one of the last things that I'm going to point out again is that county bookmobile. As we mentioned last time, we are looking at how we can change this model to again stretch those taxpayer dollars. We're looking at doing that with possibly bringing in these vending machines that we could put throughout the county. People could come to them at their leisure and get those materials that they need. So just a few examples how in the last few years, we've really looked at how do we really use those dollars to their best use and get the most bang for our buck. As we've done this, we've also identified 3 positions that we would like to bring into the library district. The first one being a library marketing specialist. Now that we're kind of moving out of the pandemic, it's important to bring people back to the library. This would also help us to be able to have one kind of look for our marketing materials that we do for our programs and announcements to the public, as well as someone that could go out and find great programming to bring to Coconino County and then spread that throughout our different branches. This is a great opportunity that we could have to really help our libraries get the word out on why libraries are so important and continue to see a large amount of use at our libraries. Another position is another county IT position. If you did not know, the way the IGA is set up is it is set up to benefit most of the branches by providing a resource that's in one area. A good example of that is that cataloging system. We have just one small branch, or not small branch, but we have one small system doing most of the cataloging and getting materials ready to go out for multiple branches. Our IT staff is much the same way. That IT department services all the branches. And as we see that there's more and more demand on technology, we're seeing a need for an additional IT position. And then lastly, as we continue to grow and purchase more materials, a county cataloging position as the 3rd position that we've identified that we'd like to bring in to kind of help keep the process going of these materials coming out in a timely manner. As we look at the library district revenue, one thing that I will point out is obviously during the recession back in 2008, we used some of the restricted funds in the library to help keep our libraries solvent during that time. It wasn't only until the middle of the pandemic that we finally saw that the district revenue coming in finally surpassed where we were in 2010 before we started declining. And so we finally gotten above that, and we hope to continue to see some growth there to be able to provide the library services that we are providing. As we looked at those restricted fund balances, you can see that there was a decrease because we spent out those funds to help keep the library solvent. We're hoping that those increase, that these balances continue to increase, but as I go over, you may see that that may not be the case. As we look at how each one of our county libraries are doing, you can see our Forest Lakes, Tuba City, and Grand Canyon libraries are doing well. The total cost, or I should say the operating costs and total costs compared to the revenue that they're bringing in, the revenue is far greater than those costs. And so they're in the good. The jail library, however, you can see there's a small shortfall, which we've worked out a short-term agreement with the jail itself that they will cover that cost until next year when the IGA comes up and we can reallocate and add additional percentages to the jail library to keep them in the green moving forward. Currently, the bookmobile is actually not operating. If it was, you would see the shortfall that it would be operating under. Hence why we're looking at that service and saying, how can we do it differently so that we can actually keep it in the green and keep it solvent? So even though it says a shortfall there, because it's not actually running, it's not actually in that shortfall. When we look at a 5-year span of how those county branches are doing, if we were to add those 3 positions that I mentioned earlier and did no tax increase, you could see that our county libraries are actually doing quite well. The revenues coming in for those county branches are greater than the costs that we have coming in. So they're doing really well. There's excess funding. That's how we've been able to do some of the current renovations that I've mentioned, such as the Grand Canyon renovation. Right before the pandemic, we did the Tuba City renovation. We've been saving up monies for the Forest Lakes to kind of see, do we get them an actual owned brick and mortar building, or what is the future for that? So those additional funds are really great to help us beef up those libraries and to provide more services in those areas. When we look over at our affiliate and city libraries, the picture is a little bit different. Our affiliates are actually doing quite well. I think the only one that's close to being semi-concerning is Williams. And I will point out with those affiliate libraries, that's one of our libraries that takes advantage of that cataloging opportunity where Flagstaff is cataloging those materials and then sending it over to Williams and saving them funds that way. When we look at the city of Flagstaff and their operating total costs versus their total revenue costs, we can see that they keep each year getting closer and closer. We do expect that over time that will pass, where the total costs will start exceeding the revenue brought in. As you are well aware, the personal costs are growing at a rate of 3%. We receive revenue funds at a growth rate of 2.5% per annual. So we can see that over time, even that's not even covering that personnel cost that we have. On top of that, the city of Flagstaff has given us a $90,000 cut each year to help kind of take care of that and keep us being able to pay out our staff. But what that means is we have to go into our budget, obviously find where that money is going to come. And even though we are looking at how we can stretch those taxpayer dollars and save money, it still ends up coming down to where the majority of the money that is pulled to pay for these cuts are out of that circulation budget. So what that means is less books, less materials that we're purchasing to then provide to our community. And again, as you think of this, this isn't really, in my mind, a city of Flagstaff and a county issue. This is a library issue because, again, Flagstaff provides so many additional services out to those branches so that they can be growing and doing so well. If we were to take that away, the picture would look a lot different because then they would have to find that additional staff to help provide what Flagstaff is providing for them. So really it's a library issue, not a city and county issue. So when we look at these cuts over time, we can see that with that $90,000 cut that I talked about, the inflation going up on how much it costs to pay our staff over time, again, that will surpass and will be in the red to be able to provide that service. When we look at the library district tax rate history, we have finally surpassed our longest period of time without going with a tax increase. You can see from 2000 to 2007 was the longest time we went without a tax increase. And now we've surpassed that to where we are going, and we're starting to see the effects of not being able to provide adequate funding for our staff to keep them employed. And we're going to start moving into the red because of that. So if we look at the IGA, one option that we considered of how could we resolve this issue is looking at the IGA. And because the county branches are doing so well, we could take funding from that and rewrite it in the IGA so that that additional funding that's going to the county branches that they're having surplus, we could put that towards the Flagstaff branches. But you can see that in doing that, that doesn't resolve the issues that the Flagstaff branches are viewing. The costs or the overall costs will continue to oversee the revenue costs. And so we'll still have that issue. And so another option that we looked at was doing one large tax increase, moving it to a 3.5. Doing this fixes an issue short term, but it doesn't fix it long term. You can see again, in 5 years, we'll still be in that same issue. And so that third option that we considered was doing minimal short tax increases over a certain amount of time to help adjust this. And so if we did a increase to 2.7 in 2024, and then another increase of 2.8 in 2025, you can see that over time, this kind of helps us even out that total cost versus our revenue cost and keeps us much closer to it so we can stay within budget on that. And so with that, I just kind of wanted to again point out that our IGA is established to help all of the libraries. It's really important that we point out that this isn't a city and a county issue. This is a library issue. We provide services from Flagstaff to the county branches to keep them afloat. And so to continue to be able to provide those services without having to cut back services, without having to cut back the amount of materials that we're being able to provide to our community, we need to look at doing something. I will point out that the library isn't just a place to go get books and other resources. We have a lot of individuals who go there to find jobs, to get additional resources to improve their lives. As a library director, as I meet people and talk to them and share what I do for a living, sometimes I often hear that question of the library, isn't that something that is going out of business? And I can tell you libraries are busier now than they ever have been. More people come to the library to utilize the resources to improve their lives, to reduce the cost of living in their own life by utilizing the tax paid resources that are there provided to the library. That's why libraries are being utilized so much today, and why they're so significant to our community. And so without trying to reduce those services and cut back on those things that really will hurt those people who stand in need and really want those resources, we do really need to look at trying to find a way. And so I bring these three options to you today to really consider on what might be the best thing to help assist the library in helping to continue to provide a really great service to Coconino County. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions that you might have.
And I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Begay to start us off with, since she sits on the library board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say thank you for all the work you do. And I've been kind of missing some meetings here and there because of all the other tasks that we're involved in and stuff like that. But certainly, there is a need within the library as far as looking at these options, which one are we going to go with? Because I think option 3 might be something that, that would be good, minimal increases, And then also, I'm just thinking that, you know, going from the bookmobile to the county vending machines, I think that's a good idea. I think that's something that we should really be looking at, ways to really cut especially with our operating dollars going down and stuff like that. We need to be more innovative in doing our services out there. So I just want to say, yeah, there is a need out here. And of course, you know, funding is always going to be an issue. And again, thank you for the presentation, and thank you all the staff and all the work that you do for the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other board members? Supervisor Ryan?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jared. I want to ask a couple of questions. I don't think we do, but I got to double check. Do we use this with the flexibility component?
I didn't hear that. What it?
So we've been using flexibility language in order to backfill operations. It's predominantly been with the jail to help with the costs associated with the public retirement. What is it? Safety officer retire. Can't think of it. PSPRS. There you go. I'll do the acronym.
Yes, so thank you, Supervisor Ryan and Chair and members of the board. We have only been using the jail district as of late and have not tapped into any flexibility from the library district. But what Supervisor Ryan is referring to is the statutory language that allows counties to use any secondary district revenues for any purpose up to $1.25 million per year. But again, we are not doing that currently, or have we previously with the library district.
Okay, then we were good in that way. Fantastic. But that doesn't help you out for what your needs are associated with it. And you know, I hear you, Jared. You know, how do you keep this operating and look at it from a systematic approach to what's going on? I need to process, because I didn't realize a rate suggestion would be coming up. What we've done is dependent upon you all to come back with recommendations. You've operated without it for quite some time. What is the need? And I see the desire for 3 positions on it. You know, off the top of my head, it's like, well, we need to do something. Can we do it right now? I don't know about that. I've always been a fan of not doing major increases, but rather, you know, how do we do it associated with the operational cost associated, and make it, you know, for the sake of people that are going to be impacted, that's easier as well associated with that. So there are key pieces I got to process a little bit more, but this is information that, you know, we have an opportunity to think about. I don't know if you made any recommendations, Steve.
Madam Chair,
Yes, County Manager.
Supervisor Ryan, I agree that having gradual rate increases over time is a better way to address, especially when we know the drivers with regard to public need, inflation, expansion of technology, additional sustainability in terms of potential facilities. So, you know, in terms of the staff recommendation, we would be supportive of recommendation option number 3 to address all those. And then also going forward to look at periodic, even though we do have an increase in assessed value and the growth, you know, we do have that, but it also provides the opportunity to do the gradual over time to continue to create funding for the innovation and other investments. So staff recommends option 3 at this time.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Steve.
And for follow-up?
Oh, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
you're asking if I have-
any follow-up from you first, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I did have, you know, the option for the retirement of the bus. Bring it over to Arizona. They seem to be building everything out of buses these days. So,
There you go.
but Yeah, a long history associated with it, but its time definitely has come. And so really appreciate all the work that's been done associated with that.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. I will also point out that with all these numbers I've shown you, they all reflect having those 3 positions in place as well.
Mhm.
So that's, I think, an important thing to point out.
Yeah, that came to mind, and it is, do you need them all right now? And or what is the strategy? I hear the county manager's recommendation. Well, we're still continuing through the budget. We have the opportunity to think about, understand the need though. So, thank you.
Vice Chair.
Thank you for the presentation. Very interesting to see how the library is a little different than other parts of the county, especially with the library district and whatnot, and the funding needs that you need, which leads me into my question, which you already addressed some in terms of your FTEs of what you're requesting. But can you comment about the compensation package that's being proposed by the county and how that would impact the library district, and how, if you had to choose between new positions or a compensation package, which would be a priority?
To that, I might turn to Kirsten Person, our executive assistant, on that.
Yeah, County Manager, I think you can explain this.
The library positions, individuals here are payrolled by the city of Flagstaff.
right. That's
So they're under a different
That is-
classification, different compensation.
Okay, great. Then in that case, I retract my question because I thought you were part of the county, so I apologize for that.
Yeah, exactly.
Although we're never in competition with the city.
Supervisor Fowler, do you have any comments? And I have a few.
Yes, thank you. I'm I just caught off because I thought we usually have a department or library district budget overview to see how, the rollout, the impact. And I just don't. So
Can you get a little closer to the mic? I apologize, but I'm being told they can't hear you.
Okay, here we go. I can hear myself, so you can, it would be good if we were to have a budget overview like with all the other departments. That way we have a, pretty much a bird's eye view of your budget, when it's presented like this, and then you have, I'm trying to just relate it back to, okay, where are these positions? How much is your current budget? How does all this fit in? It's just better for me to see that. So it would be good. And then I will have to really think about this. I know library services is very important. We have, we have a very mixed partnership that we have, and it's really nice that we have it set up that way because it fits all the various communities. And then, the bookmobile, I think, I don't know if this will have to, I guess you're moving in that direction, but it's still, to me, it's still a big question whether that's going to be good. Maybe we can just do a pilot first and then go look at that. But the services, the way that it has really evolved from just the book services to digital to computer services for individuals that are needing to search for jobs and all of that, I think it's really, really good. And then I had a hard time following you on your presentation, and it's not in the digital, it's not in the, and in our copy digitally, I guess. And so because it was going, it's not all in order. So I have to really go back.
Oh,
I
sorry.
have to go back and really look at this also. And I think we have to have a discussion about this. I think we need to go back and really look at this. So I would like to have more discussion on this proposal. So, and how many staff do you have right now?
Right now, I want to say we have about 75.
And that just includes all the libraries spread throughout the county. Yeah,
Yep,
okay.
2 Flagstaff and then the 4
Yeah,
county
I
branches.
guess because I like the way that the departments have their budget set up, we can tell, the number of staff they have, and then why the additional staff and justification on those. It's just a little easier, and I guess got used to it now. So, thank you. Oh. Yeah, it's okay, I mean, you are part of the city and you are part of the county, but I'm just saying that was just easier, that's all, so. But I appreciate all the things you do. I mean, I know that in Tuba City, it is the hub of the community, and that's how libraries are. They're the hub of the community, and you have such limited funds, and yet you're able to still be able to do the expansions that you're trying to improve the libraries in these communities. And that is really important. And you're absolutely right. It's not just books anymore. You're now providing even educational programs, after school programs. All of those are happening. So I just appreciate everything that you're all doing. So thank you. But I would probably really look at the budget. Thank you. Let me think about it.
Yes, and just a couple of comments as well. And I cannot believe how much the library is used. I mean, it is just amazing. And I've had an opportunity to spend times over in the library because I like them. And, it is also getting a part of our population where this is a lifeline. It's a place where they can communicate with their family, apply for jobs. And it truly is, quite frankly, providing services to a part of our community that many times are overlooked, as well as people like myself who like libraries. So I want to thank you for all that you do and the work of your staff. We really appreciate that. This is really an example of really providing services all across Coconino County. And I know this is a hard time to start talking about taxes for all kinds of reasons. CCC has got a tax going forward, as you know, a reauthorization. We have the jail tax. We've got, we're looking at increases to the flood control district. We're looking at increases to some other of the districts. But on the other hand, I also hear you that you have not asked for a tax increase for many years, and that is going to start affecting services. So I hear that. I hear what you're saying. I see the importance of making sure that our county library, county and city library is functioning and performing the services necessary to reach all of our community members. And for myself, I would think option 3 with the incremental increases is what makes the most sense at this time. And I'm sure the board will be discussing this further, but at this time, option 3 looks to me like something we need to consider. So thank you and your staff for being here this afternoon. And thank you for your wait. And any other comments? Otherwise, I'm sorry, one more.
Madam Chair, yeah, I didn't pause enough to acknowledge. We really appreciate what you have been doing, and for everybody in the library. It is a very special function for our community. So thank you for that, and definitely give serious consideration for your questions associated with the need for additional resources. Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler.
And I just want to recognize your work also during the pandemic. When everything shut down and the students went home, people were working from home, they didn't have the resources there. And so as a board and as county libraries, you lit up your Wi-Fi. And some businesses, we asked businesses to do the same. And some businesses did that. All government buildings, if they didn't have Wi-Fi, they tried to put them up as well. But libraries, I know in Tuba City, you could see vehicles around the library, and you would, and it's closed. And you look in those vehicles, there's people sitting in those vehicles looking down And I just want to thank you for your work, and just saving people's, probably their jobs, being able to go to class, being able to do, just the, being able to order online. And I just want to just appreciate your work, and just throughout the whole county, people that during the pandemic turned to the libraries. And I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Madam Chair, if I may, one thing I will point out to the Board of Supervisors that I found quite interesting is last year when we were still in the pandemic and the libraries were actually still closed, and you could only use our Wi-Fi or come and pick up your libraries through a library hold. Our staff had never been more busy. It's not the way of the library to have staff go touch every book that is being checked out. And we had to do that during the pandemic. With each book that is checked out, there is a cost to that book, right? Maybe the book costs $25 or whatever it be. So there's a cost to each book that's checked out. We, through this new system that we implemented, we ran a report on the cost of each item that was checked out during the pandemic when we were closed, and the number of items being circulated was much lower than what it had been in years past. When we got that total of what we had done for not even an entire year, the cost that people checked out that they saved was far greater than our annual budget for the library district. So I find that quite remarkable when you think of how much of a resource this really is to the community and how the community is really stretching their own taxpayer dollars. So thank you.
Thank
Madam
you. And
Chair.
again, thank you for your staff for being here today.
And Madam-
Appreciate it.
Madam Chair, if I could also, before Jared steps down, so we can prepare for a follow-up session. Budgets for each of the libraries I just want to make sure in terms of the data we are compiling. So going back to Supervisor Fowler's question about the format, the budgets, the FTEs, I just want to get a better picture of what it is that is going to be required for the follow-up session. So we'll provide it all. I just want to make sure that we're providing the information that's being requested.
Yeah, I just think that, sorry. I keep forgetting about the mic. It is, I guess not so much in detail, but just a little bit more information, because I know each of the affiliated and all the libraries, they have their own budgets as well. And just the tax increase, and then just rolling that out, because we're on a 10-year cycle, and just trying to see where does this all fit in. And and I understand, we've been holding back on increasing the taxes for some time now, and we've done that purposely. So maybe this is the year to do it. So yes, and I absolutely agree everything that you're all doing, your staff. I know I'm close to the Tuba City and Page libraries, and they're just amazing. They're just really, I think they need more staff. So thank you.
So we'll have to schedule a special session in order to cover this information within the next 2 weeks.
All right, very good. Thank you. And again, appreciate you being here with us today. Thank you for all of your hard work for Coconino County. I believe, County Manager, we have heard from the departments we were going to hear from today, and you've got some follow-up?
Just some closing comments. We are going to, you're scheduled to start a special session of the board to receive an update on the ARPA process. And prior to transitioning, a couple of closing comments. Tomorrow morning, we are scheduled to start at 8:30. And then you see departments, community development, parks and rec. We are going to be doing another ARPA update based on current expenditures and and proposals there. And then you see the HHS, Health and Human Services, Animal Shelter, outside agencies, and then 4 to 5. We do want to reserve the first part of tomorrow to go over the wrap-up process for Thursday. So we'll have handouts for you. And what we've been doing throughout the last week and a half is all of the comments that you raised questions on, concerns, any observations that you've had relative to not only the budget, but other county initiatives. We've been documenting all that. And so what we want to provide to you tomorrow is basically all of the items that we've heard you talk about in addition to the budget, the individual department requests, et cetera. So we'll be going department by department to make sure that what we've heard from you, reflect what direction is you want to have for us. Again, we're just trying to organize the Thursday process so that we can do that deliberation efficiently and deliberatively.
We're going to start at 8:30, and you want to cover that between 8:30 and 9, or do we need to start earlier?
We can start at 8 o'clock. Staff is here at 7 o'clock. So
Well, I'm asking if you
8 o'clock.
need us to do it at 8, then we'll do it
o'clock.
at 8.
8 o'clock
8 o'clock. Okay. 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock on Wednesday.
tomorrow.
Pardon me?
So,
All right. Anything else, County Manager?
Lindsay, is there anything else before we transition to the special? Okay, scratch that, 8:30. We've already posted. Madam Chair, if we can change Thursday to 8 o'clock.
Thursday at 8 o'clock,
Mhm.
it is, and tomorrow we are at 8:30.
Yes.
Okay.
So with that, we are wrapping up budget and we'll transition over to the special session.
So you've got some time reserved for discussion, is that correct?
At this time, we're wrapped up with budget. So all of the budget discussions for today, but now you're transitioning into the special session. And the special session begins with an update, a presentation, discussion, and possible direction on the ARPA. And this relates to the RFI process that's transitioning to the RFP. And we're getting presenters together. Sue Brown is going to be presenting remotely from her location, and so she'll be the key presenter. But I also want to make sure that other staff are ready to chime in as well. So Sue,
So I think members of the board, that means you change out your notebooks.
Sue, can you hear us?
I can, County Manager. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, just hold on 1 minute.
You bet.
And since this is a special session, we do need to do a call to order. It's a different agenda and it's a different meeting as far as the law is concerned. So at this point, we are entering our special session this afternoon, and I'm going to call for roll call. Patrice Horseman, Chair of the Board, and Supervisor for District 1, District 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and Vice Chair.
District 3.
Matt Ryan, Coconino County Supervisor, District 3. Here.
District 4.
Judy Begay, District 4.
District 5.
Good afternoon, I'm here, thanks.
And I'm going to try to remind everybody again, I know it's a broken record, but I'm hearing from Sue as well, and I'm hearing from Lindsay. We need to stay closer to the microphone so we can be heard. And part of this is, not only for recording for our public record, but also so that people in our county, this is a hybrid, and so people in Coconino County that are wanting to take part in this, or at least hear the board meeting, can hear us. So please try to stay close to the mic. Thanks so much.
And Madam Chair, Lindsay, if you can hear me, can you promote Janet Regner? It's in your notebooks.
We switch books, switch your note, switch books. Is yours upstairs? We need to get up, take a 5-minute break to get it from our,
Take a break.
let's take a 5-minute break and we'll get our notebooks.
Lindsay, could you also promote Kim Musselman, please, and Erica Shaw?
This is it. We're just going right into the meetings. Probably not if we. Yeah.
Lindsay, if you do see Kristen Curtis or Scott Richardson, please feel free to add them as panelists as well at any time.
All righty, we are back here and County Manager, take it away.
Madam Chair, we are presenting an update on the ARPA process, specifically focused on the community funding distribution. You'll recall that we did create a process based on RFI, request for information process, and then transitioning over to RFP process. And so I'm going to turn it over, with your okay, to Deputy County Manager Sue Brown, and she'll provide the information, and also co-presenting Janet Regner, who has been serving as a consultant to it, and Janet, of course, formerly Community Services Director for Coconino County, a deep background in the provider network and the nonprofit community in Flagstaff. And so I'll turn it over to Sue Brown.
Thank you, County Manager Peru. Good morning, or good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. As County Manager Peru said, we're going to present the information we received from the request for information that we posted, and go into our recommendations regarding community funding distribution. Next slide. Before I actually get into this slide, I do want to acknowledge our team. Certainly County Manager Peru has been vital in this effort, as has Siri Mullaney, Kristen Curtis, Scott Richardson, all of them of the Finance Department, as well as Kim Musselman and Erica Shaw from Health and Human Services. And as County Manager Peru mentioned, Janet Regner has also been vital to this effort as well. So thank you to all of our team members. And I invite them, if I need a correction or some additional information is vital, please do not hesitate to offer that. As we go forward, we want to note that these are our original categories of need that we identified from our conversations with the board regarding community funding, and also information that we've gained as we've moved through this process. The original categories were 7 of them: behavioral health, business supports, housing, support for vulnerable populations, workforce development, education, and COVID-19 impacts to local governments. We found out a lot about that as we went into the RFI. Next slide. The RFI process, we decided, if you recall the last time we met on this, that we had approximately $5.1 million of ARPA funds remaining for viable community projects. We decided to start that process with a request for information to the community, which we issued on March 23rd, 2022. We received 33 responses to the RFI, and you see the totals there for each one of the categories. Please note that we did quite a detailed process about publicizing the RFI. We sent specific flyers and information to all of our local jurisdictions, to all of our local partners, all of the lists that we had available from HHS and other departments in the county. We sent it to chapter houses. We sent it across the county. We sent it to the villages on Hopi, and in basically all of the many corners of Coconino County, we sent out publicity on this RFI process. Those 33 responses were kind of sprinkled throughout. We had housing submittals, there were 10. Support for vulnerable populations, there were 9. Behavioral health got 1. Business support got 3. And then we found that workforce development basically came in combined. They talked about workforce development, but they also talked about the most important part of that being education. So we combined those at 7. And then COVID impacts to local governments at 3 submissions. And remember, this is a request for information. It is not a request for proposals. It's different than an RFP. So we're really seeking their input, and that they gave us. Next slide, please. So one of the first things that we did in recognizing how workforce development and education, oh, and I forgot a person, and I apologize to him, Chris Pastors, who's a vital part of our committee. And if he's on, Lindsay, if you wouldn't mind promoting him, I'd appreciate that. I apologize, Chris. You were absolutely critical in this effort. As you know, the workforce development and education sort of came in and they made a nice nexus. So what we're recommending is that we actually sort of collapse those 2 things into a single category. And that comes in later with our recommendations. So that would give us 6 different priority funding areas: behavioral health, business supports, housing, support for vulnerable populations, workforce development and education, and then COVID-19 impacts to local governments. Next slide, please. So what we want to do, Madam Chair, members of the board, is go through some of the inputs that we've received. We thought about, talking about it more generally, but we thought you needed to hear what the community is saying about these things. Although we also know many of our conversations began with your communications out in your districts. And it certainly was important because we received a lot of the same type of information from our RFI. So regarding behavioral health, these are strictly from the submittals that we received. And so we have not verified the data or anything like that, but so you can hear what the community had to say. The global prevalence of the anxiety and depression increased by 25% in the first year of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mental health related emergency department visits among adolescents 12 to 17 years old increased 31% from 2019 to 2020. Emergency department visits for suspected suicide attempts among 12 to 17-year-old girls increased 50.6% from 2 of 2019 to 2 of 2021. Next slide, please. Here is community input on business supports. Small businesses are an important part of a recovering economy, especially those in rural communities. Small businesses that survived the pandemic are now dealing with workforce and financial issues. And this is a great one. The arts directly and indirectly create 19.5% of all jobs and ranks 9th for socioeconomic impact, falling just behind educational services, healthcare, and social assistance at 28.3. Next slide. Community input on housing. Coconino County has the least affordable housing market in the state of Arizona. The housing crisis is impacting low-income households as well as the broader population, including essential workers and tourist industry staff. Many of these points of input that we received from the community certainly echo what we know from in our surveys as well. Next slide. This is also on housing. 47% of Flagstaff area households are low income and 50% of Flagstaff renter households are housing cost burdened. Housing costs in Flagstaff are 29% higher than the national average. And the lack of affordable housing is the #1 need identified by Coconino County HHS partner agencies, participants, and focused interviews. Legal services for tenants are a high need. Next. This is the input on vulnerable populations. Persons living with disabilities were more susceptible to an array of health and other threats during the pandemic. Increased need for foster children aging out of the system at age 18 in Arizona, an issue worsening throughout the state as homelessness impacted 40% of young adults leaving the foster care system. And the housing cost burden in the city of Page in particular is 32.2% compared to 29.9% in Coconino County and 29.7% of residents in Arizona. The adjusted death rate in Page is 26.9% versus the state of Arizona rate of 18.4%. Next slide. Additional input on vulnerable populations. Victims of violence, domestic sexual violence, etc., became particularly susceptible to repeat assaults during the pandemic. Persons with long-term illness, including long COVID, cancer, and other long-term illnesses were directly impacted. The aging population has been particularly impacted during COVID. Teen homelessness has increased and transportation gaps are getting wider. Again, Madam Chair, members of the board, you've seen some of these statements already from your conversations in your districts. We've talked about them several times. Next slide. And here is workforce development and education input. The top 2 socio-environmental circumstances most responsible for health issues in the county are lack of affordable housing and low-paying jobs. Opportunities for valuable training and credentials will likely result in higher paying jobs. The Great Resignation and additional factors stemming from the pandemic created gaps in skilled healthcare workers. This particular trained workforce shrank significantly in the past 2 years and continues to be below optimal levels. And we have heard about that as well, including in our own jail. Next slide, please. Community input on workforce development and education continued. Post-secondary enrollment overall declined 21.7% during the pandemic, while students from high poverty schools where 50% or more of students are free or reduced price lunch eligible saw a 32.6 decline compared to the prior year, and that's in post-secondary enrollment. And this one was actually attributed to the National Student Clearinghouse Research Center. Students from high Black, Indigenous, and people of color high schools, where 40% or more of students are Black or Hispanic, saw a 26.4% decline compared to the prior year. And again, that's on post-secondary enrollment. And next slide, please. Very few Arizona students pursue education or advanced training after graduating high school. Arizona currently ranks near the bottom of all states in the percent of high school graduates who continue their education the year after completing high school. And Arizona's free application for federal student aid completion rate is at 37% versus a national rate of 69.5%, sitting at 49th out of 51 in the country. Next slide, please. So, Madam Chair, based on these comments and the information that we received from the RFI submittals, we're recommending first that we issue 5 separate RFPs, requests for proposals, in the following service areas. And again, we want to remind the board that the 2 things that we must do is focus on COVID impacts and our statutory ability to do these things. And so we've defined these service areas a bit broadly, but what we intend is with those proposals is that we'll be able to contract for the specific services that are proposed based on the RFPs. So the first one of the 5 is in behavioral health. We would create an RFP for mental health services for in-person and virtual counseling and support services with their traditional service delivery in person and also the use of multiple virtual platforms across the county. The second recommended RFP is in business supports. Business support services such as technical assistance, financial advising, business plan development, and continuity of operations planning services. So we'd be seeking those services across the county. Next slide, please. The third recommended RFP would be under housing. This is a long one. Services developing, increasing, securing, and administering affordable housing supply for low to moderate income households, housing for disabled persons, persons aging out of foster care, persons working in a COVID-affected business, persons who are unhoused and transient persons, and other vulnerable populations. The services sought could include weatherization, legal assistance, and hazardous material remediation. That is the third one. The fourth recommended RFP is support for vulnerable populations. And this would be an RFP for support services to vulnerable populations, including but not limited to the aged, persons with mental and behavioral health issues, those aging out of foster care, teens, disabled persons, victims of violence, and long-term illness. Next slide, please. And the fifth RFP that we're recommending we publicize and issue is services to provide financial assistance and support to low to moderate income students in areas of study of particular impact from COVID. These include hospitality, healthcare, trades, engineering, surveying, commercial driver's licenses, and information technology. And again, this is under workforce development and education. It also includes services that include student supports, childcare support, and providing transportation services. And those are the 5 RFPs recommended. In terms of COVID impacts to local governments, we recommend consideration of funding to these local governments and jurisdictions through IGA. So no RFPs, but directly with the governments who submit a proposal. And they have to be for feasible COVID-19 impact projects, which of course is governed in the Treasurer's guidance on ARPA. So we recommend that being separate from the RFPs. That's the first part of our recommendations. Next slide, please. Then to sort of wrap up how it would work, we would issue 5 RFP review. We would have 5 RFP review committees who will review and score each of the proposals. The review will include adherence to the ARPA guidelines. So that's one of the first things that we'll check on each one of the proposals, and the RFP itself will include a lot of information on ARPA guidelines, including what any proposer would have to comply with. We recommend multiple awards per RFP be allowed, and that is to reach a broader range of populations. So if perhaps one of the proposals said it would reach folks that are disabled, another said it would reach folks, teens who are homeless, those kinds of things that we would want to get a broad range of populations that are served, and also to reach areas across the county. If one proposer served Flagstaff, but no other areas, we would be looking for other proposers to do the same types of services or other services in Page or Williams or into the city. We would recommend award of minimum amounts. Recommendation is $50,000. Madam Chair, members of the board, we're recommending the $50,000 minimum because of our limited ability to manage an excessive number of contracts related to ARPA. And in some sense, we're also suggesting that we'll get a larger span of service if there's a minimum contract amount, and we would like to set that at $50,000 at minimum per contract. And then we would recommend that the award recommendations would go to the board on or near September 13th. Next slide, please. The board, one of the big things we were asking for you today, Madam Chair, is to determine an overall allocation of the $5.1 million that we've talked about for the RFPs and the IGAs today. And in doing this, what we're talking about is, do you wish, beyond the requirement that minimum award is $50,000, do you wish to allocate certain amounts into certain categories of RFPs, or would you allow the proposals to actually determine that? If we get one proposal in one area and multiple proposals in all the other areas, do you allow the teams to make the recommendation on how that funding should be allocated, how the $5 million should be allocated, or do you wish to allocate certain amounts to certain categories or equal amounts to to each of the categories? Next, we will develop and issue RFPs no later than June 30. We will disseminate publicity and outreach on the RFPs to our vendors, our known vendors, to our partners, to community stakeholder lists, and through supervisor districts using social media, paper ads, and other media by early July. We will conduct pre-bid conferences for each one of those RFPs in July. So an invitation to anyone interested in proposing, we will do a pre-bid conference for that particular RFP to answer any questions that they may have. RFP proposals would be due no later than July 29th, if possible, and that's of course dependent on our ability to get all 5 of those out and to start working on IGAs. And then the Board of Supervisors would consider and act on our recommendations on those proposals by September 13th. Next slide, please. Thank you. Siri, can you pull down the thing? Thank you. Appreciate that. Madam Chair, those are our recommendations, a bit of a business-like proposal, and we're interested to get your input. I think the number one issue for us today is, would you like to allocate that $5.1 million? Would you like to separate it equally among the 6 categories? Or would you like to do that, allow the recommendation to come from the committees based on the proposals, the number of proposals we get that are viable?
All right. Well, thank you for that. It's a lot of work and very complete. I appreciate that. I do have a question, and I really hate to even ask this question because we've gone round and round on this, but I want to make sure I understand. And that is, I know we had $5.1 million. I thought that what we had done is we had allocated 2 million of that for mental and behavioral health. So that we really then had really $3 million to go to other than mental and behavioral health. Is that wrong?
Madam Chair, members of the board, it is not wrong. That has long been part of our conversation. And the board, of course, can confirm that today or choose to change it if you wish, but that has been our understanding since the beginning. But of course, the board may change its mind if it so wishes.
Well, and see, I thought we already did that. I thought that's what we had already done. God, it's probably been almost 2 months ago now. I don't know, time flies when you're having fun. But I thought we had already done that. And
Largely,
if,
we
and
had that conversation, Madam Chair, yes.
so, I hate to keep going back on things that we've already gone over and made decisions on. And unless I hear different from my board members, I think what we're really talking about is the allocation of 3 million for other than behavioral and mental health. But if anybody disagrees, I'd love to hear it now, and we'll go through it again.
I have a question. Yeah, I understood it the same way. I thought we had already voted on it and that we were allocating $3 million for these projects. The piece that I was going to ask about is are we going to have the opportunity to see what some of these projects are or proposals are, or is it going to come to us after it's already been decided by the review committee?
Madam Chair, so let's take care of one question first. So the 2 million of the 5 million for behavioral health, again, that has been set by the board. So we'll proceed accordingly. So the 2 million of the 5 million will be allocated for behavioral health programs of the 5 million. And so those funds are set aside for that category.
So Madam Chair, I'm the one that's been saying that, we allocated 7 million to our count. I believe it was like $7 million into our county. That's how much is there from the internal in all the departments. The courts, we created the division within the health department. And now in the community, we're saying we're going to do 2 million. So now, and the programs that we had created in the departments are supposed to be going out, reaching out into the communities also. So how much of that is out in the community? Where are they? And the proposals that are coming in, is it going to be coming in from the same organizations that have already received or partnering with the county with the dollars that we already allocated? So that's been my question all along, and that's why I've been questioning 2 million. Now, we have an array, a wide, every sense of every life is touched by the COVID in a negative way. So, and yes, much of that is behavioral health, but there are other ways as well. So do we still want to do 2 million in addition to the 7 million? That'd be 9 million into the community. So that's the behavioral health department, for example, is partnering with programs that are out there, and then there's allocation that are being sent out there. Do we consider those same programs to come back and apply for these dollars again? Oh, sorry.
And Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, I don't know the answer to the question because we won't know until proposals come in.
And that's where I think that when we're setting up the guidelines, if these programs that we already sent behavioral health dollars out there, if they've already received that, now they can turn around and request for additional dollars. We don't know where it is in our communities, and we don't know what the services are being provided. We don't know if it's completely across the county because it's through our departments. So we haven't received a report back on that. So these same programs are going to turn around now again for additional ARPA dollars. So do we allow that or do we not? We're setting the guidelines right now. We're saying $2 more million in addition to the 7 million into the community. I'm just trying to figure out where's the guideline here. And we have 5 categories. Should we just look at all of them to see what comes in and then decide, okay, it looks like there's this many proposals in this area, and it looks fair to be able to distribute the dollars this way based on what's come in instead of setting limits from the beginning.
And Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, to all board members, actually, tomorrow during the day, we'll be receiving an update on ARPA. And those are the programs that have been proposed and the activities within each of those ARPA categories, not the categories, but the county allocation tomorrow. So we'll have information tomorrow on a little more specificity on what the department is doing regarding those funds. And so tomorrow we'll provide background information on that.
So if in fact we've already decided that we have $2 million set aside for mental and behavioral health, and we have the rest set aside for community ARPA programs, I kind of feel like we've gone in circles again. And it would really be nice to get some clarification, and when we've decided something, have that decided and pushed off the table. But that's my thoughts. Yeah, Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We asked that question a couple of times and kept coming back to 2 million being set aside for mental health, mental and behavioral health, which leaves the 3 point whatever million.
3.1.
3.1 million. There's an extra one in there, 0.1, 100,000 on it. I'm kind of trying to be simplistic and just say, as I look at this, either going equally through categories or, my thoughts were, what if we put 750,000 into housing, 750,000 into businesses, and split the 1.6 million amongst the other categories, knowing that the mental health and behavioral health will be handled by the 2 million.
I like it. And it is simple, and I like that. Anybody else want to be heard? So, Vice Chair?
Can you repeat that?
So the suggestion is, we know 2 million's already off. It's 3.6 million.
I don't think we have put that to a vote yet. I really don't. I know that there was a discussion about it, and I don't think the decision was actually made.
I asked that question. I was chairing at the time. I asked that question twice. The answer came back that with the exception of you, everybody else said yes to mental health and mental and behavioral health. We can ask that question again, but that's,
My recollection as well.
and kind of reinventing the wheel again. I mean, you can always pause and if we're not doing things right and second guess what we need to do, but that was the discussion there.
Okay, and so now we need to set to find out where these dollars went to, and are those programs that it went to, are they still eligible to turn around and ask for additional dollars?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I want to keep the floor for a moment. And going, respectfully, those allocations were various departmental uses for ARPA. Right now, we're looking at the last 5 million minus the 2 million, so 5.1 million. And my suggestion again is for the categories that are being explained, which will go out to RFPs, all these will go out to RFPs. The 1 million or 750,000 for housing, 750,000 for businesses, 1.6 million for all the other areas.
Other than mental and behavioral health.
Other than mental and behavioral health, because 2 million is already designated there.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, I just want to say that I do agree with the 2 million towards mental health. And I think that adding, Supervisor Ryan, you said 750,000 for housing, and what was the other one?
750,000 for businesses.
For businesses, I agree that those are two priorities. The one question I had, is there going to be funding in what's left over for vulnerable populations looking at mental health? Or are we assuming that all mental health issues are going to be put in the 2 million from towards the Health and Human Services?
My assumption was the 2 million, and that's a discussion point. My assumption was the 2 million was being handled by mental and behavioral health. And so you put the 1.6 million into all the other categories.
And that would be vulnerable populations.
Yes.
That are not related to mental and behavioral health, workforce development and education, and COVID impact on government.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Supervisor Begay.
Hold on, can I finish? I have one more question.
I apologize. Sorry about that.
So in recommendation, on page 15, it says recommendations, issue 5 RFPs in the following service areas: behavioral health, mental health services for in-person and virtual counseling, and support services with traditional service delivery and use of virtual platforms. So my question is that included in the 2 million that was set aside for mental health, or is that in additionally going towards the other pot of money that we're talking about?
County manager.
That's included.
And I
Thank you.
assume vulnerable populations in terms of mental and behavioral health issues would also be included in that. And if it's not clear, let's make that clear. So, and that's that $2 million.
Correct. If there's a mental or behavioral health connection to a specific population, it would be included in the 2 million.
Please.
So in other words, if there is a support for those suffering from mental or behavioral health issues, it comes out of the 2 million. Correct?
That's what I understand.
Yep. Just
If there's
confirming. Thank you.
someone, the way I understand it, if there's, let's say the school district provides a mental health program virtually, and they apply for it, then it would go under behavioral health rather than workforce and education.
Correct. If there's a mental and behavioral health component,
If there's a mental and behavioral health component, yes.
So it would be mental, yeah.
Sorry, Madam Supervisor, cannot hear you.
We are having a hard time hearing you, Sue.
Sue,
That's
can you
amazing.
speak into
Madam
the
Chair, are
mic?
you
Would
sure?
you please speak into your lapel?
get close to the mic, Sue.
I'm on it.
We've been waiting for a week and a half to do that, so just.
I know
wanted to
you
make
all are just having the best time about that, aren't you?
All right. I'm sorry, we didn't hear what you said, Sue.
I'm sorry, I was confirming the last question that Supervisor Fowler had asked. I believe it was about if a school district applied for mental and behavioral health funds to provide a service in that. Is that correct, Madam Supervisor?
Yes. So let's say there's a school district, okay, and they are providing a virtual mental health program or some kind of mental health program. There's a school education category here. That category, that service, if it's identified, it will go under behavioral health. And then if someone is suffering from mental health issues and housing issue, that would go under mental health rather than housing.
That's correct, Madam Supervisor. If it has a mental and behavioral health component, it would go under the mental and behavioral health category.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, Supervisor Begay.
Okay, let me see if I understand this right. We came up with 5 service areas: behavioral health, business support, housing, support for vulnerable populations, workforce development. So number 2, business support, 750,000. Number 3, housing, 750,000. Number 1, 4, and 5 are all listed under the vulnerable population workforce, and the government one, local government. So that would be from that 1.6.
That is correct.
Okay, understood.
One is $2 million.
That's the behavioral health.
That's, yeah.
Madam Chair, if I could just specify and have Siri check my math, because next to my my knowledge of audio is my lack of math skills. I just want to confirm for behavioral health, we have 2 million, business support 750,000, housing 750,000, support for vulnerable populations 533,000, workforce development and education 533,000, COVID impacts to local governments 533,000.
Well, that's probably the correct math, but I think the recommendation of, correct me if I'm wrong, Supervisor Ryan, is that the remaining 1.6 would be divided up with the others. He did not really break it down on how it would be divided up. Is that correct, Supervisor Ryan?
That is correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that clarification. I understand. Thank you very much.
All right, I think we understand that part now, and you have laid out a process that the next step, we go from the RFI, we now to go to the RFP process in the areas as suggested by you, and they will get proposals back. You and the team will analyze those and be making recommendations to us, the board, by September, was it 16th? Is that correct?
About September 13th is our goal,
13th.
Madam Chair. RFPs are we do them quite often, and we have a lot of them that are out on the street today and for the next few months related to other ARPA issues and other things. So we just wanted to make sure that we had sufficient time to get them written. We have one person in purchasing who handles this right now. So that can be a challenge. We wanted to give ourselves enough time and put them on the street, if you will, and have sufficient time for everyone to propose back. And so what we're hoping for is that review will happen by our review committees during the July break. And that as you return is that we'll be able to make those recommendations to the board by the 13th. What we cannot answer is if they would all come in right at 1, if we would bring all 5 categories back, or if we would bring a couple of them earlier and a couple of them later. We're just not sure yet if we'll be how aligned we'll be able to make all the dates for all 5 RFPs and for any IGAs that we do construct as well. It's quite a bit of work, and we want to make sure what we bring you and what we recommend to you is effective.
Excellent. Any other questions or comments?
And I would also offer,
I
Madam,
do have a
any
question.
of our team members to answer any questions too. Sorry. Vice
So
Chair.
the RFPs or the request for proposals, you said that you listed numbers of how many agencies actually submitted. In some areas, it seemed kind of low. Is that because of just agencies not having the capacity to do 50,000 or more projects of 50,000 or more? Or are you still expecting other agencies to put in some RFPs for this funding?
Thank you for the question, Vice Chair. What we did is had the RFI, which was simply a request for information. It was not a request for proposals. And the submission for the RFI was very, very simple. It was basically a 2-page, and it was very open. We required very little information from them. And it's an RFI is becoming used more and more to gain information on specific subjects. This is the second one the county has offered. As I said, we publicized it quite a bit. We did a lot of outreach on it, but we still only got about 33 answers to it. We can't really say why some categories got more and some other categories didn't get any. It was simply, that was what the response was. I think the RFPs, on the other hand, that are for specific service lines, I think we'll get a substantial amount of respondents to each one of those. It is that proposal system will be much more complicated. They will have to provide proposals that are very specific to the types of services that they want to provide. They'll have to give amounts. They'll have to give their metrics that they'll do. They'll have to comply with all of the ARPA regulations as a subcontractor. But even given that, we expect quite a good response. And I'd ask Siri, Janet, or any of our other team members to add on to that if you wish.
Okay, and my follow-up question is, of the RFIs that you received, were they generally Flagstaff centric, or did you get them from across the county?
Is Kristen Curtis on by any chance?
Yeah, Kristen's here.
Kristen, can you respond to the vice chair on that one, please?
Oh. She's getting set up. Hang on.
Oh, you bet. I can tell you from memory, Vice Chair, that we got submissions from Fredonia. I believe we got submissions from Page. We absolutely got several submissions from Flagstaff. I'm trying to recall other areas as well.
Tuba City.
Tuba City. So we got a fair range. Most of our outlying jurisdictions were represented. We had, and we also considered some of the unsolicited emails and things like that in setting up these categories. So we did not ignore those as well. And they came from across the county as well.
Kristen's ready.
Kristen, can you help us with that question?
Hi, yes, thank you. And I think Sue, what she has said, really captures, throughout the county. Yes, we did receive proposals or RFIs throughout the county.
So again, those were the response was countywide. I will say, though, the unsolicited part, and so we do need to make note that prior to the RFI, when it was announced that the county was receiving the ARPA funds, we did begin to get responses and questions and inquiries. The majority of those inquiries were Flagstaff based. Again, that was when it was announced back in the summer that this was occurring, and this is when Treasury made the announcement of the county receiving funds. As I said, we did begin to get inquiries, comments, emails, just from the general public, mostly from providers and nonprofits, about the availability and what the process was going to be, et cetera. So there was general interest, but that was created by the Treasury announcement of the funds coming to Coconino.
Madam Chair, if I could please add on to that too.
Sure.
I think some of the nature of what we did with the RFI process was make things pretty broad versus area specific in what we were looking for. The way that it was worded was really based on what is the need as a result of COVID impacts, or where do we have needs in the community. And therefore, even though maybe some of the respondents may have been from different areas, the responses themselves were things that were very translatable across the county in terms of need. And so that's where we would be looking in the RFP process to build that to something that where there is evaluation criteria in terms of, is this something that is offered or could, is going to be offered by that service provider across the county. And so that will be an important part of the evaluation process.
Where an individual proposal is not offered across the county, but in a certain locale, we would look for another proposal to provide a like service or a slightly different service in another area, but so it covers as much as we possibly can of the county need. Did that answer your question, Vice Chair?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Supervisor Fowler.
So you're saying that each of these programs are going to provide service throughout the whole county?
No, that is not. That's not
It
accurate.
can be like Pacific area of service.
Right.
Okay, so that's what I want
Yep.
to just understand. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we have not put a county-wide. We are going to be, though, adding in the proposal, how may a proposer be addressing needs countywide. But again, it's not restricted to specific parts of the county. Again, getting back to the geographic equity issue, how can proposers do that? But again, it's not a requirement.
Madam Chair, with your permission, I just need to invite everybody to speak up again, please.
Yes, and you as well, believe it or not, we are having a hard time hearing from you.
Revenge.
All right, and other members of the board, I mean, obviously, this has been, the RFPs will be going out, and Siri, thank you for that. That explains a lot in terms of how it's going to be evaluated for the recommendations then to award the RFP, the proposals. Any other questions, comments? Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, a lot of times we say all county residents will benefit, and a lot of times I feel that, they're not all. So I just have a hard time, when people start saying for all county residents, and so that just kind of I don't know, I just feel bad, because of that. So I just want to say, I'm glad that, that we're doing what we're doing, to help some people in some areas. And I just want to say that, since we're talking about all county residents and people that can apply for these, they're within all the counties, and that's all even rural areas and stuff like that. So I just want to say thank you for the presentation, Sue, for you, and the, also, the staff that are here regarding this. Thank you. And then the other thing is that I always wonder about prevention. What are we doing in the areas of prevention? We wait, like in cancer, we wait till the last minute at stage 4. We find out that people are diagnosed with cancer. What can we do, before it even escalates to that? I lost a daughter-in-law with 3 little kids, and about 8 years ago now. And it's really heartbreaking to see things like that happen. And yet, what are we doing with prevention? We really should be focused on prevention. And I know that HSS has done a lot of that, and I just want to see that maybe we could do more of that within this county and involve all residents, the opportunity to get educated or get information out there, for prevention efforts, and not wait till the last second when somebody's under deathbed. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Other comments? Any questions? What else do you need from us, or do you have what you need for us to go forward?
I believe we have what we need, Madam Chair. If there are no other comments, I think we're prepared to get started on the RFPs and other conversations with local jurisdictions and local governments, and bring you hopefully quite a swath of services that will be funded by ARPA funds. So look forward to that.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all your work on this. Obviously, this is really shows a lot of work, and it's been very well thought out. And I think the process is an excellent process, and fair, transparent, open, and countywide. So thank you so much. I really appreciate your efforts.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So Madam Chair, so that concludes the special session. You're due to start the regular session at 6 p.m.
We have about 35 minutes before we start this evening, so thank you very much. Anything else we need to do before we break until 6?
There are some salad fixins up in the kitchens and in the fridge, so for folks that need to grab something before dinner.
Thank you so
6.
much. We'll be back at 6.
Hello? Hello?
John's here.
We are missing two supervisors. Has anybody seen them around? They're virtual?
I'm on the phone.
Oh, okay, they're here. They were here one minute, gone the next. Okay, well,
Ms. Lena, thanks.
I'm going to go ahead and get ourselves started here. Good evening, and we are back. We've been on all day. We had our budget meeting earlier, and we had a special session, and we are now here at 6 o'clock tonight, and we have our regular session. And to start our regular session off is our call to order. So at this time, my name is Patrice Horseman. I am the Chair of the Board of Supervisors and the Supervisor for District 1. District 2.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm Supervisor, District 2 and Vice Chair.
District 3.
Good morning, everybody. Matt Ryan from District
It's
3.
afternoon. It just seems like
Good
morning.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day. I'm starting tomorrow already, Madam Chair. Actually from District 3, the southwestern portion of our county. Welcome.
District 4.
This is Judy Begay, District 4 Supervisor.
And District 5.
I'm present. Welcome to our meeting. Thank you.
Very good. So we have all the board members are present. Our next item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. For those that can, please stand and please face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and next, on our regular meetings, we have a call to the public. And members of the public, this is a time where you can address the board on items that are not listed on the agenda. Because they are not on the agenda, the open meeting law allows you to provide your input, but does not allow us, the board members, to provide any discussion or take any action on your items. However, we can refer to our county manager for putting on at a follow-up board meeting or for further administrative review on a matter to bring back to the board. We ask that you keep your comments to the board to 3 minutes. And of course, please, of course, remember to be respectful and courteous to those that you are speaking about or to items that you are presenting. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Lindsay Daly, the clerk of the Board of Supervisors, to basically let you, members of the public, know how you can address the governing board for tonight's meeting. So Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if you would like to make a comment, you can scroll at the bottom of your screen and hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand that will appear if you hover at the bottom of your screen. And that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you're on the phone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us if you'd like to speak during this public comment period.
Very good. Now is your time, members of the public, to address the board. Lindsay, is there anyone asking to speak to the board tonight?
At this time, there are no hands raised to speak.
Members of the board, again, this is your time for call to the public. Lindsay has explained how you can address the board on issues that are not on the agenda. One more time, this is the last call to the public. Please let us know if you'd like to speak with us.
Chair Horseman, there are still no hands raised.
Very good. Well, then we're going to move on with our agenda. We are here. We have 3 proclamations. This is a heavy month for proclamations. And our first proclamation is a consideration and possible action to approve May 12th, 2022, as Law Day here in Coconino County, certainly near and dear to some of our hearts. And with us today to present the proclamation on Law Day and to eventually, after he gives us a little background on Law Day, to read that proclamation is Sydney Buckman, Alternative Dispute Resolution and Conciliation Court Coordinator. So thank you for being with us this evening. It's great to see you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Board of Supervisors. And thank you, County Manager Steve Peru, for allowing me to address you and discuss with you Law Day. I welcome any questions that you have. And first, a little description about Law Day. Law Day has been continuing in our county since about 2005. It was predated me coming in as coordinator of it. And so since then, we've continued it every year until 2020 when we couldn't do it, and we resumed it in person this year. And we're very excited about that fact. Now, Law Day is actually May 1st by the American, that's proclaimed as Law Day, May 1st by the American Bar Association. We have always decided to have Law Day and do our Law Day events on the first Friday of each May. This year we had it scheduled for May 6th, and the FUSD declared May 6th as a school or as a snow day, so students were off and we couldn't do it then. We decided to do it on May 12th. And we've always had it in the past at Superior Court, but the court is backed up with trials. There may not have been enough judges or courtrooms available, so we moved it to municipal court. And the court administrator, Jessica Cortez, graciously allows us to be in the courthouse and use the courtrooms on May 12th. We have rallied several schools to participate in Law Day with their classes. We have, this year, we have MEM students, approximately 130. We have Coconino High School, approximately 45, and Flag FJA, they are in the range of 40. And their presented scenarios are on our committee as an attorney who creates the scenarios based on the theme. And this year's Law Day theme is Toward a More Perfect Union, the Constitution in Times of Change. So he presents the scenarios to the students, and then the students, with the cooperation of local attorneys who volunteer their time to help these students learn how to present in court, learn how to object, learn how to be witnesses, learn how to ask questions, etc. And so they have an hour in front of a judge, and there are 3 judges in Muni Court who have said they will help out. So they will preside over each trial, which is approximately 1 hour in length. There will be 4 of them this year, 2 from MEMS at 9 o'clock, 9:15, and then 1 at 10:30 from Coconino High School, and then 1 at 11:30 from FJA. And I will email that agenda to Lindsay so that she can pass it out to everybody in case you want to attend. And I urge you to attend. It's really interesting how, because the students are learning about, how to present in court. They're learning that court is not necessarily a scary place. They're learning the rule of law, and it's important for them to participate in this and see how they do. And I've sat in some of them, and some of them are outstanding, and then there have been a couple of unfortunate bombs, but still, that is the way it goes, and they learn.
Just like real life lawyers, right?
No comment on that. I've testified, so I don't have a comment. But anyway, that's primarily it about Law Day regarding this year. Next year, anticipate it will be, the first Friday, assuming everything goes along as planned. And possibly be in Superior Court or in municipal court. It just depends on the court schedules. I don't know.
Very good. Please read the
I
proclamation.
will.
Thank you.
And so proclamation designating May 12, 2022 as Law Day in Coconino County. Whereas the preamble to the United States Constitution mentions forming a more perfect union first in its list of purposes of the Constitution, and whereas for more than 230 years, the government outlined by the U.S. Constitution has maintained representative government based on the rule of law, and whereas over the course of American history, the American people have made changes to their government, including formal amendments to the U.S. Constitution to fulfill promises of the framers and guarantee rights. And whereas the United States has overcome great challenges in its history, including a civil war, two World Wars in 20th century, global pandemics, and periodic economic depressions, and whereas the United States, like much of the world, continues to experience great social change, including social movements for equality for women, ethnic and racial minorities, people with disabilities, and other groups, leading to a growing awareness of a systemic sources of oppression, and whereas creating a more perfect union requires an educated citizenry that understands the rule of law and demonstrates engaged citizenship, and whereas the theme for Law Day 2022 is toward a more perfect union, the Constitution at times of change, we encourage all Americans to consider and pursue the roles that we all play in helping the United States achieve a more perfect union. Now, therefore, we do hereby proclaim May 12, 2022 as Law Day in Coconino County and Flagstaff, Arizona, and we urge everyone to observe this day by renewing their Constitution commitment to achieve work toward a more perfect union that strengthens our democracy, defends liberty, and pursues justice. Signed and sealed on this 10th day of May 2022, Coconino County Board of Supervisors.
Thank you very much.
You're
And
welcome.
with that, I'm going to turn this to the members of the Board of Supervisors for a motion and a second. We'll take a vote, and then if anybody has any comments, we'll take those after the end of the vote.
A motion that we declare May 12th Law Day.
Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion, Madam Chair.
It's been motioned and seconded. All those in favor of declaring May 12th as Law Day in Coconino County, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. May 12th is Law Day here in Coconino County, and thank you so much. And members of the board, any comments or statements you'd like to make?
Quickly, if I may, Madam Chair. First and foremost, Sid, it's great that you're back, and it's good to see you, and really appreciate you bringing this forward. As you had noted, the education opportunity, it is a really neat thing to see, and see how the Law Day is conducted. So if anybody has a chance to see that, I encourage it. But thank you for coming forward, and thanking everybody, including our various offices that are that'll provide attorneys, as I would assume that's still happening as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or statements from the board? I'm glad it's being done. I've acted as a judge for the moot courts in the past, many years ago now. And it really is a wonderful experience, both for those that are participating, and it's wonderful to see the students and see them get excited about the law and learn about our judicial system in that manner. So thank you so much. Thank you for coordinating it and for overseeing all the activities. Really appreciate it. It's great to
You're
see you.
welcome. Great to see you. Thank you, and see
Right.
you all next year for Law Day.
We'll see you next year. All right, members of the board, we are moving on with our proclamations. This is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation declaring May as Military Appreciation Month in Coconino County and acknowledging the 10th Annual Lance Davidson Memorial High Country Stand Down observed on Friday, May 20th, 2022. I understand that John Davidson, with the annual Lance Davidson Memorial High Country Stand Down, will read the proclamation, and I'm assuming he is on Zoom. Is that correct, County Manager?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. John, we hear you just fine. Welcome this evening, and thank you for being here to read this proclamation. If you're, feel free to make a couple statements if you'd like before you read the proclamation.
Well, we're very excited about this year's stand down. It's a commemorative event celebrating 10 years of serving veterans in Northern Arizona. I'd like to also say that we've expanded our reach. In this September, we'll be doing our 3rd annual Williams stand down. And just this past March, we started the first Verde Valley stand down. So we have 3 under our belt, and we're working to anticipate a 4th soon, helping Native American veterans. So this time I'll go ahead and read the proclamation.
Thank you.
Coconino County Proclamation designating May 2022 as Military Appreciation Month in Coconino County, and acknowledge the 10th Annual Lance Davidson Memorial High Country Stand Down observed on Friday, May 20th, 2022. Whereas May is National Military Appreciation Month, and whereas 365 days a year, 7 days a week, and 24 hours a day, members of the United States military are on call around the world defending the interest and security of the nation. And whereas we honor and pay tribute to current and former members of the United States Armed Forces and to those who have sacrificed so much for our freedom, including those who have died in the pursuit of freedom. And whereas we want to express our gratitude to members of the United States military and their families for all that they do every day and observe the month in a symbol of unity. And whereas the 10th Annual Lance Davidson Memorial High Country Stand Down will be observed on Friday, May 20th, 2022 at the Flagstaff Armory in Flagstaff, Arizona. And whereas Coconino County has respectfully supported this endeavor and community project since its founding in 2012, and is sincerely concerned for the general welfare and overall well-being of all veterans and their families. And whereas the Veterans Stand Down provides information, assistance, and outreach regarding essential community services which are available for all veterans throughout Northern Arizona. And whereas during the stand down, Coconino County provides a dedicated team of service and health providers to assist homeless and at-risk veterans. And whereas Coconino County also provides Veterans Court to help veterans resolve their legal obligations and be in good standing within the community. Now, therefore, we do hereby proclaim the month of May 2022 as Military Appreciation Month in Coconino County, and acknowledge the efforts of the High Country Stand Down and call upon all citizens to respectfully honor those who have served their country. Signed and sealed on this 10th day of May 2022, Coconino County Board of Supervisors.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to turn this over to the County Board of Supervisors veteran, Matt Ryan, for the motion and second. And after we vote, we'll go ahead and take comments from members of the board. So Matt, turning this to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I move that we designate May 2022 as Military Appreciation Month in Coconino County and acknowledge the 10th Annual Lance Davidson Memorial High Country Stand Down observed on Friday, May 20th, 2020.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. It is unanimous, and we do have May 2022 as Military Appreciation Month in Coconino County. And, you know, I want to acknowledge the county's support of the annual Lance Davidson Memorial. I am so disappointed. I'm going to miss it this year. I have attended in past years, and I'm sure my other board members, my colleagues will be there. So, and I want to thank all of those who serve our country or have served our country in helping to make us the great country we are now and taking us forward in the future. So with that, I'm going to turn this to Matt Ryan for further comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first and foremost, John, it's great to have you read this, and we duly noted, respectfully, your son in the proclamation itself. Really appreciate all the work that you continue to do for our veterans in the region. I also want to note Mandy Metzger really worked together with a lot of veterans in the area to initiate the stand down, and Jim Parks followed up in Mandy's footsteps to continue and work on it. But John, you're the work behind the scenes that really puts a lot together, and as you know, there are a lot of those in need. So what we'll do is try and help to get the word out to try and get our veterans to come to the stand down. And I hope to attend this as well as the one over in Williams. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Matt. Any other comments from members of the board? Vice Chair.
Just pleased that we're able to have this this proclamation, and looking forward to the event. Unfortunately, I won't be able to attend either because we'll be at the WIR, but I'm looking forward to a good event, and I've been sharing it with all the veterans I know. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Other members of the board? Supervisor Fowler.
Hello, John. Thank you so much for your continued work. And this event has grown since Supervisor Metzger really worked with all the veterans in the region to begin this stand down. So just really happy to hear that it is growing to other communities. And we know that veterans that are in need a lot of times will not seek help. They believe that they can do it themselves. They get into situations and somehow they get out of it, or they have family members that help them out. But for the most part, they're so they're individualists. They become individualists and just don't really reach out. So I would just want to thank you. And I think when a veterans event happens, that's when they can feel like they can be at home and be among people that understand them. There's a lot of times that we don't understand the veterans, even within our own household, and what they go through and how we should be able to help. So I just want to thank you, John, for your continued dedication to our veterans, and just really acknowledge your own family as well. So thank you again. Really appreciate your work in this area, and Supervisor Ryan representing us at the state level as well. And we all tried to, each of us in our own way, try to assist in the veterans at various levels. So I just want to thank you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments from members of the board? Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I'd like to make a comment in English and then in Navajo, just very short. I just want to say I'm very proud to have this proclamation brought before to the attention of the Board of Supervisors. I'm just being new on the board. I am very interested in attending the High Country Stand Down, which is observed on Friday, May 20th. So I just want to say thank you. And yes, we appreciate, all the freedom that was given to us through even our code talkers and, other areas of things that have happened that make us to be free, and then also to ensure that, no matter what things they went through, they were still out there and put their lives on the line and stuff like that. But nonetheless, there is a need out there, and we really should be helping the homeless and the at-risk veterans. And so I really feel for them, and they're the number one on my list as far as, how when I start to think about, all the different organizations. And so I'm just very glad that, their families were behind them and that we're all behind them. So she kodo eya Judy began she ado to the chini so sadishki bashin ashi dashi do tachini dashanala a kokonde eya ni his loud so eya konde ado le panal indeed and the ignition the hippie not being noisy of castle ashi ado le ban na sa kokonde eya kon eya Nehisa so konde ben nache kohun that the whole she and him he dan hit the needs on the hitches do had ishin as coach konda that the nifishi ya konda na habat the hanetza a kokonde ya yo de need no iban to the kids a konda ha late out ya ye go bakat or was so just out a ban so kids so ba hin in ka ko konda shi keshe den konda hyd yard Mitigation houses that lead or conduct the tot al force and then you give honey that for the big benin of course thank you.
Thank you very much, and appreciate you being with us here today to read this proclamation, and looking forward many people attending the stand down. So with that, we're going to move forward. We have one more proclamation. And this is a consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating May 15th, 2022 through May 21st, 2022 as Public Works Week in Coconino County. Now, many of us thought every day was Public Works Week, but no, it turns out that it's not. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Lucinda Andriani, who's going to introduce the members of Public Works to read this proclamation.
All right, good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. It's my privilege and honor to be here tonight to bring forward a proclamation this year for designating May 15th through May 21st as Public Works Week in Coconino County. I think, as most of you are aware, this is a recognition of Public Works contributions to our citizens and to our economies across the country during May. It's something that's recognized through our professional association, the American Public Works Association. And this year, I think it's particularly fitting because of what we've been experiencing with the tunnel fire, not only during the evacuation, but since then, the work that many individuals at Public Works have been contributing to both during the emergency itself and now during the recovery efforts. I can't say enough about the team and how responsive they are. That morning when we got the notice, and I was getting texts from Wes, who was in communication, of course, with the sheriff about that a fire had been identified and it was blowing 50 to 70 miles an hour out in that area. And we very quickly mobilized people to be available to support the sheriff's office. And there was an immediate response, and everybody mobilized appropriately. And I'll say at times, I got a couple of texts from out there, and they were talking about the fire's like this close to us. And I said, you need to get out. You need to move. So they too are first responders and support first response by the sheriff and other first responders, and really want to acknowledge that. And then also particularly want to acknowledge too, there are lots of people behind the scenes that support that type of effort. It isn't just the folks that are on the front line, although those are the people who are making the difference every day, out working in the equipment and managing our projects and so forth today, across many different types of work that we do through Public Works. Flood Control District, we were out today on the museum projects that are going on, and people are contributing to that effort as well. So I just can't thank people enough in the organization for all they do every day to support success across so many different avenues that are important to our constituents. I want to turn it over to Christopher to make a few comments as well. But before I do that, I wanted to let you know that this year, again, given WIR, we're going to be celebrating Public Works Day this year, actually on June 1st. And we hope that you'll be able to come out and join us for lunch that day and be a part of recognizing the team. And today, in terms of the resolution, we have 4 team members that are joining us remotely. Sean Puioma, and who I think you all know is my right-hand person and runs the shop most of the time for Christopher and I. Victor Yazzie, who's one of our operator 3s, Aaron Beckett, our business manager, and Jen Brown, our mechanical services manager. And they're going to read elements of the proclamation after Christopher's comments. So with that, I'll turn it over to Christopher. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher, for joining us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just quickly, I want to say that while all of our team members in the county might be VIP people, that people at Public Works really go above and beyond. And while we may do different jobs, when Lucinda mentioned that they're like first responders, or they are first responders, they're very much dedicated to our transportation infrastructure, the safety of our community, and connecting us to the things that we need to do. And I really appreciate our team, and I look forward to a few of them reading this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think first up is going to be Sean. Sean's going to go first.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. We appreciate the opportunity to join you this evening and to share in the reading of the proclamation for Public Works Week. As Lucinda stated, there is 4 of us who will be reading this proclamation. So with your permission, I'd like to go ahead and start.
Yes, please, Sean. Thank you.
Coconino County Proclamation designating May 15th through May 21st, 2022 as Public Works Week in Coconino County. Whereas Coconino County Public Works provides critical services to Coconino County communities that are an integral part of our citizens' everyday lives. And whereas Coconino County Public Works exemplifies this year's APWA theme of ready and resilient by standing ready to assist and serve during challenges and emergencies such as the tunnel fire, museum flood mitigation efforts, and the COVID-19 pandemic. And
whereas the promises made in Proposition 403 empower Public Works to continue efficient service in all corners of Coconino County, from Fredonia to Blue Ridge, from Williams to Mormon Lake, from Mount Spark to Cape Beto, and the northern lands of Navajo Nation, in maintaining over 1,000 miles of roadways and infrastructure across a vast and spectacular landscape. And whereas Public Works is dedicated to the stewardship of public infrastructure and actively promotes the stewardship through quality customer service, transparent communication, environmental sustainability, innovative leadership, and supporting an empowered, diverse, and dynamic team. And
whereas the efficiency of the qualified and dedicated team whose staff Public Works divisions is materially influenced by the public's attitude and understanding of the importance of the work they perform. And whereas Public Works strives to improve community connectivity, economic vitality, and enhanced quality of life that benefits our current residents and future generations through year-round maintenance, pavement preservation, road capital improvement projects, flood mitigation efforts, and emergency management support. And
whereas the National American Public Works Association has declared the 3rd full week of May as National Public Works Week, And this year will be recognized during the week of May 15th through 21, 2022. And therefore, be it resolved that we do hereby recognize May 15th through May 21st, 2022 as Public Works Week, and call upon all citizens and civic organizations to reflect upon and acknowledge the positive contributions that Public Works makes every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life in Coconino County.
Great, thank you. And I want to apologize to Victor Ortiz. I think after a long day, I misread the email from Sean and thought it was Victor Yazzie, but in fact, it's Victor Ortiz, who serves as an inspector in our engineering department. So thank you. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, Victor.
And thank you all, and thank you, members of the Public Works team. And we're going to go ahead and take a motion in a second, and then afterwards we'll ask the board to make some comments. So at this time, do I have a motion declaring May 15th, 2022 through May 21st, 2022 as Public Works Week here in Coconino County?
A motion that we designate May 15th through May 21st as Public Works Week in Coconino County.
Vice Chair made a motion. Do we have a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Members of the board, all those in favor of Public Works Week, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The vote is unanimous. Thank you so much. And at this time, we'll entertain some comments from members of the board. Go ahead, Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, I'd be remiss to not make comments because Public Works is always a ready call for our communities, actually. What they do, all the work that they do, but as noted, what they did in particular during the emergency, but even more so. I just got a compliment today that I passed on to Lucinda and to Christopher to pass on to folks doing the chip sealing out in Kachina Village, a compliment from one of the citizens, and really appreciate all the work that everybody does. When they come to work, they work and they work hard. So thank you all our Public Works employees.
Yes, and I'll go ahead and make a couple comments. And, you know, it was interesting for the tunnel fire. We both, Vice Chair and I, had accompanied the representatives from both senators' offices out there to see the devastation. And, you know, what did we see? We saw Public Works trucks, and they were all out there working, all out there helping the citizens and residents out there. And, you know, really, once again, rising to the occasion, much like they had done in Museum and much like they have done in the floods that followed in Schultz and the floods, of course, there in Museum. So you're exactly right. Public Works has been first responders for here in Coconino County. And as Supervisor Ryan said, it does not go unnoticed by the citizens here in Coconino County and our residents here in Coconino County. So thank you so much. Well deserved. You all work so hard. I hope you can get a little bit of a break, and we're hoping it's going to be a very mild fire season. So with that, Vice Chair.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you to Public Works Department for all their hard work, being out there in the tunnel fire and seeing all the work that they've done, and then also working side by side during the museum floods. That was Public Works was out there, and so really appreciate all that hard work and glad that we're able to recognize them for this week. Thank you.
Very good. And Supervisor Fowler.
And whereas they are all loved in the region that they work in. They're always being recognized, and just really, you touch the lives of our families, our children going to school, our families out shopping and making sure that they come home, going to work, you know, that the people's lives are in your hands, and you make sure that the roads are safe, and that when there's an emergency, you're there as well. So I just want to thank you for everything that you do. And there's a whole list that we can't that you would take forever to go through, but just really appreciate all of your work. Please let all the others that are not here, let them know that we really appreciate them. And the communities, every time I'm out there driving, our operators I know on Navajo Nation are so loved. They're the ones that are really get all the kudos out there. Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Begay.
Thank you for the presentation of the proclamation. I would like to say thank you so much to the department, and I've seen a lot of good things happening within that department under the leadership of Lucinda and also Steve. So there's anything but good to say about the whole department and the staff that are willing to help in any way possible to ensure the safety and security of our families and even staff, out there. So I just want to say thank you. And some of the statements I was going to make was already said, by other supervisors. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any other closing comments, Lucinda?
Thank you very much. We appreciate the acknowledgement of all the hard work. Thank you.
Absolutely. You and Christopher, thank you for being here tonight. All right, members of the board, we are now at the point of our agenda called the consent agenda. And for members of the public, these are matters that are considered to be routine or administrative in nature. These are items that will be considered in one motion and will be voted on in one motion. And because we do it that way, they are not discussed individually by the board. Before we move to the consent agenda, now would be the time to ask board members if they would like to remove an item from the consent agenda for individual discussion and vote. Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, if we could remove item 6 just for a quick couple of comments.
Absolutely. Item 6 will be removed. Any other items removed from the consent agenda? Hearing none, at this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda number 4 through 8, exclusive of number 6. Do I have a motion?
A motion that we accept the consent agenda minus number 6.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion. Oh, go ahead and give it to them.
It is, I believe that was Judy. Is that you who seconded?
Yeah.
Supervisor Begay seconded. All those in favor of the motion to accept the consent agenda signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. The consent agenda is passed. Now we're going to return to item number 6, which is consideration and possible action to approve a budget adjustment for FY 2022 in the amount of $17,000 from District 3's Community Initiative Fund to the Coconino County Parks and Recreation Fund for expenses related to the development of a central trailhead at the Fort Tuthill County Park. Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, just quickly to note, the intent of this is we have many users out in Fort Tuthill. The trails themselves, they're just going through a facelift. They're getting labels, but I go out there often, and often I'm helping people find where they are on Soldier's Trail and what leg goes back to the fairgrounds and then the trailhead itself. We really don't have much of it, so much of a well-defined one. And actually, this is a recommendation that came from county staff. I've been kind of pestering away, suggesting that we can improve them, but they're the ones that are bringing forward a recommendation. I know Jeffrey Gross is another of our Renaissance men out there. He actually designs a lot of the metal work and special rock work that's done. But he, together with the rest of the staff, are not only going to do put in the trailhead, a more appropriate one, but also enhance the labeling of the trails, which they've already started on. So just want to note all their good work and moving forward. And I don't need a presentation or anything like that. Just wanted to note that, Madam Chair.
Excellent. And of course, we know that Fort Tuthill County Park is near and dear to your heart. not to mention in your district. And for many of us, it's also very near and dear to our hearts. So I got to say, thank you very much for your using some of that CI money to help there for the trailhead. So thank you very much, Supervisor Ryan. With that, I'd entertain a motion, and I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, and as you noted, it's used by everybody, which is the whole intent of this. So, Madam Chair, I move that we approve item number 6 as written.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second for Vice Chair. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. And again, thank you, Supervisor Ryan, for that. Look forward to going out there and checking out the trail. Yeah, and finding my way. Thank you so much. So, members of the board, I believe at this point, we must resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors for the Jail District Consent Agenda. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors?
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of resolving as a board of, is the Jail District Board of Directors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We are now the Jail District Board of Directors. So at this point, we have the Jail District Consent Agenda. There are 2 items on the consent agenda. Is there any removal of an item?
Madam Chair, if we could remove item 10.
We are removing item 10 from the consent agenda. I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler?
I'm just agreeing. Thank you.
Oh, okay, good. That's great. So we have removed item 10. We have item 9 as the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda number 9?
Madam Chair, I'll move that we approve the consent agenda.
Supervisor Ryan moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor for consent agenda item number 9 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. Consent agenda number 9 passes. We are now on 10. Consideration and possible action to approve Coconino County Jail District Resolution 2022-01, approving a ballot measure to extend the jail district excise tax. This is a matter we have discussed in the past. It's before us right now as an action item. I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Ryan, and we'll take a motion in a second. But before we approve, I think before the approval, we should take comments from the board. So Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, because I believe the intent was to have this posted as an action item, a separate consideration anyway. And I do believe we have both Sheriff Driscoll here as well as Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andriani. And
then let's go ahead. We are going to take it as, let's have discussion first. I didn't realize that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So at this point, why don't we ask if the sheriff will address the board on action item now number 10.
Madam Chair, members of the board and manager's office, good evening. Certainly appreciate this opportunity to talk about the proposed ballot measure. I think that we have had a number of discussions over the last several months regarding this. I think we've been able to establish certainly a viable reason to extend this tax, showing the good that the jail provides within our community. I do have to acknowledge Lucinda here, and I know she'll be up in a minute, but you have the right person leading the charge on this issue. Lucinda has been great to work with. She's been able to bring in committee work to help us, to provide information, to develop an advocacy group for this, and to, again, I think share with the community through this committee the good that the jail does and the value that our jail provides within our community. And at this point, what I really feel we have a well-run, well-managed jail, both fiscally and operationally. And in order to maintain that and to support those inmates or those incarcerated, it would be beneficial to have this tax passed. So the Sheriff's Department would respectfully request the board's consideration for this item to be placed on the ballot for voter approval in the next election. If you have any questions, I would certainly try to answer those as well.
Members of the board, any questions of the sheriff? And I think probably Lucinda Andriani wants to address us as well. Any questions of the sheriff?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
no questions, but we've had a thorough review of this, continued updates, and I appreciate all the work that Sheriff, you and your staff have provided over the years, the professionalism, and this last time we ran this initiative to create the half cent, we had programs. It's been supported quite well by the community. This is not a new tax. It is a renewal of the current tax so that you can continue with the operations that you already have. So I don't have questions. It's more of compliments on what you've done. You've got a proven record with your staff, and really appreciate all the work associated with that.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. We appreciate your support over the years. This has been, I think, a collaborative effort as the board of directors.
And Supervisor Fowler.
It's just a comment. Sheriff, thank you so much. We've already had meetings with our communities, letting them know, you explaining what the tax is for. This is a continued tax. And of course, there'll be a lot more education that will be brought out to the communities and just the programs that have been developed. You know, you would think it's a detention center, throw people in there, and then that's it, close the door. Well, no, you don't operate that way. And I just want to thank you for the service that you provide. And we'll have to do a lot of education on this, and just want to thank you again for already being out in the community and explaining what this tax is for. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you very much. And I'll make a couple comments. First of all, again, thank you so much for your advocacy on this. And as has been indicated, this isn't a new tax. It is a renewal. And this tax brings in approximately, I believe it's 19 million annually, which goes for the jail and jail district revenue, and is also utilized by programs such as the Exodus program and a number of other programs that have been initiated there at the jail to provide services for our residents who in fact are incarcerated. And they may be incarcerated, but they're still here residents in Coconino County, and we are still providing services to them as well that hopefully will be beneficial and lower recidivism, which is really what the key is here. And so I do support the jail district tax renewal, and I know we'll be voting on that here today. And again, I want to thank you and your team for the work that you do here in Coconino County and the work you've done here to promote the jail district tax renewal. So thank you so much. Any other comments or questions of the sheriff?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board.
All right, and Lucinda.
I just want to add a couple of comments. One, that sometime take the opportunity. I know that the sheriff's office at one time did a set of videos of people who had successfully graduated from the Exodus program, which is the in-custody drug and alcohol treatment program. And people had provided testimonials about how much that had changed their lives. And I think you look at the programming across the jail and the success of that, reducing the recidivism. And that's really what fundamentally this is about, because being able to provide that type of programming and help people change their lives in a positive manner, you know, whether we like it or not, takes money. It takes an investment by a community to help people move in that direction. And so, you know, we've seen through the survey that was conducted by Dr. Fred Solop that people very much respond to understanding that programming. And in fact, we were showing upwards of 82% support for this, you know, support for the tax to be extended. When people know that this programming is part of what gets funded in this process, and that this does change lives. And so, you know, we're excited about moving this forward. Appreciate your consideration to place it on the ballot in November. And then we will begin launching first. The first effort is to prepare the publicity pamphlet, which begins like in July, August timeframe, and then start doing a educational effort across the communities. And I want to say that, and this has been the history here at the county, one thing for all of you, particularly certainly Supervisor Ryan knows this, Supervisor Fowler knows this, that historically there's been a real support by the board. Whenever the board's elected to put an initiative on the ballot, it's all hands on deck. We realize everyone within the county is a spokesperson, and that there's a really strong role for the board to step up and communicate within the communities about why this is necessary and help people understand the value of this investment in their communities. And as we know, criminal justice system is one of the largest cost centers, you know, within our organization. And these types of programs to help people not come back into the system allow us then to invest in other things that can really make a difference in people's lives as well. So with that, I really appreciate your consideration and look forward to working with you on that educational effort, and of course, working with the sheriff and his team as well. Thank you.
And thanks for your leadership here at the county on this, Lucinda. And with that, I want to turn this over to the vice chair for comment.
Just want to say that how important this jail tax is, and you know, if it's not passed, then it will dip into our general fund. And right now, we're looking at ways to make sure that we fund everything, and this would be a major hit. And the other thing that people need to remember is that this isn't a new tax. This is just an extension of a tax we're already doing. So hopefully, as we move forward and we educate the community, they'll see the value in this tax as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other comments and members of the board? Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, just quickly, I too support the intent. It is a referral to voters, but we have a track record that the education component can go out and speak to. It is choice of the people, but you'll see that it is consideration of how we support our jail, the programs associated with it, a very important component of our community. And so with that, I do fully support it. And Madam Chair, I'd be willing to make the motion.
Thank you. There is a motion on the floor to approve the Coconino County Jail Tax Resolution 2022-01, approving a ballot measure to extend the jail tax excise tax. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. We have a motion and second. Members of the board, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Do we have any nays? Do we have any abstentions? The jail district tax resolution approving the ballot measure is hereby unanimously approved by the board. So members of the board, let's move forward. And thank you very much. We really, really appreciate the leadership and the advocacy of our sheriff and also of our deputy county manager. So thank you very much. So members of the board, we now need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve?
A motion that we resolve to the Board of Supervisors.
Vice Chair makes the motion. Is there a second? There's a second by Matt Ryan. All those in favor say
Here's my
aye.
verbal second. I didn't have the microphone on. There you
Oh
go.
my God, where's Sue? She should be telling us this. All right, we have a second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any objection? Any objections? Any abstentions? It is unanimous. We are now, once again, the Board of Supervisors. Members of the board, we have some public hearings this evening. As you may note, we have a number of public hearings from a number of different reasons. The first one I'm going to call is number 11. This is a public hearing for consideration and possible recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Controls regarding an application number 193075 for a Series 012 restaurant liquor license for 260 Roadhouse located at 2893 State Route 260 Forest Lakes, Arizona, 85931. Agent is Stephanie Mary Weingold. And at this, I'm going to turn this over, I believe, to our clerk, Lindsay Daly.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. We did receive this application. Again, it's a Series 12 restaurant liquor license application from the state for 260 Roadhouse located at 2893 State Route 260 in Forest Lakes. And the agent is Stephanie Weigold. She is here tonight for the public hearing. Once we received the application, we sent it out to our departments, including the Sheriff's Office, Community Development, Risk Manager, and Health Department to review the application. They do not have any concerns with the application. We did have it posted by the Sheriff's Office at the site for 20 days. We have not received any comments or concerns regarding the application at this time. Again, the board does not issue the license, but makes a recommendation to the state to offer recommendation of approval, disapproval, or offer a no recommendation to the state regarding the application.
Very good. And members of the board, any question on the process that we're going to use for this? I know we've done a few of these. Hearing none, I'm going to ask at this time if we can hear from the agent, Stephanie Mary Weigold. Has she been promoted to panelist?
She is a panelist. Stephanie, if you want to unmute or turn on your camera, thank you.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us this evening. Please go ahead and let us know a little bit about the liquor license for the Roadhouse located there in Forest Lakes.
Sure. Here in Forest Lakes, we recently purchased the existing restaurant facility that's been operating previously as Bugles. Last year as Rim Tavern under leasee operation. So we just opened last weekend under an interim and have received a resounding acceptance and excitement from the community that we have come in and reopened the establishment, renovated, and made it what the community really wants and deserves.
That sounds very exciting. At this point, we're going to open this up unless, I think this is in Supervisor Begay's district. Supervisor Begay, would you like to make any comments before we open this up for the public hearing? Hearing, do we have you, Supervisor? There she is, yes.
Madam Chair? These buttons.
We hear you now.
Okay. I just want to say that, I want to thank the I want to thank the presenter here regarding the 260 Roadhouse, which is located at Forest Lakes. Yes, it is, and I don't see a problem with recommending approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding the application for Series 12 liquor license for that area. So I support this request at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. At this time, members of the public, this is our time for the public hearing for our consideration and our possible recommendation of approval here for the liquor license at the Roadhouse located there in Forest Lakes. And this is a time for you, members of the public, to be heard in this public hearing. So I'm going to again turn this over to Lindsay Daly, our clerk, and have her let you know how you can address the board during this public hearing.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to make a comment regarding the application, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen if you hover your mouse and it looks like a hand. You just click on that. That will raise your hand and notify us you would like to speak. If you're on the telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand to notify us you would like to speak.
So members of the public, you know how you can join us on the public hearing. The public hearing is now open for comments.
There are no hands raised at this time, Chair Horstman.
All right, this is a second and last call for those that may want to address the board on the liquor license application.
And no hands raised.
Very good. So at this point, I am going to close the public hearing and I'm going to open this up for board comment before we take a motion or action on this. Any comments, members of the board? Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, I can make the findings, and as noted by Supervisor Begay, a recommendation of approval. So, but I would defer to Supervisor Begay.
Supervisor Begay, would you like to make the findings, or would you like Supervisor Ryan to continue?
Yes. So I move to recommend approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding application number 193075 for a Series 012 restaurant liquor license for 260 Roadhouse located at 2893 State Route 260, Forest Lakes, Arizona 85931. Agent Stephanie Mary Wagle.
We have a motion by Supervisor Begay. Do we have a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second the motion.
Very good. We have a second by Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments, members of the board, before we go to the vote? Seeing none, all those in favor of recommending to the Arizona Department of Liquor License the approval of a liquor license, Series 012 for Roadhouse located in Forest Lakes, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. I'm sorry I'm late, but aye. I'm in support. Thank you.
Very good. It is unanimous. And so I know that Supervisor Begay shares the excitement that you've expressed, Agent Stephanie Mary Weigold, and I'm excited too, and I look forward to stopping by, and I'm sure the other board members look forward to stopping by as well and checking out the new place, the new old place.
Thank you very much. We look forward to hosting you.
Supervisor Begay, any final comments? Very good. Then let's go ahead and move on. We are still have a number of public hearings going forward. This one is a public hearing consideration and possible action to adopt ordinance 2022-03, approving a zone change from GC 10,000, commercial general 10,000 square feet minimum parcel size, zone to an RM10A, which is residential multiple family, 10 units per acre, maximum density zoning. This is case number ZC 22-001. And I believe County Manager, I turn this over to Community Development Director, Jay Chrisselman. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
So Jay Chrisselman, I'm turning this over for you to present this item.
Madam Chair, thank you. Jay Christopher, Community Development. Is my screen shared?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. Thank you. I always have a delay on my end, so I have to ask. Thank you for the introduction, Madam Chair. We are here this evening to hear zone change case 22-001, which is the Schweigert zone change. The property owner are Clifton and Roberta Schweigert of Forest Lakes, Arizona. The applicant is Mr. Clifton Schweigert. The current zoning is commercial general, 10,000 square foot minimum parcel size. And the requested zoning is residential multifamily, 10 units per acre for the maximum density. And the parcel is a 1 acre piece. And the location is at 1080 Pond Circle in Forest Lakes. Here's the overall vicinity map. You can see Highway 260 right here. This is the parcel adjacent to it. And the other parcels in the area are also RM10A, so residential multifamily. The topography of the site would make it difficult for a commercial operation to exist on this site. So the applicant would like to use it as a residential parcel. The adjacent parcels have homes, and the neighbors have not historically supported commercial proposals at this location. Here is the parcel off to the right here. You can see it's rather steep. Access for a commercial opportunity would be difficult. Here is what the parcel location and site topography looks like from across Highway 260. This is looking north. You can see this raised area here. And then in this next picture, this is the raised area on this side of the slide. And it's relatively level at a certain portion of that 1 acre piece. A public participation meeting was held virtually December 30th. No one attended the meeting. However, one letter of support was received supporting the RM10 zone change, and staff has not received any comments on this application. The findings for a zone change that are consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and our zoning ordinance, that the change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare, and that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. And the staff analysis, as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission analysis, is that the zone change is consistent with the comp plan and the zoning ordinance. And the RM10 zone is what happens to be adjacent to this existing parcel that's currently zoned commercial general. The topographical constraints could make it difficult for a successful commercial operation. And the potential impacts from a commercial operation possibly going there are mitigated and reduced with this down zoning. And again, this is a down zone, so that is a commercial zone going to a residential zone. So staff does not recommend any conditions be applied, and neither did the Planning and Zoning Commission. And with that, the commission does recommend approval unanimously to the Board of Supervisors for the Schweigert zone change. And with that, I am happy to take any questions.
Members of the board, now is the time to ask any questions on procedure before we open this up to the applicant to provide a few comments to us. After that, we will open this up to the public hearing. And I do have one question. And when I took a look at this, certainly looking at this and the materials that were presented, I note the staff's analysis and their recommendation. But this is unusual, isn't it? That we're going from a commercial zoning to I guess in some ways, a more restrictive zoning residential?
Madam Chair and Supervisors, it is unusual. We have seen it before. We see down zonings from time to time. The reason that it was originally zoned commercial when the county zoned, when the board zoned the entire county in the 80s was because it was adjacent and runs along Highway 260. But many of the other parcels in the general area are either AR, which is agricultural residential, or in a lot of circumstances, residential multifamily.
Yeah, thank you. And any other comments at this point on procedure questions for Jay? Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, Yeah, as Jay had noted, there, the original zoning caused that. Even in Forest Lakes over the years, there's been a transition in this way. They still have other commercial properties along the highway, and yet the acceptance of some that abut the neighborhoods directly has been an area of opposition, as noted in the report. So, yeah, it's while it's not typical down here, it has been typical over the years.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other questions, comments of Jay before we open this up here? I believe that the applicant is with us, and hopefully the applicant has been promoted to panelist. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair Horstman.
And Madam Chair, if I may, this map really helps. You can see the reddish hued, those are all commercial. And then there are two shades of green that are actually quite difficult to discern on this map, but you can see there's a number of AR parcels and there's quite a number of RM10 parcels. So it is consistent with other areas of this particular community.
Thank you, Jay. And is the applicant with us? And maybe you can introduce the applicant.
I'm not sure. I'm not certain if Mr. Schweigert is here with us today.
I am here.
Oh, there you are. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Schweigert. And you've got the floor, as they say. So please feel free to make a brief presentation to us on this request before we turn this over for a public hearing.
Well, thank you. Mr. Crystalman's presentation was very thorough. I really have nothing more to add besides I intend to sell the property as residential. It seems to be even more valuable than commercial in our community. And Jay, if you could zoom in on that slide you have a little bit. I'd like to point out that CG 10,000 lot to my east also has a house on it. So that whole cul-de-sac is already developed residential.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. And so with that, at this time, members of the public, is it time for you to be heard on this zoning change request? I am going to turn this over to our clerk, Lindsay Daly, to explain how you can, in fact, join us here for this public hearing.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if you would like to comment at this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover at the bottom of your screen. If you are on the telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
So the public hearing is now open. Please join us and be heard.
There are no hands raised at this time.
All right, members of the board, members of the community, this is your second call on this. Now is the time for the public hearing on this zoning change request. Please feel free to raise your hand and join us.
No hands raised, Chair Horstman.
All right, thank you so much. And with that, members of the board, members of the public, we are now closing the public hearing. I'm going to ask the board if they have any questions or comments with regards to the recommendation for the zoning change, or if anyone would like to make some findings as required. The 3 findings necessary for and findings we must make before we can approve a zoning change. Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, I can make all 3 findings. It is outlined in staff report, but the zone change is consistent with the comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance. The RM10A zone is consistent with neighbors, as pointed out by actually the owner himself, Jay as well, our staff. And it is a down zoning. We had a 7-0 vote from planning and zoning. The change will not be detrimental to public health, safety, comfort, or convenience. It's very consistent with the neighborhood, and those components. They have a fire district down there that covers the area. So that could be achieved. Change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood. As noted by the one testimony, that there was no opposition. It's consistent with the neighbors, and as I've seen historically with the community, it's very consistent with the objectives and the character of that neighborhood.
Thank you. And I can make the same findings as addressed by Supervisor Ryan. And also just to note that there has been no objections by members of the neighbors or members of the public. So any other comments? Otherwise, is that a motion, Supervisor Ryan?
Madam Chair, I'll defer to Supervisor Begay.
Oh, I forgot. I apologize, Supervisor Begay. We're back at Forest Lake again, aren't we? So Supervisor Begay, would you like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, yes, I would like to. And with all the findings for the zone change, it's all good for the community and it's within the plans and it meets everything. And so I would like to make a motion at this time to approve the ordinance 2022-0303 approving a zone change from CG-10000 commercial general 10,000 square feet minimum parcel size zone to the RM-10 NOA residential multiple family 10 units per acre maximum density zone case number ZC-22-001.
Do I have a second to that motion? Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second the motion.
As a second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 The zoning change and request is unanimous and it passes. Thank you very much. Any concluding remarks, Supervisor Begay?
I just want to thank the board. On behalf of the applicant here, and since the people in that area are happy to see to see the area and content with the area and all this and that. So I just want to say thank you, board members.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Begay. So members of the board, we're now proceeding on to another public hearing. And this is one that has been a long time a-coming. This is a public hearing consideration and public action to adopt ordinance 2022-01, adopting an amendment to Chapter 3, Special Uses and Conditions to include a new section 3.19 that provides performance standards and application requirements for developing utility-scale renewable energy projects, including wind, solar, and biomass projects, and amending Chapter 5, Administration, Section 5.7.B.4.B to add additional waivers that the Planning Commission may grant for utility-scale renewable energy projects to include performance standards between zones, audible noise, underground placement of collection lines, and shadow flicker, and amending Chapter 6, definitions to include new terms associated with utility-scale renewable energy projects. And this is case number PZ-AM-20-003. This is a long, as I said, a long reviewed and long discussed and long written and rewritten ordinance. And at this time, I'm going to turn this over to Community Development Director Jay Christelman to present on this item. And I also understand planner Melissa Shaw and engineer John Carr are also available. So at this time, Jay, please take it away.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Supervisors, thank you for the introduction. I appreciate it. I actually am going to rightly hand over the presentation reins to Long Range Planner Melissa Shaw, who has very successfully managed this project for the last almost 2.5 years to get us here this evening. So Melissa, with that, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Jay, and Chair Horstman and members of the board. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
Melissa, I bet you thought this day was never going to get here, huh?
We're glad to be here. Thank you very much. Did my screen share?
Yes, it did.
Okay, great. Yeah, so tonight we're here to present this amendment to you, and the Community Development Department, we are the applicants. And as you read, we are here to present an amendment to the zoning ordinance to amend Chapter 3, Special Uses and Conditions, to include that new section 3.19 that would have performance standards and application requirements for utility scale renewable energy projects, specifically wind, solar, and biomass, and also to amend Chapter 5, Administration, regarding waivers that the Planning and Zoning Commission may grant, and also Chapter 6, the definitions. So I'll just get right into it and give a little bit of background about why we embarked on this project that has been fondly called the RIO, Renewable Energy Ordinance. There's quite a foundation for undertaking this project, and the first one being the comprehensive plan, which has a both an energy chapter and an energy element and an implementation item that directs the county to develop a utility scale energy ordinance to give developers clear direction on the appropriate siting of utility scale projects. And we took that direction and specifically focused on renewable energy projects because those were the ones we were seeing coming in the door in terms of applications. We also know that in Coconino County, there's good potential for renewable projects to generate both solar, wind, and wind to generate energy, renewable energy in the county. And with that, we have seen an increased demand for renewables to address climate change. And we also are working to address biomass facilities. Those in particular would help support forest restoration, which then would also support public safety in our county. And projects such as these provide a means, an economic means for ranchers and owners of large landscapes to keep those ranches and properties intact. We have also, as you all know, we've seen project applications coming in to community development for approval, and that was another motivation to write this ordinance. So we actually had standards to address. Couple other interesting developments that are impacting the project applications is Arizona Public Service has a decarbonization plan whereby 2050 they plan to be providing all of their energy from carbon-free sources. So, and then tied to that is the closure of the Navajo generating station, which has ended up providing additional capacity on the transmission lines for added energy. This map is zoomed in to the center of the county, and it really gives you an idea of where these projects are located. And we have in the county 3 projects that have been approved. One is operational, Perrin Ranch Wind Farm. Chevelon Butte, which is down in the southeastern corner of the county, is under construction. And then we have another project that's approved, not under construction yet, the Babbitt Ranch Energy Center, and some other projects that are pending. So there's been quite a bit of activity in terms of these types of projects. And so these have all been permitted as conditional uses by the Planning and Zoning Commission under a land use called utility facility. So that's an existing land use. And what this ordinance will do, it will further refine that and add some subcategories for 3 specific types for wind, solar, and biomass. And then just to give some more of the background about how we've developed this ordinance, in addition to direction from the comprehensive plan, we have the experience with the county approved projects and what those entailed and the conditions that those were written with. We researched best practices from across the country and other ordinances to get an idea of how to address some of the issues. And then we do want to give a big nod of acknowledgement to what we ended up calling the Renewable Energy Advisory Group. And it was an informal, pretty dynamic group and you can see there's a list of some of the participants We had Arizona State Lands, Department of Environmental Quality. We had the Naval Observatory. We had the environmental community and consultants, large landowners and ranchers. And then we had residents and members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, just to give you an idea of some of the participants who were reviewing the ordinance and giving us comments and advice all along the way. So just a quick overview of the process we did. The advisor group met starting in May of 2020 through February of this year. We were actually able to visit most of the large ranches and also out to Perrin Wind Farm. So we actually saw the sites operational. We've had work sessions with the Planning and Zoning Commission, with the Board of Supervisors individually, and then also with the county's Tri-Diversity Council. We had a public open house. It was a virtual open house in February of this year. And then finally, we had a Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing on March 30th. I just wanted to give a bit of information about during the drafting process, some of the major topics of discussion that the ordinance has been written to address. And as you can imagine, some of the major issues are visual impacts, primarily from wind turbines, but also from solar installations. That's been a major consideration. We've also looked at setbacks of wind turbines from residential property, and we'll look at that a little bit deeper in a few slides on. And then we've talked a lot about how to minimize disturbance to these large sites, primarily how to minimize impacts to vegetation, how to minimize grading and weed proliferation, how to preserve topsoil, and then also this concept of how or if this idea of agrivoltaics could apply in Coconino County. And that's something I won't spend a lot of time on, but the advisory group did talk about that, and agrivoltaics, which is combining solar with agriculture, does not really seem to fit well in our climate and in our county. We've talked a lot about impacts to wildlife, what fencing standards should be around these projects. We've also talked about cultural resource impacts and how to address those. The Planning and Zoning Commission was particularly interested in understanding what cumulative impacts would be of these projects when it came to impacts to wildlife as well as visual impacts, because the Planning and Zoning Commission will be approving these as conditional use projects. They are particularly interested to understand when we get a lot of these, how cumulative impacts would be addressed. And then finally, there's been a fair amount of discussion on decommissioning and at the end of the life of a project that the county has sufficient financial assurance or securities to make sure that the projects are properly decommissioned at the end of the project or in the event that a company is no longer operational. So I did want to talk a little bit specifically about the ordinance itself and the changes to our zoning ordinance. So again, we've talked about that this change would be to Chapter 3, Special Uses and Conditions. And again, these will all be public hearing items with the Planning and Zoning Commission as conditional use permits. We are proposing to also amend Chapter 5, which are the waivers that the Planning and Zoning Commission can grant to the standards of these projects. And that would be in particular and specifically to audible noise limits, how underground collection lines are placed underground, to this concept of shadow flicker, which I'll talk a little bit more about, and then also performance standard between zones. So those are primarily landscaping and screening requirements between different zoning districts. And then, as we mentioned, we are updating and adding existing definitions. I did want to just make a quick note that one of the next items will be a concurrent amendment to the zoning ordinance regarding floodplain management overlay district. And so the zoning ordinance numbering scheme will be changing. I did add this slide in just to give you a brief outline of section 3 and what that would contain. And this follows the formatting of the rest of the zoning ordinance sections, where there's a purpose statement, there's an applicability section. And for these projects, we have a list of preferred facility and location criteria, including preferred and disfavored location criteria for these projects, for these utility scale renewable energy systems. We have written in a section requiring what we're calling preliminary site investigations. And this is information that the county would ask to see from a project applicant at the pre-application stage, so that staff and the planning commission has a look early on at where the project would be sited and what some of the project impacts might be. So there's an early dialogue and feedback so that these projects can be designed to minimize the impact as much as possible. Then there will be performance standards for these systems. And then finally, there's also the administration section, which has things like application requirements for these projects. So just to give you a brief overview of the purpose of this ordinance, really it's in addition to giving clear direction on appropriate siting of the projects, it is to promote reliable, clean energy sources by giving clear standards to encourage systems that help to preserve the county's highly valued, intact natural landscapes and private lands from fragmentation, to offer private landholders options for economic diversity and stability, to mitigate climate change impacts, and also to maintain and protect wildlife populations and corridors, view sheds, vegetative communities, dark skies, air quality, and natural quiet, and to support projects that give clear benefit to the county. So this purpose statement is written using a lot of the guidelines and foundation that is in the comprehensive plan. So it's a pretty tall order. So this slide does mimic somewhat the slides that we saw earlier in terms of what the project impacts the issues and topics of discussion were. So, but the code has been written to address impacts from these different items. And so audible noise from wind turbines, there is a standard in there that has been used by the Planning and Zoning Commission on other projects that had noise impacts, and to limit that to 50 decibels measured at the property line. We have written in standards to mitigate impacts to archaeological, cultural, and historic sites. We have written in their requirement that biomass plants provide preliminary emissions analysis to help determine what kinds of particulates might be emitted from those projects. And that's of particular concern to the observatories to maintain clear skies, particularly clear night skies. So that was something that we've worked into the draft. The lighting issues that have come up are some concerns that we've heard about lighting at night due to aviation warning lights. And so the code does have a requirement in there that lighting would be radar activated. So these are all required by the FAA. And then the code does require that the wind turbines have the FAA approved radar activated aviation warning lights. And then this idea of shadow flicker from wind turbines, if you're not familiar with that, that's the strobe-like effect of sun passing through the blades. And that amount is to be limited to 30 hours per year on residential properties and also on public roadways. Vegetation and weeds. We have written standards in there to preserve natural vegetation as much as possible, and then also to provide weed mitigation plans throughout the life of the project to keep down the proliferation of invasive weeds. And then in terms of wildlife, there are a number of sections that address impacts to wildlife, including fencing standards, requiring studies to both understand at the beginning what potential wildlife impacts there might be, and then also to continue monitoring those impacts And then obviously to initially avoid sensitive habitat areas through project design. This is just a bit more deeper look into visual resource impacts. And the image on the right is an actual visual simulation that we received for the project application, the Babbitt Ranch Energy Center. So the ordinance does require visual resource impact studies, including identifying visual resources that are within 10 miles of project boundaries. And so visual simulations such as this are required for these projects. And there are certain performance standards that could help to address impacts, such as requiring that collection lines are placed underground. We have some discretion, and the Planning and Zoning Commission would have some discretion in siting and design. And then there are some requirements for screening of equipment, facilities, and things like that. I do want to mention that the Chapter 6 includes a new definition for visual resources. And this is something that we focus specifically on known visual resources such as scenic highways, national parks, national monuments, and other resources that could actually be defined. But we'll talk a bit more about maybe further information, or rather further studies that we've identified that would be useful in terms of visual resources. This next slide shows you an image of wind turbine, a diagram of wind turbine setbacks that illustrate the standard that was written into the code. And so the minimum turbine setback from a residential property, the standard written into the code is 1 mile. And that's what this image is illustrating. So here on the left, you can see this would be the location of what we're calling non-participating residential property owner. And then this stretches a mile out to where the minimum setback distance of a wind turbine will be located. The two different heights are illustrated because the shorter wind turbine illustrates the height of the parent ranch turbines, which are about 330 feet. And then there are some recent turbines that have been approved at 880 feet. And this will obviously vary project by project, but this does show you some differences and some potential impacts. Now, the Planning and Zoning Commission would have the ability to waive this and potentially, if there were no impacts or no concerns, lessen the setback, but there would also be the ability to make adjustments in the event that there are some impacts and that the mile distance was not far enough. So this was an important topic of discussion with the advisory group. And I want to give thanks to one of our advisory group members, Thad Johnson, who actually put this illustration together for us. So just very quickly, just through this work, we've identified that, again, getting back to visual impacts, when we looked at this, we realized that we don't have a countywide visual resource inventory, which may be something that we could embark upon later as another project. It could be useful and have a broader application than just understanding siting impacts of these projects. And then also that one other, I guess, if you would call it, benefit that came out of this is that we understood that we needed to develop a communication strategy for coordinating with our Native American governments. And I'll discuss this a bit more because we did receive some comments from the Navajo Nation, but this initial idea was initiated by contact from the Nature Conservancy, who's working with a consultant named David Harper, and he's a member of the Colorado River Indian tribes and working with Seven Skyline Consulting. And they actually provided this template for what's called a pre-cultural survey. And this communication strategy was developed based on that. It wasn't intended to be written as part of the ordinance. Rather, it's intended to be something that's available for all projects that require public hearing that do need some additional outreach to our Native American neighbors. And so I wanted to talk a little bit more about the outreach efforts that have gone on throughout the project. We posted the advisory group agendas on our webpage. Early in the process, we did contact by letter 11 Native American tribes, and we had communication back from several of them, and I'll get into that in a little bit more in the next few slides. We presented to the Tri-Diverse Council. Again, we had a virtual open house in February. We've done some media releases announcing the open house and the public hearings, and then we've done the formal legal notices. Just a little bit more about some of the public comments that were received. We had 8 comments from the virtual open house, and the subjects were related to audible noise, visual impacts, public noticing, the idea of the pre-cultural survey, decommissioning of these projects, and recreational impacts. All of the Planning and Zoning Commission did hear all of those comments, as well as the Renewable Energy Advisory Group. We went over those in detail and actually made some adjustments to the draft that had been presented at the open house based on those comments. We were fortunate to be able to present to the Navajo Nation in March to President Nez's office and his cabinet members and energy advisors. And then we held a public hearing with the Planning and Zoning Commission on March 30th. At the time, there was one public comment that that was received by mail, and the subject of that was climate change. And then we did receive from the Navajo Nation on April 27th a letter that had numerous comments on it, and I have a few slides after this that show some recommended changes to the text ordinance based on those comments from the Navajo Nation. I did want to mention that I did end up speaking with the State Historic Preservation Office and the cultural resource manager there, just to clarify some of the requested language from the Navajo Nation regarding formal government to government consultation. And we understand that formal government to government consultation is primarily for federal projects and also projects that are receiving federal funding. So for the county, what we would suggest doing, instead of writing into the code formal consultation being required, because that is actually a term that's referred very specifically to a section in the National Historic Preservation Act, that we utilize that draft communication strategy and turn that into a department policy, where we would then actually have a formal policy for how to do outreach to Native American governments on these projects. So then with that, I did want to get into some recommended changes to the text that are not seen in the draft that you received with your packet. So there are 6 specific changes that we would recommend to the text, and they are shown here underlined in that purple color font. So I would just briefly read those. Then to the purpose statement, we would suggest the change to be maintain and protect wildlife populations and corridors, view sheds, vegetative communities, dark skies, air quality, and then to add historic, cultural, and archaeological resources and natural quiet. The second change would be to preferred facility and location criteria, and adding in the text that is underlined in purple. So it would read project sites that retain current and traditional land uses, including ceremonial uses for Native Americans, and allow multiple uses of the land, such as ranching, agricultural, and recreational uses are preferred over single-use projects. Change number 3 would be to the preliminary site investigation section. Preliminary desktop vegetation evaluation shall include identification of the presence of noxious weed and special status plant species such as those listed on the Navajo endangered species list. Change number 4 would be to, again, preliminary site investigations, and that would require preliminary visual resource site identification, visual resources, and tribal land. So that phrase tribal land would be added into that section to require that site visual resources include any kind of evaluation from tribal land. And then number 5, to the permits and administration section under visual impact analysis, a visual impact analysis of impacts to visual resources, cultural resources, and tribal land. And then finally, change number 6 to permits and administration, adding in after preliminary erosion control, conceptual grading plan demonstrating areas of cut, fill, grading disturbance, and construction staging. Those are our staff recommended text changes. And then to give you an idea of what the Planning and Zoning Commission discussion was on March 30th, they had a public hearing and they did make some recommended changes. We modified the wind turbine setback that was initially proposed to be a 1/2 mile. It was modified to 1 mile. They had requested additional text modifications to address potential bankruptcy situations to the financial security section, and that was also added. They requested that text be modified to the compliance, monitoring, and mitigation requirements to ensure that qualified experts work with the director during monitoring. And then there were other minor text edits to correct typographical errors. And the Planning Commission did unanimously approve and recommend with the above edits that the case be moved forward to the Board of Supervisors. All of the edits that the commission made are included in the draft that you are presented with. The commission did want to extend special thanks to the Renewable Energy Advisory Group. And I'd also like to mention other community development staff members who had a key role to play in this effort, including Jessica Simmons, Zach Schwartz, Kelly Bingham, and Bob Short. I do want to note one thing is that there have been just some technical formatting issues in the draft that you are presenting, in that the individual chapter table of contents have not updated. We will, if it is moved forward tonight, those would be fixed prior to the amendment taking effect in 30 days. And so with that, then the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation during their public hearing on March 30th, they found that the proposed amendment meets the 3 findings of fact and recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve zoning ordinance amendment PZ AM 20-003 as presented in attachment F. And here are the 3 findings of fact for zoning ordinance amendments: that the change is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and the ordinance, that the change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare, and that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. And with that, then the recommended motion for the board is that the supervisors find that the zoning ordinance amendment PZ AM 20-003 meets the 3 findings of fact necessary to approve an amendment, and to approve the proposed amendment to the zoning ordinance as presented in attachment F, as modified with staff recommendations to the text by adopting ordinance 2022-01, which is attachment G in your packet. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Melissa, and thank you for all of your work, and quite frankly, the committee's work. I know there are a number of, besides the individuals that you've mentioned, a number of community members, as well as organizations and nonprofits and others that were part of this for the last 2.5 years, including during COVID. And, the numerous Zoom meetings and the input. There was vigorous debate, we'll put it that way. So you did a phenomenal job of bringing all of these stakeholders and community members together and keeping everybody on track to really come up with an ordinance that we are having an opportunity to really take a look at today. So thank you so much, Melissa, and for everybody else who participated in the drafting of this ordinance.
Thank you.
Just also a reminder to everybody, this is going to be a public hearing. But before we go there to the public hearing, I'd like to open this up to staff and also to our board members. If they have any questions with Melissa or any comments on this before we go to a public hearing. Supervisor Ryan.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Melissa. And as noted by you, Madam Chair, and you were part of that advisory committee. I want to compliment everybody on working on this many years in coming, as noted, in desired intent, although we had elements associated with it in the comprehensive plan. This is so much better. And bringing together all the different groups. Actually, your presentation was quite comprehensive, Melissa, because I was going to ask you to, as I was reading the Planning and Zoning Commissioner's reference to making sure or give assurances that it was shifted from 1/2 mile to 1 mile, although allowing for waivers associated with the distance. That was a piece of discussion. The other element was the monitoring, assuring that the monitoring was incorporated in there, which I read, and it is incorporated in there. But I wanted to have you answer that question. Did you, can you explain that you put them in there? And I did read it. Just quickly, and I'm going to go through various notes as I work through this. I was concerned initially on page 129, a note associated with location along highways. But as I read the visual resource definition, that helped associated with that, because it makes sense to have these along corridors because they're impacted. And yet by the same token, the beauty of coming here, it's like our billboard ordinance is kind of like when you leave Winslow and you head west and suddenly you hit Coconino County and the billboards disappear. You have a beautiful view of the landscape. And so the visual component was an important aspect that we've seen. I see how you continue to incorporate the wildlife and the monitoring requirement associated with it. The noise element, that you have the 50 dBA on boundary to adjacent properties, or the edge of the property, I guess I should say. The lighting was a key component. Fortunately, the Perham Wind Farm now has gotten approval by FAA, and they have those red lights turned off until activated by aircraft, and that was an element that was added. You do have the military component built in there because we do have our military installations, Naval Observatory in particular, that there are aspects that need to be considered and reviewed. The undergrounding of lines was a big piece and very important. I also noted that you have a note of concern associated with water, which is an element that needs to be considered, particularly with the solar farms that could potentially come in here, but you have that as conditional as and a concern listed. Decommissioning, I'm glad it's a very important one. The bonding issue, the bankruptcy, I had similar questions. I saw planning and zoning work through it. We have as many reassurances as possible, although that's a tough one to really nail down. biomass definition. Oh, I want to go back to that. I'll ask you a question about that as I go back and reread it. Let's see. A really important one, and this is one I've brought up from day one since one of our first wind farms came in here, and the suggestion of NGS shutdown, and as expressed that we heard in public hearings in the past, the cumulative impact. So your note associated with enhancing or working towards the inventory is a very important part. Basically, going back to past hearings, you have areas like in California, testimony associated with that. Also, other discussions associated with Texas, that you go from one end of a county to another end, and the view sheds taken up by the wind farms. And we want the renewable energy resource. But we also need to consider the cumulative impact. So discussions were very good. The important piece is that we do a follow-up with inventory and do future work associated with that. Let's see. Note on roads. Oh, I already did that. You had that in the visual resource definition in the bonds. Okay, so I've gone through this, read through it quite a bit, and really compliment the work, the detail of work that had gone on associated with this. I'm gonna, I'll stop there. I don't have questions immediately for you. I want to pause, give our board a chance to go ahead and make their notes or have questions. And I also want to go through the hearing, but I will have a question or two in the end. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. Vice Chair.
Sure. Thank you for the presentation. A lot of work went into this. You can definitely see the changes and how much work went into it. And I like the idea of streamlining these ordinances. So I think this ordinance recommendation looks good. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Before we doing
Madam
this
Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, Melissa. And it's always nice to hear about all the accomplishments, through the plans that you're involved with, and then also the other staff, and just like the area plan that's with Donny Park. So I really appreciate all the work that you're doing. And I'm really glad that the outreach from the get-go was something that was really looked into, and that you had contact all the 11 Native American tribes early in the process. And I remember that it was really nice. And then we also had presentations to different organizations, and we had open houses, and we also did we did also do presentation regarding the Navajo Nation presentation that was done, and then the comments that were done, and they were incorporated. And when you do this, it really enhances, and then also the approval, of it is more so than not getting other people involved. But you touched all the bases, and I want to say thank you for all the staff that have worked on this far, and it's a lot of work, and I'm glad to be a part of reviewing and approving this document. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other comments? And that, we're going to turn this over to the public hearing at this point.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, thank you again to Jay and Melissa and team. we really needed this when we first did the wind farm. And that, that's where we learned a lot about how to address these projects, and we learned as we went along. It was the only time that I can remember that we had to go to the high school because there were so many people that were interested in making comments, and there was a lot of community interest in our decision. And since then, we have learned so much about renewable energy. We have, at the time we learned about the shadow flickering, the red lights at night. And now to be able to bring this to put it into an ordinance is really important. I'm really pleased that the Navajo Nation did reach out, and they did make a comment or make statements, and that's all been incorporated into the plan. And these projects, for the most part, are in the rural communities, and that's where we need to make sure that the interests of the rural communities, their interests and their voices are heard, and then they're also protected, because this is where the impact of visibility comes in. It's not just people driving on the road and seeing it, but there are people that live near there, and that's where the impact happens. So I think we have to always remember that, and that's what we learned from the first project. And now that we can, if you're on the North Rim, you can see the wind farm from the North Rim to, when you look out towards Winslow. So just want to thank you for just you and the committee. There were several layers of committees that were the committee, and then also the planning and zoning for really paying a lot of attention to what the needs are in our community. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Yes, and I think it is important that we specifically do call out planning and zoning too. They really have put a lot of time and energy into the whole project, both during the various meeting of the community and stakeholders groups, and also during the open houses, as well as the hearing that they had. They've really invested in this as well. So I think it is appropriate to really call them out and to thank them very much for their efforts. So unless there are some other comments from members of the board or in the staff at this point, I am going to go ahead and open this public hearing. Members of the public, I know that this has been ongoing, that you have had opportunities in the past to be involved. And this is the final opportunity before it comes for consideration and vote to the Board of Supervisors. So at this point, I'm going to open the public hearing, and I'm going to turn this over to our clerk of the Board of Supervisors to explain how you members of the public may address the board on this very, very important topic for Coconino County. So Lindsay Daly.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if you would like to make a comment, you can hover down at the bottom of your screen, and there will be a raise hand icon that will appear that looks like a hand. And if you click on that, that will notify us that you would like to speak. If you're on the telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand to notify us that you would like to speak.
Now is the time, members of the public, please be heard.
At this time, there are no hands raised.
All right. And as I say, I know this has been a long process, and you've had a lot of opportunity throughout the last 2.5 years, but this is your final opportunity before the board takes a vote on this important ordinance. So please, if you'd like to be heard, please raise your hand and address the board.
Still no comment, still no hands, Chair Horstman.
All right, thank you. At this point, I am going to close our public hearing, and I'm going to proceed here for final discussion and a motion for the approval of this ordinance here with the board. I'd like to make a comment on this, and I think Supervisor Fowler also alluded to this as well. You know, it became very important that we have a clear definition and clear standards with regards to our renewable energy, and especially with regards to a number of the solar and wind farms that were coming to Coconino County, because this is such a great place for solar and wind. And it's really interesting, if you take a look at the purpose of this motion, or the purpose, I should say, of this ordinance, besides providing clear standards and a clear path forward, it is to encourage renewable energy. It's to encourage natural landscape. It's to mitigate climate change impacts. It is also done such as to maintain wildlife population corridors, to maintain our deep commitment here in Coconino County and across here in northern Arizona, our commitment to dark skies, to air quality, and yet also to preserve the natural quiet. It is obviously something that is projects that need to be reviewed to determine that they create a benefit to us here in Coconino County. This was a massive effort and a massive undertaking, and I believe that it accomplishes its intended purpose. At this time, we do need to make some findings for the recommendation for the ordinance. And is there anyone who would like to make those findings and present a motion?
Madam Chair, I really would like to do that if my fellow supervisors would bear with me. The first finding of fact is that the zone change is consistent with the goals and objectives and policies of the comprehensive plan. And an important piece associated with this is that the comprehensive plan, as noted, specifically notes an energy chapter, Appendix D, energy element and implementation plan. And if you look at page 7 in the staff report, it's actually quoted in there, the various goals associated with it, the energy element that is supportive of development of clean biomass energy. It diversifies Coconino County's energy portfolio through responsible expansion and additional renewable energies. And we worked with the Corporation Commission when they were developing the various portfolios once upon a time. There's a sustainable goal to incorporate and support integrating principles of sustainability and long-term community resilience and prosperity into the future, land use and development plans, as well as actions and decisions of elected and appointed officials, is to mitigate climate change and its impacts and preserves the county's important natural, cultural, and visual resources. And it continues on to protect the integrity and resiliency of the natural environment and special attention to environmentally sensitive features, conserve wildlife in their habitats and movement corridors, conserve and restore native plant communities while controlling populations of invasive weeds through prevention and environmentally responsible eradication, improve forest health and land health, and promote the restoration of forest ecosystems, and to protect soil resources and improve soil conservation practices. And it continues on with additional goals and objectives that can be found in our zoning ordinance, but you can see it's well outlined in the report. Number 2, the change will not be detrimental to public health and safety and comfort and convenience and welfare. And as you read through the chapters, you can see mitigating factors associated with it, whether you're dealing with setbacks and fall zones associated with the windmills, the decommissioning component, rather than sitting idle when they've lost their life associated with it. There are requirements associated with fire standards, so it most certainly will protect the health and safety and comfort and convenience and welfare of the county. And the change will not be adversely affect the established character of surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. There additional efforts were made by the commission that took it from a half a mile to a mile for siting of these, unless there's a waiver proposed. Again, it's a look at fall zones. You go through our various components of the comprehensive plan. It's looking at visual components related to it, concern for our natural settings. So I can easily make the findings of fact associated with the ordinance, and then the recommended motion. So I'll make the motion after making those findings that I find that the zoning ordinance amendment PZAM-20-003 meets the three findings of facts necessary to approve an amendment and to approve the proposed amendment to the zoning ordinance as represented in attachment F as modified with the staff recommendations to the text by adopting ordinance 2022-01, attachment G.
Thank you. Do I have a second to that motion?
Madam
Second.
Chair, I will second the motion.
Very good. Supervisor Fowler has seconded the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Madam Chair, if I may.
Absolutely. I just want to point that the motion has passed, and now is the time for some comments. Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Oh, how can you not comment? This is really wonderful. It's in keeping with our community's desire. Not only that, with the loss, and I know Supervisor Fowler may note this, the loss of NGS, the availability of solar and wind potential, energy, the sensitivity to our landscape. This is very special, but as noted, there are so many people that have worked really hard. I will note, not just the Planning and Zoning Commission, but Commissioner Best and Commissioner Ruggles also had special duty associated with the advisory committee and were quite helpful along with many partners associated with this. What it also does is it creates an easier document for the industry to use and to help us in citing. If we have public comment that comes in, it's been well vetted on how to more appropriately or we have additional tools to appropriately locate these and promote the opportunity for these energy components. And then I need to acknowledge, I mean, there are multiple supervisors in the past, but I'll note pesky Carl Taylor. Carl, yeah, I'll smile back at you. And Art Babbitt, but that's not to say that the other supervisors in the past weren't strong advocates of this. It's just these two were definitely on the front end of pushing it as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. And yes, it's important that we call our predecessors and for the good work that they did on this. So other comments?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
I'm really happy that we're recognizing the supervisors that have really worked on this, and just really it's been a long time coming, really. And it's you can support economic development through renewable energy, and you can support renewable energy, but it has to be a well-planned and sustainable projects that you are really looking at, and then it fits with your goals and values of the communities and the county. And this is what we're doing, is laying the path where I know that our past supervisors that has worked on this, county supervisors, they'd be very happy that we have accomplished what they had envisioned. And not just them, but full boards that have really worked on this. And this is really well planned out for during the wind farm project that we were wrestling with. We learned about more about the animal migration, bird migration, bat migration. We've had extensive conversations. And then just the health impact of these, even though they are renewable, there are health impacts. We learned about all of those. But and then with our ordinance, though, it really sets a path where it's good for all, and would be able to guide companies and these projects that are coming and wanting to establish here. They have a guideline as well. So I just want to thank all that have been working on it. I know there's past planning and zoning, past others that have really that have worked in this. So just want to thank Melissa and Jay again, and team at Community Development, who really had to do the work and really had to do the research and reaching out to all the stakeholders. And so I'm really happy that we're at this point now. So Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I'm just really glad that we were able to pass this ordinance, and I appreciate the work of everybody who put it forward. And we kind of, right now, as this board, had the easy part of just approving it, but it sounds like it was several years in the making. And so thank you, everyone who built this ordinance to what it is today. Thank you.
And it's been an ongoing effort for really 2.5 years. So that's the good news. And I know it started way before, really, quite frankly, that Melissa got the group together and really moved people forward. But it almost seems anticlimactic. I mean, I want like balloons to somehow drop from the ceiling or something when we're doing this. And Melissa, you deserve to have balloons drop from the ceiling for all the effort that you've put into this. It's really been magnificent. And I know you've gotten lots of thanks, and those will continue. And I think it's also important to remember this is going to be a continuing document. It's a living document as our needs change, as technology changes, as we learn from the implementation of this ordinance. It is something that I'm sure we will be looking at and tweaking as we go forward. And I just want to also point out that I have a lot of ranches in my district, and I know this has been very important for a lot of the ranchers out there that are really looking to go into the renewable energy business and to use their extensive lands in other ways that are very, very beneficial to our community here in Coconino County. So I'm very, very pleased that this is passed, and I look forward to its implementation in the future. So any other comments from members of the board or from our staff?
Chair Horstman, if I could, I just wanted to acknowledge there are several members of our advisory group who are in the participant list. Jessica Simmons and Michael McCauley, Sot Best, and Thad Johnson. So they did not speak during the public comment period, but I just want to acknowledge that they're here with us. So thanks to all of you for sticking with us for so long. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you for calling that to our attention, Melissa. So, all right. Well, I can't believe it, but it's done. And we're going to go and move along. And at this point, we have our last public hearing. This is a consideration and possible ordinance to adopt ordinance 2022-02, adopting an amendment to the Coconino County zoning ordinance by amending section 1.5.b.1 zoning tables 1-1 to remove the floodplain management overlay zoning from the table and adding section 1.6a.5 to chapter 1, general provisions, application of provisions to refer to a separate ordinance titled the Coconino County Floodplain Regulation and amending chapter 2, zoning districts, section 2.16b, floodplain management overlay zone to conform to state standards and suggestions of the Arizona Department of Water Resources, ADWR, to remove floodplain management overlay zone from the zoning ordinance and to establish it as a separate ordinance under jurisdiction of the Flood Control District, titled to the Coconino County Floodplain Regulations, and amending Chapter 6, Section 6.3 definitions to remove terms associated with floodplain management definitions. Case number PZ-AM-21-002. Boy, that is one long agenda. I'm not going to repeat it. Supervisor Ryan, you'll have to read it yourself. So at this point, I would like to turn this over again to Community Development Director Jay Krisselman, who is present with us and will present this matter. So Jay, take it away.
This is John Carr, Engineering Supervisor on behalf of Jay.
Okay, John, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I really want to give a special thanks to Melissa for making this such a hard act to follow. I mean, couldn't have gotten more accolades, so congratulations. And then we're going to be talking, Matthew Storish joined the county about a year ago, coming up on a year. And he's been a great addition to the team, and he's going to talk about the floodplain overlay change. Matthew Storish, go ahead.
John, if I could interrupt for a second.
Mm-hmm.
So we have two public hearing items. And the first one is an amendment to the zoning ordinance. And then the second one would be the flood control district item that Matt was going to discuss. So I'm here I'll give the brief overview on the change to the zoning ordinance, and then you guys will take it away with the flood control district. Does that sound okay?
That sounds fine. There are two items, and we are on item number 14, public
Right.
hearing. And I think
Correct.
what you're talking about, Melissa, is also 15, which is to adopt the flood control district ordinance, adopting the standalone floodplain regulation. So
That's right.
Melissa, if you are taking us through 14, please take it away.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to share my screen again. This will be much shorter than the last presentation. And thank you, Chair Horstman and Supervisors. And this amendment is another change to the zoning ordinance. It's AM 21-002. And again, Community Development is the applicant. And this will amend sections of the zoning ordinance. The majority of the amendment is to remove the current floodplain management overlay zone from the zoning ordinance to allow it to be established as a standalone ordinance. There is one addition to section 1.6A5. And that is under general provisions, where there is one sentence being added to that section to refer to that separate ordinance. And the rest of the changes to Chapter 1, general provisions, Chapter 2, zoning districts, and Chapter 6, definitions, are to remove the floodplain management overlay zone from the ordinance. Just a little bit of background, and John and Matt can speak more to this. This was initiated by a request from the Arizona Department of Water Resources to make updates to the floodplain management overlay district zone to achieve compliance with National Flood Insurance Program requirements. And then based on conversation with with our engineering staff, they felt that to achieve compliance, to enhance ease of use, and to conform to state standards, that the county determined it would be best to create a standalone floodplain ordinance and take it out of the zoning code. So again, this standalone ordinance will fall under jurisdiction of the flood control district, and you will look at that separately. So just to be specific about the Board of Supervisors review of this case is limited to amending section 1.5B1, the zoning districts table, to remove reference to the floodplain management overlay zone, adding one sentence to chapter 1, general provision, application provisions, to refer to a separate ordinance titled the Coconino County Floodplain Regulations. Also to amend chapter 2, zoning districts, to remove section 2.16B, floodplain management overlay zone. That will take that out of the zoning code. And then also to amend chapter 6, definitions, section 6.3, to remove the terms associated with the floodplain ordinance. The Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing on this on March 30th. There were no comments at the hearing. They recommended unanimous approval to the amendment, and they found that the proposed amendment met the 3 findings of fact and recommended the board approve zoning ordinance amendment PZAM 20-003 as presented in attachment F. Again, we need to make findings of fact to approve this amendment to the zoning ordinance that is consistent with goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and this ordinance, and that the change will not be detrimental to public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare, and that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. And the recommended motion for you is that the Board of Supervisors find that zoning ordinance amendment PZAM 21-002 meets the 3 findings of fact necessary to approve an amendment and to approve the proposed amendment to the zoning ordinance as presented in attachment B by adopting ordinance 2022-02 as presented in attachment C. And we're here to answer any questions.
Sorry. This, as you know, is calls for a public hearing, and thank you for the explanation of that very long agenda item. And it appears to be mostly administrative in nature and not really a substantive change. Would you agree with that, Melissa?
That's correct.
Good,
It is primarily administrative.
Good, thank you so much. And any comments from John Carr or Jay or Matthew Storish?
I don't think so. At this point, Matthew will go through a brief presentation after this.
Very good. All right, thank you. Well, with that, unless members of the board have any comments or questions, I'm going to go ahead and open up our public hearing. And as you know, members of the public, now is the time for you to address the board on this item. As indicated, it's mostly administrative in nature, but we're here to hear from you. So we're opening the public hearing, and I'm going to turn this over to Lindsay Daly to explain how you can join us and address us during this public hearing. Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if you would like to make a comment during this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand and that will appear at the bottom of your screen if you hover at the bottom with the mouse. Or if you're on the phone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand to notify us that you'd like to speak. Again, the raise hand icon is at the bottom of your screen that looks like a hand.
All right, members of the public, now is your time.
At this time, there are no hands raised.
All right, we're going to do one more time. This is the last call for if you would like to be heard at this portion for the public hearing.
And still no hands raised.
At this point, we are going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to turn this over to the board for findings and a motion. Supervisor Ryan.
find my little. There we go. Sorry about that, Madam Chair. It is administrative. So the findings of fact, well, for one, ADWR would recommend it. Our engineers are recommending it. What we're doing is we're modifying our ordinance so it can make these modifications so that it creates a better ordinance. So is it consistent with our ordinance? It'll make it more consistent. In terms of public health and safety, it is associated with flood control, and it's assuring the public health and safety. And then in terms of character or impacts associated with the, it deals with all the unincorporated lands, and it's to help ensure that it protects the character of those areas in flood control. So I can make the findings of fact. And so I move that we approve ordinance 2022-02, adopting the amendment to the Coconino County zoning ordinance.
We have a motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous and the motion passes. So members of the board, we are going on to our final public hearing, I think. Yes, it is our final public hearing of the evening. This is a public hearing, consideration and possible action to adopt the Flood Control District Ordinance 2022-02, adopting the standalone floodplain regulation ordinance. Oh, we do. Before we go there, thank you very much, Supervisor Wright. It's been a long, long day. We need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
A motion that we resolve to the flood control district.
We have a motion. We have a second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. We are now going to our last public hearing of the evening. This is a public hearing, consideration and possible action to adopt Flood Control District Ordinance 2022-02, adopting the standalone floodplain regulation ordinance. And I know I'm going to turn this over to Community Development Director Jay Krisselman and John Carr. And I know you have gone through this. So what I'm going to ask you to do is just to hit the highlights for us. And then, of course, we do have the materials. And if the board has any questions, they can ask them. And then we'll open this up to the public hearing. But I think you can probably give us the highlights on this.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. As you said, my name is Matt Storch. I'm with Coconino County. I am the hydrologist. John Carr is my supervisor. And at this time, I'm going to start to share my screen to wrap up your very long day and discuss the floodplain regulation ordinance and try and get rid of this. There we go. So as we discussed, this is the adoption of ordinance number 2022-02, the standalone floodplain regulation ordinance. I've met with many of you previous to this presentation to give you an overview, and Melissa did a wonderful job also summarizing the high points. I do want to mention that there has been a slight change of order in the slides and some of the content due to the fact I've met with some of you previously, and in light of the fact that you have so much background information already, I will skip through some slides with your consent, which I believe I have at this junction. So moving on. Yes, ma'am. The current floodplain ordinance, as we all know, is part of the zoning ordinance, a subsection 2.16.b starting on page 67. So why change it? During the floodplain map revision for Kachina Village and Mountainair, the Arizona Department of Water Resources reviewed our floodplain regulations. or yes, our floodplain regulations. This happens all the time. They give us great feedbacks and comments, but this seemed like an opportune time to make some big changes due to the work that Melissa has been going on. It just coincided really nice. So what we decided to do based off of that feedback is set out with some goals. Our goals of this update that we kept in mind throughout this process is that it was going to be administrative in nature, meaning that the content of the ordinance would not change. We are going to standardize the current floodplain overlay to match the state model. And we were most importantly going to improve the functionality and usability for community members and administrators. So how do we achieve these goals? 3 simple steps. We adopt the Arizona Department of Water Resources state model, which is shown on the right for non-Colorado River communities, such as ours in Coconino County and Sedona, Tucson, all the other unincorporated areas that the flood control district oversees. This would apply to them. So we took the section formatting from the state model and the phrasing. This has been adopted by municipalities throughout the state. It's been vetted by the federal government. We know it's a concrete document and it was a great template to use. Our second means of achieving our goals were ensuring compliance with the National Flood Insurance Program, known as the NFIP, which is a program of FEMA, and it is who oversees our regulation of our floodplains. And then third was really the culmination of step 1 and 2, to create a standalone document. This was our best means of achieving our goals and adopting the state model. Now in the following slides, I have a bunch of examples showing how we achieved all these goals and the how. I'm going to kind of just fly through these and hit the highlights. And if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to go back to them. But again, I know it's been a long day and most of you have a lot of background on this. So here we go.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Section formatting, this is what the template looks like. The red is where any municipality such as ours plugs in their information. Easy. It's been vetted by the state. It's been vetted by the feds. I'm going to skip this. It was just an example of this is what our section formatting used to look like. My gosh. I just went through a lot of different sections and 10 pages. And there's a lot of likelihood for confusion and misunderstanding. This is what it did look like in the current overlay. This is what we're proposing. Much clearer communication. We have larger text, bold, underline, highlighted words. It's really important that our community understands how we are seeking to protect them through our floodplain regulation. I had a fun game. It's called Where's Waldo Ordinance Edition, but it's been a long night. I'm sure everybody's tired of looking at computer screens, so I think we'll just skip this. Again, let's just look at the old versus the new. Big, bold sections, broken down, clear, concise language. This is the point again and again. So section formatting, phrasing. Existing phrasing, don't read this. It's just big, bulky, chunky, hard to understand. What did the state recommend? That. We're still talking compliance. All the compliance requirements are met through the entirety of this document. Why summarize it over and over again like it was in the existing one? Let's just make it clear and concise. It's easier for us as administrators, and most importantly, it's easier for our community to digest. These next two are real quick. Consistency with NFIP provisions, updating ARS requirements. This happens from time to time. State regulation changes, we change it as needed. That's a simple one. This next one was one that I did the most research on. Deleted sections. The state recommended that we delete several sections from our current floodplain overlay. The reason why they suggested that we delete them, keep in mind this was administrative in nature, was that these sections were already discussed in other sections throughout the ordinance, were no longer relevant, or didn't serve a purpose based off of the federal feedback. So I did a lot of vetting on what we were deleting because I want to ensure that we weren't deleting something that we had added in to protect our community. Again, administrative in nature. We weren't changing the content. And this last one is really just a summary. We just put it all together in a standalone document, easier to use. It's not page 67 of 265. It's page 1 through 23, standalone document. Public engagement is really important. Melissa hit on it. Supervisor Fowler talked about it. It's really important that we engage our public. So how we did this was March 30th. The Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously supported the changes to the zoning ordinance for the removal of the floodplain overlay. And then starting mid-April, we released a press release to 7 local newspapers over 4 days. At this time, we have not received any public comment or feedback. Sometimes no news is good news, but the word is out there, which is important. And we really stress that this was administrative. Our findings: the proposed changes will not alter the context or the material historically found in the floodplain overlay. The proposed changes are consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Flood Control District and the Arizona Department of Water Resources. And lastly, the proposed changes will better support the floodplain regulations ordinance. Next step, we request the adoption of the standalone floodplain regulation ordinance. And if approved and adopted, we will submit this to the Arizona Department of Water Resources by July 19th, 2022. Again, my name is Matt Storish. I thank you all for your time today. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you for that very concise overview. Really appreciate that. Members of the board, any questions before we open this up to an open hearing? Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, and Matt, they are your findings, and John, they are your findings as well. So we are meeting the objectives of the, we meet compliance. Okay. Okay, fantastic. Just wanted to ask that publicly of our 2 engineers. And by the way, Matt, well done for, stepping in and consolidating really quick.
Yes, sir. I know it's been a long night for everybody, so I'm happy to do it.
Thank you very much. And any other questions before we open up the public hearing? Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Matt. And I just want to say that we did go over these documents we had our own input and just want to assure the public that we have gone through these ordinance and these changes and standalone proposal that is being presented right here to Matt has met with each of the supervisors. We've gone over it and we provided our input. So just want to thank you again, Matt, for being very patient with us to make sure that we understand and where it's going to be applied and how the new document came to be. So thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, now is time for our last public hearing. At this point, I am going to open up the public hearing, and this is a time for members of the public to be heard on what is primarily a administrative to really put this ordinance as a standalone document. But we want to hear from you. So with that, Lindsay, would you please explain to the public how they can address us during this public hearing?
Thank you, Chair Horstman. If anyone would like to make a comment during this time, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand at the bottom of your screen if you hover with your mouse at the bottom. If you're on the telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Now is the time, members of the public.
And I do have a hand raised. Michael McCauley is present, so I will go ahead and allow.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us, Michael McCauley. We look forward to hearing from you.
If you just unmute, Michael, you'll be able to, there you go.
Yeah, my question is, do you have copies of the rapid watershed assessments for the Little Colorado River or the Cataract watershed?
Yeah, this is John Carr, Coconino County Supervisor, Engineering Supervisor. I can address that question. If you can contact me tomorrow, I can get you all that information, but that isn't specifically related to what's in front of us tonight.
Okay. No, I already have them.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was asking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that if you could contact me, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Okay, will do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the public, this is the time actually to address the item that is before us on adopting the ordinance 2022-02 on the floodplain regulation, basically as a standalone document. Any other members of the public like to be heard on this?
Again, you can hit the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen or hit *9 if you're on the phone. And at this time, there are no hands raised.
Very good. Then I am going to close the public hearing portion of this. Members of the board, you have heard, we've had an excellent overview from Matt, and we've had some discussion. Any further questions or comments, or at this time, I would accept a motion.
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and make the motion and note that, checking in with our engineers, they are actually formatting as recommended by ADWR. They meet compliance, and they're making user-friendly documents that are very helpful. And I'll also note that Mike McCauley hung in there with us. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate your work on the energy ordinance. Anyway, Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the Flood Control District Ordinance 2022-02 to adopt Coconino County Floodplain Regulation Ordinance.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, it is unanimous. So we have had and passed the ordinance for our last public hearing and had our last public hearing. Members of the board, we are now at our last agenda item. This is Flood Control District action item, and you will note we still are sitting as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. This is consideration and possible approval to approve an agreement with Remel Consulting LLC to perform civil field engineering and project management services for the Museum Fire / Spruce Avenue wash response and flood mitigation efforts, as well as the tunnel fire response and flood mitigation efforts in an amount not to exceed $100,000, an estimated completion of project date of October 31st, 2022. And I believe, County Manager, that you're asking Lucinda Andriani to present this as the Flood Control Director to the board.
That is correct. She's on.
Very good.
Good evening once again. And this contract is for securing engineering services that can assist with site assessments, both within the museum flood area as well as potentially within the tunnel fire flood area as well. And this is a gentleman that we've, Mark Lamer, that we've utilized in prior years through other consulting firms, and he's now established his own firm. And so we want to have a direct relationship with him to perform these services.
Very good. And I think there's a question from Supervisor Ryan. I'm going to let him do that. Any questions or comments? If not, I will entertain a motion, and I think it's appropriate that Vice Chair make the motion.
A motion that we accept or approve this contract to work on these projects.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I will second the motion.
All right, we have a second by Supervisor Fowler. See what happens if you don't get to that button? We have a motion and a second.
I
Members
saw
of the
you,
board.
Matt.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous, but we have one more motion. And by the way, before we get there, I just want to indicate that both the vice chair and myself got a tour of the alluvial fans. And I know Supervisor Fowler and Supervisor Ryan have seen the construction of these during Schultz. We had not. And I want to thank, on Public Works Week, I would like to thank Lucinda Andriani and taking us out there to take a look at those today. It was very, very interesting.
Yeah,
And
exciting to see the work
ve-
underway.
Very, very exciting to see the work underway. So thank you for that. And our last item is for us to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
A motion, we resolve back to Board of Supervisors.
Vice Chair has moved that we resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And it is unanimous.
Nay.
We aren't even going to hear that motion. It is
No.
unanimous, and it has
It
been
is.
a long day for members of County Manager and for those here who have stuck with us. Lindsay Daly, you deserve a star or at least a bouquet, something. I really
Ice cream.
appreciate you being with
Right,
us.
well done.
And thank you, members of the public. And for that, we are adjourned, and we'll see you all tomorrow morning at 8:30 for continued budget discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.